Welcome to the DPL. I am Z, and I am here with my cohort in casting, Red Commissar.
Hello.
We're here to bring you the game between Nemesis and Fierce. The undefeated versus the last year's second place team. So it's going to be an interesting series here. The teams are all ready to go. We're definitely going to see ourselves with some really interesting fights, I think, here today.
For sure. These two teams, they have a lot of history. They go neck and neck in a lot of things. We saw them in last season of DPL really going neck and neck for that first and second place. If I recall correctly, even the DreamHack tournament that got ran during the middle of season 2, it was Fierce and Nemesis were really playing for those top spots. Um, and now coming in to this current season, season 3, we have them kicking off our playoffs. Can Fierce finally beat Nemesis, or is Nemesis just going to keep their undefeated record? That's what we're going to find out. Should be a
Yeah,
good
it's
game.
definitely. Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a very much a David versus Goliath story here for Fierce. But let's give a rundown for the Fierce team. It's Adaxi, Feral, Diagre, Marbles, and Stars. On the Nemesis side, we're going to see Mace, Roadrunner, Smit, Josh, and Death. Hey, anybody out of those two lists that you're really going to keep your eye on, Red?
I mean, as always, whenever I watch a Nemesis game, whenever I cast a Nemesis game, Death. I want to see Death. He is just, I would say, the best sniper in the league. If you show a few pixels of your head for a few seconds, you're dead. That's just how it works. You don't want him to have a mop. You don't want him to have a saber. He is just the top sniper. Then I think Marbles and Feral are probably the two people to watch on, uh, God, what's their name? Uh, Fierce.
Fierce.
Yes. These are two very strong players, and I think they really. Fierce needs to come behind these players and work with them, and I think they can succeed. Uh, but obviously, Nemesis has a very stacked roster. If any of Nemesis players were on any other team, they'd be the player to watch. But just by merit of them being on one team, really, Death is the one you want to keep your eyes on.
Yeah, I was gonna also put in there Josh. I watch this man play every week, and he just puts up big numbers, and it is scary to watch that guy play. Sometimes that the phenomenal flicks that he can get and his really smart rotations can be devastating for a lot of teams. So I would also point out him as somebody to really watch as well as Roadrunner. Both those guys are super scary as well on Nemesis and Mace just he's Mace. He's a rock in on this team. So it'll be fun to watch how this ends up playing out. So we find ourselves here on Lawful Daedalus. Give us the rundown here.
Yeah, so this is a pretty big open map, but what's interesting is it's got this generator going down the middle. That's gonna be a lot of how these teams play around it, as that is like the pretty much the sole cover on this map, the sole blocking the sight lines. You can push from storage into here, but then you're just gonna get shot from generator and from dock. Really good cover. Obviously, you can have someone sitting in this corner ready to peek out at you. So pushing from green's hard there. Pushing up here, again, you're just going to come into a lot of sight lines here, but it's much less. Of course, you have to go up the generator, which is very easy to turn into a choke point. There's pretty much 2 points to make it a choke point, and again, pretty much all the spots on the other side of the generator can cover it. So really, what I'm going to expect to see from Nemesis here is probably 3 players. That's not a 3. 3 players sitting over on the left side of the map, probably split between docks and the generator, and then probably the other 2 up over on the right side, probably another one on the right side of the generator, and then the other player probably playing down here by the forklift or maybe even in servers. I
And do
think
you
that's the
feel
split
like
they're going to want.
do you feel like Fierce should try to go for a lights out play, trying to give them a little bit more advantage here? Because it does seem like a lot of these corners are really pinned down with long angles and very sharp corners that they have to check. Do you think it'd be worth trying to just push in through the servers immediately and try to take that power?
Honestly, yeah. I would say that's probably their best bet. Pushing docks here, while it may cause the defenders like a few seconds of not being on target, once they get on target, there's nowhere for you to hide. Going servers, that's going to give you this little box of safety where you don't have to worry about too much. And then you can choose to push out. You have 2 ways out. You can push up here. This is going to be nice and close quarters. Flashbangs. Put a flashbang up in this top corner. You'll be able to clear it out. And especially with power off, you should be able to just slowly kind of push up and take generators. I'm not sure. The generators might give off some ambient light, which might make that push a little harder. But
I don't believe that they do. They shouldn't give off any ambient
yeah,
light. I know that they have got light runners that go along the railings, but that would be just for them more on the defenders being able to be spotted a little, possibly a little bit easier than the attackers. So it does look like we're going to get some sort of split here, though.
I mean that
It
is
is
the
looking like they are going to go
fierce.
for this server play. Yeah.
Yeah, that actually is probably a good way to take it because you can take the servers with maybe only two players in one flashbang. You can get the power, and then you just have to hold it and let your team come storage and start to put pressure on from the top. There's going to be you if you as long as you shoot at the E lights above that first door over storage, you can sit up here and just not have to worry about any light on you whatsoever. And it's really going to come down to flares. We do see,
Mhm.
I believe, Smith with a flare and Josh with a flare. So it's not like they're going to be blind. Smith, I think, putting the flare down. I don't know where he put it. But
There's one in the main off a main generator,
uh,
and I think he threw the other one near backside of storage.
yeah, oh yeah, Smith threw his flare on docks.
Mhm.
Josh threw his flare over to
Yep.
servers.
Yep. All right, so we see the kick on green as Adaxi gets the first flashbang in, but does very little in terms of affecting Josh on that side. We see a smoke grenade go out to block that sight line as they start to push in. As Smith takes the first shots out, does a little bit of chip damage here. And there goes the server breach. You see a Daragrai pushing in, and they're going to Surferless Marbles immediately taken out by Mace from the generator. Oh, that Legros really powerful. Josh trying to swing around. He's going to find Farrell. Farrell wins his trade as they start to move in. Mason Diagre trading more shots as a smoke grenade goes out to kind of block Diagre and Adaxi. Oh, as we see Stars take out Roadrunner with that saber. The nighttime play, it's down to Smith who's on that close range and Death at the long, and then Mace is watching that backside as Farrell begins to push in. Diagre trying to get an angle here as the Daxi and Stars start pushing in, Flash goes out. Everybody kind of moves back. They have not checked that corner with Smith, though. This could be devastating. As they finally find him, oh, they pick him out from the corner. They find the roach that was hiding in the corner. All right, we see them as they start to work their way up through generator. Death has now taken a defensive position off a bomb, and Mace is watching that hard cross angle. This is going to be really hard unless, oh, it looks like they're sending Adaxi back around to swing to try to get an additional sight line here. They're really worried about having to walk into a heavy crossfire. Adaxi trying to get. We got 27 seconds left too. They need to start working their way through. Oh, the pick off from Adaxi and Adaxi was so good. But Mace gets two. Stars picks up the last one with 18 seconds left on the clock, and he has Clacker and Saber, the two most important parts for the attackers. Holy cow! What a procedural round that was.
That was, yeah. If anything, probably a little too procedural. They came in and they were just a little slow. Obviously, they got on bomb with 18 seconds left, plenty of time to defuse, but still, that leaves you open to failure. If they had gotten hung up on anything else, I don't think it would have gone well for them.
Clean early game from Fierce there. Nemesis, I thought Smith was going to get more damage dealt
Yeah.
with that. With nobody checked that corner, nobody saw him. They all ran by, and it just. I think he might have whiffed a shot or two there, and then they just were able to turn and take him out. But really good play for him. It just goes to show you can hide in those tight corners and possibly get a surprise attack on people, even on factory, because sometimes you just don't check your corners.
Yeah, no, I mean, you just say that he got full flash. I think the flashbang landed
Mm-hmm.
right on him.
Mm-hmm.
And Daxi just ran right by. Didn't even
Yep.
think to check it.
Yep. All
Almost
right.
very great play from Smith.
So here
Yeah,
we
and
are, storefront bomb. The
Kaiser
attackers still have wall
linebacker.
charge.
Yeah.
We know the
Uh,
play that's going to happen here.
yeah. I mean, you could go through bathroom and get tellers and do that. That
Yeah,
would.
yeah, that would be pretty nuts. Those plays are always kind of worrisome because then you have to dedicate two players to watch the bathroom doors, right?
Yeah.
Because you know they're gonna rotate in and try to get a flank at some point. I mean, if you can hit your shotgun shot on that door, then great, because you'll just obliterate the other person on the other side. But It's one of those things where you have to be confident enough, and this is just the
Yeah.
easiest of the two plays. I would say that there is some good cover here in this storefront, surprisingly. With you have the whole side of fridges, you also have this block of duckable cover as well
Yeah.
here. You also have this again, the hard cross on the freezer entry as well.
If Nemesis plays someone over in fridges and someone over in freezer, and they can just lock down this cross, I
Yeah.
think they have a good chance of winning this. The issue is, are both of those players just going to get flashed? And is that just going to prevent them? Obviously, I think having someone in arcade is going to be a really strong play for Nemesis, although I don't think they're going to do it. Um, Although that is a very strong line of sight that Fierce would have to contend with, but they have marked it, so they're probably going to throw a flash straight at him or a smoke to
This is
try and
such
counter
an
that.
interesting barb down here that they expect the explosion to come in here, but they don't want the attackers to be able to move and get a sight line on arcade. So they're risking the fact that somebody could place the wall charge here to guard the sight line. Oh, we're starting with the storefront open, by the way. All right. Some fun little chip damage here. Some cheeky Nemesis play coming out right off the gate. There was some decent damage put down. Adaxi trying to just take some harsh lines of fire as Feral and Death start trading out. All right, again, more chip damage. This is good for the defenders. Oh, Roadrunner immediately with their takes out Marbles in the back. Oh my goodness, the flankaronis did not work out as Stars gets dropped by Josh behind the bomb. This is something the Fierce needs to start trying to push in. Oh, Frag goes out but doesn't hit anybody. Oh, Mace takes out Diagre, while he also took out his teammate as well. Adaxi working his way on that right side, finally takes out Death, picks up Smit. We're now down to a 1v1. Adaxi working his way through tellers. He does now have the Roadrunner only. It's down to double shotguns. Surprisingly, reverse shotgun rolls here. As we watch Adaxi works his way around, oh, getting some extra utility, using all the time that he's got. Right, I think he's definitely keeping his eye on the clock here, just to know that he's like, oh, I can kind of work my way around certain areas. Flashes out arcade, pushes in. He's gonna find Roadrunner there waiting for him. Oh, so tough. Adaxi had a good amount of momentum there. I feel like if he actually would have pushed the storefront bomb, he would have been fine. He tried to get a little bit too cheeky with the feign play off a teller and then just run around trying to find him.
Interesting decision to challenge the UAV on second round.
I think he was hoping he knew that Stars had the sniper, and he was hoping that maybe he could run out to grab it before the sniper shot would kill him and the round would switch sides. But yeah, normally not the easiest. That is actually a really challenging maneuver, and it normally does not succeed.
Yeah, I don't think
Sometimes you
I've
can get
seen
out there and
any.
grab it.
Yeah, I know it's theoretically possible, but I don't think I've seen anyone pull it off in game. Now you see,
Yeah.
they had saved wall charge. They could have come in there. That would
No,
be
this is
strong.
true. Yeah, that'd be really a strong push in off that side of club. Yeah, this is gonna be. I'm surprised that they're just gonna go. I mean, it is reception and it is a very free door, right? But it's surprising to see where they want to actually use this door charge.
Yeah, but I mean, it's gonna work out for them. We see Nemesis is planning to put a barbed wire right on that door. So, by using the charge there as a claymore, you're going to be able to clear that. You're going to be able to push bomb a lot easier. You're going to be able to get behind bar. In fact, I'm pretty sure anyone trying to play behind bar is going to have a rough day. They're either getting killed or they're getting concussed, and that's going to allow Fierce to get up a pick there. And once they have bar, all they really have to do is try and challenge club. Office isn't going to be much of a threat because you can't quick peek through here because they're barbing that off. Obviously, Fierce doesn't know that, but Nemesis really won't be able to take advantage of that. The bottom of club, that could be a little dangerous spot, but there's really not much for the defenders to hide behind there, so it's really just going to come down to, is the defender playing down there not flashed, and do they have a... can they click on heads, basically? Um,
Yeah, it does look like the defense is going to be a little bit weaker here for Nemesis on the eastern side of the map. Uh, it seems like they've put a lot of barb on that west side, especially for office. They're really worried that that's where they're going to be coming from.
Josh in the south with the KI looking to get some
Oh,
early
and this is going to be
damage.
early damage. Here we go. Oh, and the walls. Oh my gosh, the absolutely destruction. Farrell gets in and Josh swings on two more. I told you about this guy. He is absolutely insane. The
That
amount of
was
damage this lay
beautiful.
down. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Josh with the triple off the start. This is travesty.
Stars and Diagri not even coming away unscathed.
Yeah.
Oh.
Death now waiting. Gonna try to get a shot. I think he's just being... Oh, yeah, there's a blocker there, so he doesn't quite see him. Oh, that was a nice flash. Okay, Death backing up. Oh, wait, he's gonna get found. Ooh, okay, Diagre cleaning the corners. Very good, very good. I just still can't get over how many people Josh killed with that KR. Man, that was so many people.
I think Mace with the knack really caused the issue.
Oh, really? Off of the red door, too? Oof.
Yeah, he did some damage, and it caused them to turn around to try and deal with that and let Josh get more damage.
I mean, we're down to a minute here as Fierce scrambles to try to recoup after this initial blow. It looks like they're completely oh, and a molly goes out on the backside of this club too, splitting Diagre as he tries to challenge into 3 defenders. It's just a no-go. Star's the only man left. He's got to make a play here. This is the last round, so he's gonna have to push in. Smith did get taken out, but Roadrunner absolutely puts a period on this chapter.
That was a beautiful play. That was perfectly coordinated, perfectly timed. Clearly, they had some communication. Josh saw they were there, told Mace to shoot. He then shot. And then, of course, you know, it was just the game skill that this team has. They were just able to come in and, I mean, it was Josh and Mace. I mean,
Yeah.
that's what you expect from those players.
Hey, doors are not bulletproof, so yeah, take this into your games in the future. You can shoot through those if you see them or you think they're going to be going that direction. Take some cheeky shots out the side of the door, maybe.
Domes, aside from dome doors, exterior doors are thick, which means most guns can go through them.
Yep.
Yes,
All
we're
right.
back on lawful dataless. Again, well, I don't think there's much more to say about this map than what we said last time. Again, you're gonna have your anchors playing over here on the left, and your lurks playing over here on the right, and really you have to play off this generator. As for an attack, we can see Nemesis. They want to go hard and fast through docks. We have 2 Molotovs and an auto shotgun marked for that dock store. I don't know if this is a hard call from Fierce, but they're ready for that push. You know, I think if any team can make the dock push work, it's gonna be Nemesis. They have the gunplay to do it. They have the flash placement to do it. If they can get in there, if they can establish themselves, let them be safe in at least some corner somewhere, they'll probably win. But if Fierce is able to keep them outside, get set up for that push, or even just get a few picks off on the initial entry without losing anyone, I think it's going to go Fierce. The docks play here is a really big risk-reward because docks is just an open area. You know, on the map it kind of looks like it's a little oasis in the giant vastness that is Factory, but no. It has 0 cover, nothing blocking its sides, and that's just going to completely leave you exposed. The only thing you have to hide behind there is the forklift. We do see there's some exclamation points in the truck. I don't know if Nemesis plans to go in there and use that as some cover, or they just want to clear that. Either
They're gonna
way,
use those as wall bangs.
yeah. Yeah, going in truck, that's risky, as you can just close the door.
Definitely. And we're seeing a knack on Factory. I love it. We're seeing a knack-tory right here. It does look like they didn't take that auto shotgun and decide on a knack and said, yes, there's some of that wall bang. There's the back of that truck. Mace moving around for that back flank. But Farrell and Diagre are both waiting for him. As, nope, he's now quickly abandoning that and rotating back. Yes. As they've now breached in that southern side, I think he's just waiting to show that it was like he was just trying to feign it. As they're doing the push, flashes go out. Daxi slightly flash, tries to lay some fire down, but immediately we see Josh and Death take out 2. Diagre does pick up Mace in the back, so that means he can reinforce out the front here, but they have already been, the defenders are hemmed in on this right side of the map, while attackers now own the left. Another 2 more flashes on Generator as Roadrunner pushes in. Gets crossfired though, that's great. Does take out Diagre as Death picks up Stars. Oh my gosh, it's all coming apart right now as Farrell's left to try to rotate through his own barbed wire. He knows he's going to get pinned down as he tries to take shots. And that's it. Smith gets the defuse while he's covered by his other 2 teammates.
Falling
really
back
clean
to get the clacker. Yep, Smith recovers the clacker.
Smith
Death goes down.
That's Saber. Josh does get the cleanup kill though.
4 seconds.
Saber is
Will
down.
Smith get it?
2, 1. He does.
He does.
Having the ammo. Alright.
And that was a really good play from Nemesis. I expected them to go a lot harder and faster, but rather than rushing in, which is what Fierce also expected them to do, they kind of waited outside, got a few picks. Fierce really didn't rotate in position. They kind of set up a defense into the right side of the map, which is where the attackers didn't need to go to begin with, which allowed the attackers to get bomb control and then force the defenders to push them. So all in all, really good play from Nemesis.
Yeah, really good flashes there too. One through the upper window and then one in through the main door, which definitely hit a Daxi, if not anybody in the center area on that generator, which left only one position that really needed to get covered, and that's where we saw that pick off long range down at the back of the generator. So really good opening salvo here by Nemesis versus Fierce.
Nemesis looking like they're going to use the wall charge to come in and take storefront. Again, I guess they're not thinking about using the wall charge for that next map on Kill House. Again, wall charge storefront just really strong. Obviously, we saw Fierce unsuccessful with it. Again, it's these crossfires you can get. Those are really devastating. I think that's where we saw a lot of Fierce players get gunned down early on, and then bring it down to just a Daxi who tried, but was beaten by Roadrunner. Road with that shotgun in the corner, just able to hit him a little sooner.
I'm interested to see if Fierce is gonna hit them with their own medicine here too, and open up storefront and see if they can get some shots on that as well.
I mean, it is a potentially powerful play. If you can get that damage, if you can get a few picks even through that, you're gonna be in a good position. We do see Marbles, the Igmar, Adaxi with the Lagros, Farrell with the Lagros, Stars with the Gruber. These are all guns that you'd want to challenge the storefront with. And so I think they might. I'm ready for it. But so is Nemesis.
There it is, store open. Lots of crossfiring going on, but it looks like there's been just good chip damage on both sides, but that does favor the defenders. And again, they open up again, and finally Farrell takes out Josh. And Smith in the crossfire, this is paying off, giving Nemesis a taste of their own medicine. Both teams know, okay, it looks like they're finally leaving it closed. We'll see if they want to go for one more round here. Alright, there's the wall charge. And again, Daxi laying down shots on Mace, but the return frag, he had nowhere to go, stuck in that back corner. Marbles rotating back. The Molly finally dies out as both teams prepare to move in. Death swinging out his angles right now with Roadrunner. Oh, it's double snipers too. How unfortunate that they got those 2 kills out with double snipers watching that storefront. Alright, Flash goes in. Mace leads the charge, another flash. Oh, a pick off from Death on Diagre in the back. Meanwhile, they move in. Death laying down shots, but Feral gets the crossfire on Roadrunner. Mace in the storefront trying to get an additional angle off of Stars. Death has that west side of the map pinned down right now as Marbles tries to make his way around. Mace just waiting in this corner. Stars can call out what's happening here. Oh, here we go. He's trying to challenge on the teller hole. Death pushing in. Feral waiting patiently. All right, they've now coalesced. Oh, Feral from behind gets Death. It's down to Mace. With 20 seconds left and no utility. He's running with the KR. He's pushing back on this one side. He is in such a difficult spot here with 2 defenders in this teller.
Round already
trying to rotate it. Oh, he gets one. As Stars double crossed. Oh, that's not great. But he's just out of time. As Stars finally wins the wall or the door duel.
Potential for the recovery of both the mop and the saber. We already see the saber get picked up.
Yeah.
Will Stars get the mop?
I think he's running for it right now. 5 seconds.
No, they don't want the mop.
Got a KR. He got his KR.
I mean, I guess, yeah, going into a kill house, a mop isn't exactly the best gun. A KR is probably going to do you a lot more favors. So that does make sense. Very good round from Fierce.
Yeah, giving Nemesis a little bit of taste of that cheeky play they saw earlier, right? You see them do it once, well, why not? That play worked really well for them, and they're probably going to do Storefront. It is Nemesis, right?
Yeah, that's what they're going to do. Yeah, no, coming into that round, it was 1-3, and that is just a score that is hard to look at. But now 2-3, Fierce is back in the game.
Yeah,
they're strong. They have a chance to take this. They're only down by 1.
Yeah,
if they can win this defense.
Too. Yeah, definitely. I'm liking these barb placements. I hope that they try to use that green door as well. Try to get some picks. Don't just give up kitchen, because that gives a lot of. You might say. Kitchen is not a great room, but man, these appliances that line the walls here give you a lot of actual cover, and then you can still fire out through these walls. So it gives you a good wall bang angles if you allow people in the kitchen.
The sinks are one-way bangable. So if you're in kitchen, you can shoot out into the other rooms through the sinks, and they can't shoot you back.
Yeah, it gives you at least a little bit more cover. So that's one thing that I was kind of thinking about with that room. Auto shotgun looks like coming out here. Finally, for
auto shotgun and backstage. That could be devastating. If Nemesis goes into backstage and is either low on flashbangs or just tries to push club and ignores this top corner, auto shotgun could be beautiful.
I would point out this office.
Yeah, they do want to go to office.
I'm a little bit worried about the defensive nature of where Fierce is setting up their defenses and what Nemesis is planning to do here.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Nemesis put all their barbed wire on that office. They were scared of it.
Yeah.
Fierce didn't even acknowledge it, and that might come to hurt them.
Got one. I think Adaxi's got one for this.
Oh, he's counterclocking it.
Oh, is he? Yeah. Oh, he is. Oh, that is so brutal. Who is the sacrifice? And Feral takes one, but immediately gets put down by Mace in retort. So Josh is down. He was the big player on this last time, so...
Honestly...
Schmidt trying to get up and places perfectly. Adaxi now scrambling to get that wire down as he falls back. Diagre waiting on the corners here. Oh, a good molly to hold. Really nice. Diagre just laying down some additional fire. Mace slowly working his way through this reception here. As Roadrunner finally pushes in. Oh, he's taken out by Adaxi, but he did take out Diagre. A lot of trades here. It's down to a 3v3 right now. Another molly going out. Mace trying to lay down just some wall penetration fire. Adaxi charging with that auto shotgun into the corner. Smith, meanwhile, working his way around. Stars has found himself kind of... Oh, Adaxi wants the backstage. Gets Smith. It's down to Mace again. Oh, he's on bomb. Oh, flanked by Adaxi. It takes it to a tie game so far.
And a Daxi with that auto shotgun getting a 4-piece can't feel good for Nemesis.
Absolutely, ran over Nemesis. I was a little bit worried about that, but it looked like they were able to really recover after Smith got that perfect door placement without getting blown up too.
Yeah.
Kudos to him he did not have to be the sacrificial lamb there. He was able to kind of just tap that bomb on the door and then fall back before it exploded. So no, that
If you
was
just get
great.
into that range, if you're right on the outside of that range, especially to the side, you don't take any damage.
Hmm. Yeah,
But if you're
there is a little dead zone for those bombs where you can get that without getting killed.
That's risky. If you're not paying attention, you just get exploded.
Yeah, for sure.
We are now on the first dome of this game, Fortuna Terror. Um, Interesting. We got a nice little observation here. Does provide a lot of view onto jungle and base. However, bomb is in pit, so that is going to be probably the key of this map. You have a lot of these places that you can put barbed wire to just lock down angles, and you have very nice raised sight lines over onto most of the pit.
Mm.
Um, so it's really going to be interesting to see how Nemesis wants to take this map, and how Fierce really wants to defend it. It looks like Fierce is putting a lot of barbed wire around and in observation. That could be really strong for them. Um, and they're definitely they have the barb set up so that the push into jungle is going to get slowed down at least a little bit. Um, but yeah, no, I think we're gonna see most of Fierce's players playing observations, ruins, pit, and maybe one player playing in the jungle, either up on the raised ruins area or down in the log area. Um, they are seemingly expecting a beach play. They have the line drawn on there. Nemesis not giving me anything to work with, so they have a smoke grenade set on the on beach. So I guess they're going there. They're just gonna green it, and if they can do that, I mean, they're Nemesis. They just take this ridge line and they just shoot Feral and a Daxi, and Diagra's gonna peek them to try and help, and he's gonna go down too.
Yeah, I'm surprised at how few long-range weapons we're seeing here on Fierce as well, right? It does look like this is going to be an observation push while two are just absolutely hauling it on the beach. Mason Roadrunner just advancing up that side while the team works their way around through observation. Surprisingly, Ops not that strong of a room on this map, I think, or I feel like base is a much stronger area. All right, observation cleared out, perfectly done. Nobody there, as Fierce has fallen back to the pit and hiding off of that jungle side as Josh takes the opening shots off that door off the pit. As Marbles trying to get some trades. Not much as the flash goes out. Marbles is taken down, and Diagra has to run for the hills. This push is so strong coming in through ruins, and the defenders have not yet pushed in through this. Daxter tries to make the swing, but there's just so much firepower. Oh, finally a return kill from Diagre, but they have the full control over this. Feral finally picks off Mace and Smith. Okay, Roadrunner now. Feral's just got to go for the kills here. Oh, nice try, but Roadrunner takes him out at the end. It just felt like there was no defenses set up for that. The attackers had free run into the pit. They never had to stop pressing W.
I believe it was Marbles playing an observation, just fell back, run away, rather than trying to hold on this on the video screen and just get a pick or two. You know,
Yeah,
the way
barbed
you can
wire off
really,
that ops would have even have been really good. Just
yeah,
don't place it right away. Just hold it as a fallback barb, right? Because even if somebody does, even if they just did beach, you chuck that on the door by pit, or you chuck that on the walkway through pit, and now all of a sudden they have to slog through something, right?
yeah.
So
It seemed like Fierce's defense was to just keep moving backwards, and eventually backwards put them outside of the bomb room.
yeah, yeah, absolutely. Or they got cornered, right?
Yeah.
And that was kind of the dueling errors in that defense there. So yeah, a little bit more on trying to hold the maybe the ops doors is best, but we find ourselves on Unjust Ghost. Another long range map too. This is a little bit maybe that's why we didn't see as many long range weapons on that first map.
Well, I'd almost say this map is less long range than that dome. This is a rather small factory, all things considered. Honestly, I don't think I've seen a factory quite this small in a while. Um, but yeah, we got the new Raise Silos room that some of the level team have been experimenting with. I haven't actually personally played on any of these maps yet, but they do look interesting. It's going to cut off a lot of the line of sights that you'd normally have, um, which would make it interesting. But it's also going to add a lot more. Playing up on the silos is going to be very powerful, and I think these teams know it. We see Nemesis planning to breach up onto there, but we got plans from Fierce to try and counter that. We're going to have someone playing up on these pipeworks, just looking over onto the door. If that's the Mop, if that's an Igmar, that could do some serious damage. Green double barb on that. They don't want that split play, and I think Nemesis might be planning to do that. If Nemesis, yeah, if they send a team silos to just secure the line of sights, and then have the actual team come in through servers, that's gonna let them take bomb real easy. Although I feel like both teams are neglecting this storage door, which is really powerful. It's gonna let you get access to silos and bomb really fast.
Yeah, definitely. Especially if you want to just do a use a door charge and hold that wall charge possibly for the next map. Does look like it's going to be a green push here, though. Servers is pretty well locked down here, though, by Diagre and Feral, so this is going to be a hard push. As Feral takes a couple pot shots. Yep, damage down already. Feral gets one as he takes down Roadrunner with that Lagras. Adaxi waiting to follow up. Smith just trying to put fire down, but isn't finding anybody right now. Diagre falling back as he finally swings around and with the combined firepower and with stars takes out Josh. Smith now running around trying to find a way into this as he starts to come in. A shot from the back. Adaxi drops him right there. Oh my goodness. They end up taking out the door, and Death does get Diagre off this back side, but the damage has already been done here. Another door charge from Mace? Did they just open up every door?
No, so what happened is the silos door was kicked down by Daxi and had barb put in it. And
Gotcha.
so, in order to try and relieve Smith, Mace went to go blow that door, although he was a little slow. I think there was some small miscommunication that occurred. If Smith had just kind of held servers and waited for Mace to get there, they could have taken it from two angles, and I think that would have gone better for them.
Gotcha. I missed the door kick on that upper red silo, so absolutely good play. You saw Mace try to do an audible and come in through that storage spot, but it immediately got taken down by a Daxi. So nice try for Mace, but it's looking like Death goes with a save off of this. He's watching that window though, so he could pick up somebody if somebody gets greedy.
Daxi does have the clacker.
Yeah, he does. There is a nice sight line here, so this could get kind of dicey if somebody walks up to that green door. But with that clacker too, Marble's sitting with the sniper, Feral with his Ingmar, and Stars with an Ingmar. I don't think they're really not interested in picking any more corpses.
No. Game's now tied 4-4.
What a interesting turn of events here that we're watching Nemesis come out of the gate with. You saw Fierce take the first round and then just a 3-banger by Nemesis, and now not only that, but the defenses have been so good by both teams. Both attack and defense has been really enjoyable to kind of watch. We just had that one little squiffy defense from Fierce on that one other factory, but this was so much better. Worlds better.
Yeah. No, I think a lot of these top teams have really looked and seen that the meta is so attacker driven right now at the high level that it was coming down to just who got attacker in those middle rounds.
Mm-hmm.
And so they learned how to play defense. And these teams are now actually really good at playing defense. I think the flashbang changes, while I think the concussion effect is still a little overpowering, these teams are learning how to play around it, and flashbangs are more avoidable now. So flash placement is a little bit more important. Now, I think Nemesis is probably the team that can do flash placement the best. Um, but even then, throwing one flash, if you throw one flash perfectly for one guy, it's no longer also going to be perfect for the second guy across the room. So, I think that's the key, and that Nemesis is going to learn how to needs to relearn how to flow flashbangs a little bit, and Fierce is also going to just need to learn how to throw flashbangs in general. Get to Nemesis's level on the flashbang throws. Obviously, though, these defenses really strong. This C-store, we do have the storefront drop C-store, so we're not going to see the wall charge come out here, which is going to be, I think, this map's going to be very interesting. We have the bomb in bathroom. That's going to be a prime spot for shotguns and knacks. Even the storage and office next to the bathroom. Going to be really good places to play close quarters, and you can even wait in reserves, wait for all the flashbangs to go out into bathroom, and then push in. That's probably going to be the play to make here. Fridges is also just going to be a important place to hold, because it's got power and it's got your only route into freezer. Overall, this is a very interesting map, and I'm excited to see how it's going to play out.
Yeah, I'm surprised we're not seeing more defense coming in towards these fridges. There's a wall charge left for the attackers, but there's not a lot of walls for them to use them on, if that makes sense. As we see the storefront play begin to come out here, Farrell's trying to get some shots to swing out. He's now trapped in there with Roadrunner as Roadrunner puts an end to that little cheeky bit of play. We see that the defenders are now kind of starting to hunker down in these last two rooms, and I find that very dangerous for defenders when you're stuck in these very small points. Marbles does get a shot off on Mace. As Diagre is trying to put down some shots off of Death as well. Daxi just waiting on his backside. Attackers trying to bundle up. Oh, that Molly does so much damage. The attackers are so hurt right now. As they're trying to find a way in. Oh, Diagre finally gets a pick on Smith as they do start to push in. Diagre tries to get the swing as he was flashed. Oh, Daxi finally goes down though. This is looking great for attackers. Oh, they're so on such little health though. Marbles finally gets taken out. Stars working his way around. It is all up to him now. It's a 1v2 with two attackers that are so hurt. Pushes in, but he's taken out right at the end. Oh, if only they knew how hurt Josh was after he gets that 3K. That just felt like things started really to break down. I think Adaxi just needed to be patient and wait. Right? Like, yeah. He ran in and just got murdered, and he just needed to wait until they pushed in a little bit closer. That was so close. Oh my gosh, he's got 15 health left.
I would say that probably the mistake that both teams made was getting way too clumped up. If Fierce had just played the side rooms a little bit more, I think that would have helped them a lot. They wouldn't have all died when the first flashbang went into bathroom, and instead they could have had more than just Stars coming from the side and do some damage. And I mean, at that point, I think Stars was out of ammo for his knack, and he was just down to a pistol.
Yeah, I also would have really have liked to see Daxi swing around the backside with that auto shotgun. At some point, you gotta go for the throat, right? Like it just. You knew the attackers are all bogged down in there. They're all stuck in there. That nobody's ever come around or swung to either especially your side. It kind of leaves you open to be like, okay, maybe I can, if they start pushing in, Marbles and them can let me know and they start getting there, and I can take a hightail and try to push around.
Definitely. Of course, we have the side switch. We have Fierce back on attack. Nemesis on defense. Obviously, this has been a very defense-focused game. So maybe we're going to see Nemesis get the 2 rounds they need right here off the bat, or we're not going back to that C-store. But, I mean, it's still anyone's game. Fierce obviously has to play a perfect game from here on out. Nemesis just needs one more to secure the tie. This has been a really great game so far.
Yeah, great ops wire here, too.
Yeah, that observation wire is going to be really strong. They have some playing it. Now, obviously, Fierce is going beach. So this is this wouldn't be good for this situation. But with this observation, if beach wasn't a factor, you could have someone playing up on the stairwell and kind of peeking in using these video screens to try and contest. The issue, of course, you're exposed to the video screens. But if they haven't rounded the corner fully, you should be good to just rapidly side peek. That's
Yeah,
going to
and I
keep you at a
think if you
distance.
get this ramp right, you can actually hop this corner and
Yeah.
get onto this to be able to charge ops.
Oh.
This
Oh,
is going to be a
that's
3-2 split too, so yeah, this will be an interesting go of things because this door, I believe, also is underneath, so you enter in through the water,
yeah. You have
right?
to enter
Which
in
leaves a
and go
lot
all
of
the way.
like I'd have a lot of fear coming in through this door because anybody up above you is gonna rain hell.
Oh yeah, those rope bridges are evil.
All right, smoke goes out on beach. As we see the initial shots kind of coming out from Adaxi and Diagre. Star's kind of watching that other cross angle. Smith just chilling. Okay, starts laying down some trade fire. Marble's working his way up off the beach. Josh watching off that Ops, though. He is going to be able to make the call-outs and gets the pick. Oh, Ops is so hard. You have to rush that Ops. You cannot just let that sit. Meanwhile, Adaxi did get dropped out in that side part as well.
Feral,
This is so
clearly
brutal.
not reading the patch notes, trying to wallbang death on ballistic walls.
Oh, good frag, though, from Feral. Cleans out Josh watching that angle. Mesa is the backup here. Oh, Roadrunner. It's just every angle is pinned down right now by Nemesis, and it sucks because Fierce just does not have a lot of options here. As soon as Stars works up the stairs, it's either Smith or Death is going to peek him, or Roadrunner is going to take him from the opposite side.
Feral trying to shoot through walls he just can't shoot through.
Yeah, it's tough. We see Stars just waiting. Feral working his way, though, so that's good. At least he's going to see. Maybe he gets a pick here? No. Is Roadrunner going to see him? He must be back far enough that the line of sight isn't that good. Okay, here we go. Feral pushing in. Flashes go out. Smith dropped. Oh, Roadrunner with the crossfire, though, is just too much. It's down to Stars now as he tries to work his way up here. Roadrunner and Mace flanking from behind. Oh, here we go. It's the crossfire on the lone man. And Death just takes out his teammate just because.
It's Mace. Why wouldn't you?
Oh, that was so hard. That doorway going over that bridge, the angles are so sharp. There's multiple other positions that you can get shot from coming in on this, right? It's just that kill box feel.
It's
right?
evil. It really needs like a
much.
rock or something just right in
Yeah.
front of the door so there's something.
I mean, I do think that bridge could have been like changed to be solid, and then maybe that would work better. Because then you could run through and be like, you have to make a 180 swing or walk backwards to take whoever's up above you. But yeah, that's just, there's so many peak angles off of that door. It's so hard. An ops push would have been better. A full beach push would have been better.
For sure. I don't know if they even realized that the door was underneath the rope bridge entirely.
That could have been also the scenario that they didn't realize it was going to be an under entry, which makes that push just so much harder. All right,
It looks
does
really
take us
good
to-
at first glance.
I
but-
know. We're at 6-4 now to Nemesis back on Just Ghost here on this factory. This is an interesting factory layout. Yeah.
This is an interesting play from Fierce, using the wall charge on docks to take silos. I guess it's slightly faster than going storage, but definitely more expensive. Although I guess the wall charge isn't really great on the other two maps, so
Yeah,
this
we
might
saw
be the
on
spot
that-
to use it.
We saw it on that on the next C store. It had no use case, right? Besides opening a door. So might as well get all the use you can out of it now. For the next map, I think that's one thing that Nemesis they're like, oh, it's a C store. We're gonna use the wall charge on the storefront, unless there's a map where you can't do that. And then it kind of crumbled their plan a little bit. Even though that was a success in the end, you could tell that they were struggling a little bit more with not being able to just breach storefront, get control of main room, and win. it definitely bogged things down a little bit more for them. So we'll see. This push is going to be countered though by this barbed wire that is going to get laid down here. Oh, I don't think Death is going to put it down yet though.
Yeah, I think he's waiting. Although, I mean, really, what I think Fierce needs to do is they need to
Oh,
get in, get a smoke on their left so they don't have to deal with those long angles and just contest storage and silos, and then move up. There we go. We have the barb down.
I think they were
Smith
trading
with the
items.
shotgun playing close could get big plays here, or could just get gunned down immediately.
Yeah, he is ratting real hard in that corner. That is for certain. It's actually surprising that servers only has Josh waiting with the sniper here on it. Oh, nice. Nice tandem entry here by Adaxi and Farrell as they push in. Smith swings out, tries to get a shot, does, as Diagre is taken out, and Marbles falls too. Oh my goodness, Smith finally throws himself into Adaxi and goes down, but man, the damage has already been done, and that whole side is just locked down right now. Death is just watching off the side here, along with Roadrunner and Mace, as Josh slowly creeps around the side. Farrell, maybe? Nope, does not get the opportunity to take him out, as Adaxi starts laying down some damage onto Death. Oh, I didn't even realize Death had the saber. Oh, that made things amazingly more difficult, as Josh finally takes out Farrell at the long range. Adaxi does take out Death, alright. He's trying to make it work here, but he has very little life versus 3 defenders, so he's gotta take it slow. Josh takes the shot. Oh, gets him with the pistol for the round win. Oh,
Game win.
7-4. Oh man,
Looked really good for Fierce for a little bit there, but
absolutely.
unable to come and finish the job.
Yeah, that 4-7 scoreline is actually a lot closer, let's be real, than what that
Oh,
number
yeah.
is. And I hope Fierce takes that into their mentals going into this next game. That, man, they were really hammering Nemesis pretty hard. And yeah, I think just a few oopsie maps where it was like, oops, we did this. This was not the right play for this map, right? Um, you can just clean that up and go, hey, let's double check to make sure that this door isn't an absolutely death zone. So yeah, really good play from Fierce. This is turning into a way better game than initially expected. I mean, Fierce is a really good team, but they haven't been doing the best throughout the series this year or for this season. But man, they're showing why they were the second round finishers last year. So I think they're kind of getting their groove, getting that playoffs shine.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I think both these teams are coming in with their peak rosters and really just able to show what they can do. Again, that 4-7 score line way closer than it really looks. Obviously, the individual rounds were a lot closer, but I think really just with the best of 12 format, you don't get scores that really look good for any losing team unless it's 5-7, and even 5-7 looks pretty bad.
Yeah, that's true.
Um,
That's true.
you can't lose by 1 in this game.
Yeah.
You can tie. Obviously, tiebreakers, whenever that comes in, will probably change that eventually. But even then, losing in tiebreaker might even be harder than
Yeah,
losing by
than
1.
just getting a tie. Yeah, absolutely. Well, and that's the thing here coming into this as well is, I mean, Fierce has to now win this next game. That is, I mean, when you're Nemesis, you go, okay, well, we've got our first toehold here, and it's kind of easy to just take that next step. So we'll see if Fierce can dig real deep because they have to go 7 wins now.
Yeah,
Or
they have to
for
do
this
it.
next game. Yep.
Or I believe they're out. I don't know. Is there a losers bracket?
I'm unsure. We can ask production when we can bring
Yeah.
that back after we take a. I believe do we want to go into a break here?
Yeah, I think we're gonna go into a quick break and then we're gonna come back with game 2. The first game was amazing. I can't wait to see how game 2 goes with both teams warmed up.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a good series, I think, in the second half.
For sure. All right, see you all when we come back.
Welcome back to the DPO. I'm here with Red again as my co-caster, and we are just getting ready to see the second or epic conclusion here between Nemesis and Fierce. Both teams coming out swinging, I think, in this first show, and that hey, we can take rounds off you pretty easy on attack or defense. So,
Yeah.
what is your assessment here, Red?
I mean, honestly, that game was great. We saw some great plays from both teams. We saw some blunders, but overall, Nemesis just played tighter, had some more successful little outings. Again, I think what the real highlight of that round was the Mace Josh coordinated spawn peak blind fire that they did. That was beautiful. Um, just coming in, I think we can expect to see a lot of similar playing. You know, Fierce, they've subbed out their captain. We now have Gravy instead of Adaxi. I don't know how that's really going to affect their play, but we might see it. We might see it shift a little bit to account for that. Um, Nemesis still going strong. They've still got the strong mental game. They're really just gonna go in and they're gonna be powerful as they always have been. Really, really, I think that these teams they are the clashings of the Titans. Uh, I think we're gonna see another good game from them. What do you think, Z?
Yeah, I mean, in watching Nemesis, it always feels like in the second game, that's when they put the pedal to the metal. So, I mean, we have seen people take Nemesis to game three, but that's normally after taking the first game off of Nemesis. Um, the problem being is that Fierce did not do that. And yeah, switching out Adaxi for Gravy is kind of a question mark here. So, we will have to see where this kind of lies with the between these two teams. I mean, I would say that the really good play that I really enjoyed from Fierce was just watching the hey, we saw you do it, but we can do it better play on that storefront with the opening the windows and just getting multiple picks versus double snipers against the double sniper team. Um, that was really really fantastic to watch. So yeah, it's showing that Fierce can throw the same punch that Nemesis does, and sometimes can do it better. So it's just gonna be where can they capitalize on that going into this next series.
For sure. No, I think this is going to be one of the best games we've had this season. I mean, it's already set out to be with that first game, especially the game with Nemesis. I think this is going to be one of the best, if not the best, Nemesis game. Um, and we're going to go in. I don't know if we're going to hit that third game or not, but Fierce needs to win to do that, and then if they can get it to the third game, but they have a chance to win.
Yeah, yeah, it'll be interesting to see now that they put gravy in instead of marbles. So again, this is my question for coming into this game. But yeah, again, we've just seen such good play from Death and Josh, as well as Mace, Roadrunner, and Smith. These guys have been playing at a pretty high level, so it's exciting to see where they're what they're going to do in this series. Again, it's been interesting, I think, in terms of this game that we've just seen really interesting plays between both teams and some really good surprising, like some good calls. Very methodical play, but just very well executed. And that's why I think this series will be so exciting. Is as long as both teams keep their mentals up and they don't start making mistakes, um, that the other one could capitalize on, we'll continue to see really good games out of both of these teams.
Does look like they're just about getting into game, so we should just be about to see how great this game's going to be.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go say this is gonna be the game of the year, but no, I'm just kidding. I don't want to put that out there just because, yeah, I want to see what happens here between these two. Like I said, Nemesis on their second game always steps it up to another level, and we'll see if Fierce can rise to that.
Yeah, I would imagine letting those 4 rounds go. They're not happy about that. They want the 7-0s. Every time that Nemesis comes in, they want to 7-0 the opponent. I don't know if they've ever truly done that. I think they have in a few games. I don't think they've ever 14-0'd an opponent overall. But I believe that's their goal every time they set foot into due process. And letting 4 rounds slip. They don't want that to happen again. We are coming in. We're seeing Fierce on defense, Nemesis on attack, coming in on a C-store. This C-store actually very defendable. We'll see if Nemesis sticks to their tried and true go through the front door method, or if they're going to change it up. Because again, I think this is a very defendable storefront. We have Freezer, which is very strong, able to get a lot of line of sights. Tellers, you can get angle onto bomb. You can do it through the teller's door, or I believe through the teller's port if you angle yourself down enough. Barbed wires coming out in some good spots to control. You put a knack or a Lagros up in office, or even in storage. That's going to give you a lot of map control. You just get those wall bangs through. Arcade. Arcade has a nasty line of sight onto where Fierce thinks they're going to blow, but even if they blow where they are, that's still going to be pretty powerful. There's a lot of good spots to hold on this map, and if any team's going to be able to clear it out properly, it's going to be Nemesis. Get those flashbangs right where they need to go. We see Mace identifying that arcade line of sight. I can almost expect a flashbang going right in there, or a smoke coming down to protect that side. Really, really strong. It does look like Nemesis might take this shed and use the window, or Fierce might try to use the window against them.
I definitely was going to point that window too, so good call on that.
Yeah. Oh, that is a grenade window, so I don't know if either team's actually going to be able to peek it.
All right, so are we going to see another cheeky storefront play? Shutters are down currently. All right, Smith gets the explosive on, and here we go. As it is opened up, first melee goes out. Roadrunner waiting. Oh, and they open up the storefront now. Oh, man. Trying to get shots out. Diagre gets the pick off of this. This is why storefront plays are not always great, because a team that knows how to use it can start forcing you into this really, really dangerous situation as Roadrunner gets picked off from Feral again. Such, like you said, those shots coming off the back. Diagre does get taken out. Mace now pushing stars. He is stuck inside this teller, and Mace can enter in through here. He is tucked in the back there and does get taken out ultimately. As we see Gravy working his way around, Adaxi gets picked off by Smith, who has storefront on lockdown. This is looking pretty dire actually for defenders now after that initial opening. And Gravy tries to work his way around, but Smith, again, just holding that angle, picks off 4. All right, for as cheeky as that wall opening was for the storefront and the initial pick on Josh, Smith made that work for him to the nth degree.
Yeah, that was a really good play from Nemesis. They were really able to secure that. It didn't look good at the start due to the that early picks they got on Roadrunner and Josh, but they didn't lose anyone else, and Feral was just left in the freezer, unable to do anything.
Yeah, it's just a good positioning here from Smith and had his head on a swivel to be able to try to watch multiple angles here to make sure that nobody is getting rotated. And Gravy kind of just was left out. He's got a shotgun. He's got to get in close, but he has to run across the entire storefront to do so. There's just no way you're going to get in on that.
Yeah, that is the downside. I think he would have done better with a knack. That would have allowed him to at least wallbang.
Knacker, I think Gravy should have been probably playing in Teller with the shotgun to just try to hold that close angle. And then if anybody charged him, he actually could, put up a fight. But instead, Stars just kind of got left getting charged by multiple people with a shotgun and an AP. And it's just his Gruber is never going to hold up to that.
Yeah. Just immediately, I'd actually predicting the office play, which is a strong play. However, there is a lot of potential wallbangs to deal with. I guess you can't really wallbang that. Again, Nemesis looking at that too. I guess they've drawn arrows on everything. I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, I think they're trying to look at how many rooms do you have to go through to get to the bomb? All right, if it's more than 2, we're not gonna do that.
I mean, it's all about the flash economy, and you divide your flashes into how many per room. Obviously, I think this office, you'd want to get one at least back here and back here. Those would be the 2 spots, but you can clear those out pretty easily, I think, without them. And then going into the club, you're going to want to flash on stage. You're going to want to flash on bomb. You're probably just going to want to flash in the middle of the room. And that's really going to lock it down. This entryway, though, this is a very nasty little entryway. You get a lot of lines of sight onto you. Whereas pushing in from the club, from hallway, that's just a lot nicer to push through. You're pushing through these 2 wide gaps, and then you take stage. You don't have to go through a green door. So, interesting to see. It does look like they have decided to split reception and hall. That's going to give them a lot of map control. Presumably, the reception team is mainly going to be there to counter Diagri, who is playing reception, and then support their team in hall. Yeah, I think this will go well for Nemesis if they can get their flash placement down like they usually do. We do see that Fierce really not prepped for this attack. They have 1 barbed wire set there. In fact, they've really just gone for a general play and have barbed off 1 barb for each entrance.
Yeah.
It's really going to come down to their ability to shoot.
Diagri waiting patiently up on this too. Oh, and Mace immediately gets taken down by Feral. Oh my goodness. Adaxi laying down with the auto shotgun. Doesn't find very much here. Roadrunner kind of evading all the shots here as the molly goes out. Smith working his way in. Frag goes out long though, but does not clear the barbed wire now. That means that they're going to have to trudge through this. It's looking like because Smith missed that frag, they're going to rotate and now try to push through reception. They have kind of gotten a toehold here on this backside of club though, with Josh just waiting patiently to bust in. Oh, the wall bangs are starting to ring out now. Adaxi needs to start doing some more. Feral with another. But he is flashed. He has got a hightail out of there. Gravy finally picks up 1 as Death starts pushing it. Roadrunner picks up Feral off that backside, but Stars cleans up. It's down to Roadrunner. But he is behind. Oh, they know where he is now. He just kicked in the door. Adaxi coming in, trying to pistol whip. But going all by his lonesome gives Roadrunner this auto shotgun. This could turn out real bad. Really bad. I mean, I think he had 1 more drum of ammunition at least. Gravy trying to look for some more little wall peekies. Alright, Roadrunner switching up to the Lagras. Nope, switching back. Has now decided to switch out.
I think he
Gravy
emptied
now
the
alert.
auto shotgun mag.
Yeah, I think he
so
did.
They can't get it back.
Oh, Gravy! Oh, sweet Gravy. Gets Roadrunner as he had snuck into the office. Oh, boy.
He's a little shotgun kiss.
So Mace ends up dying out in that early bit, too. So the question is do the defenders get any gear? They had a lot of time to loot.
Yeah. I mean, that was a really good round from Fierce. Obviously, Feral coming in, just dominating. Really getting those early picks that his team needed, delaying the push. Obviously, the barb not getting blown up really hurt Nemesis too, and kind of split them in half, which made them easier targets.
Yeah, that I would say that the long frag from Smith trying to get Feral, even though Feral was fully tucked behind cover, questionable decision there. Instead of removing the barbed wire up close for them to be able to just rush. And that's the one thing that Nemesis normally likes to do is get into position quickly. It kind of caused a little bit of confusion, and nobody wanted to push through that barbed wire, so people started kind of rotating back, right? Like they were trying to close the jaws. Josh had rotated north, but they couldn't quite get it closed.
For sure. Now we're coming in on Operation Thor Trumpet. This is going to be our factory map for the half, and it's another one of these with the new silos and generator. Generator, haven't seen that prop for a while, and then it's just kind of come back in the last 2 weeks.
In a big way.
Yeah. I know this map, fairly wide open like most factories, although, again, this factory seems kind of small compared to some of the later ones. I'd almost say that we're seeing a regression back to the smaller factories, which I'm a little bit of a fan of.
Hey, I like smaller factory as well. Nobody wants to cover 72 9-mile sightlines, so I'm glad we're starting to get more to this close quarters combat sort of feeling here.
Definitely. Yeah, no, it does look like Nemesis want to. I think they want to come in the green door here. They want a full green, which it makes sense. They lost that charge.
Yeah,
Um,
I would say just a simple barbed wire right here could do a lot of damage with being able
yeah.
to pop up and anywhere on this generator, right?
You got so many head peek angles too because of these the little half cover things, or not a
Yeah,
half cover, third
the
cover
walls, yeah.
railings. Yeah, I know that's going to be a place to hold, and I think that's why we saw. I mean, if Nemesis pushes there, Death does have a clacker and a door charge. I think they are going to go silos to try and clear out that back area.
Farrell does try to get that opening shot, but did not go off, and Tiagre is so in trouble. He is stuck back here, and Mace just gets the swing on him. Meanwhile, off the backside, Silos, Death and Smith get that to go off. Smoke goes in. Farrell picks up one. Daxi trying to do some work with this with this knack. Oh, but Roadrunner has now pushed him. Farrell gets a second up on that backside. Josh goes down in retort off Farrell's 3K, but Roadrunner does pick him up right after. Greavy! Oh, Smith with the long shots. It's down to stars right now, V2. He does have Generator to work with here, though, but Smith, I mean, he can't peek. If he peeks this, he's dead. Yep. There he goes.
Not much you can do in that situation.
No, but Smith picking up where Death left off, man. He came in, he gets taken out pretty quickly, but then is able to just lay down the sniper fire. Oh, so close. Farrell with that 3K too. So well done.
Yeah, that was. Ooh, that was a very fast round.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I was trying to figure out how people got into the positions they did, but just trying to follow. I don't know how Gravy got into storage. He must have rotated down and tried to flank, but then Smith picked him up from across the map. Just a crazy series where yeah, the silos got taken, but that wasn't the main force, and the main force ended up doing a lot of work. It actually tried to make it work in the middle of the map with that knack, but I mean, the attackers were already on top of him while Roadrunner was pushing. So yeah, that was a fast round.
Very fast. Coming in, we've got the first side switch. We now have Nemesis on defense, Fierce on attack. Fierce already putting down the wall charge marker. We know what they're
Yep.
gonna do.
Yep. When this is hey, bombs in storefront. Why have to deal with any other part of this map, right? Let's deal with the first correspondent rooms, and that's all we need to do. Yes, I do like this adjustment play that you're drawing here, because one good flash in through this window. Although I will say
You don't
somebody
have
could
to
just
deal with all the issues, and then you can take bathroom to freezer so easy. It's
yeah.
just
Well, you
better.
just hold this door. You don't even need
Yeah.
to do anything. You
Well,
just
I mean,
wait.
you need to
Hold
clear
the
freezer
door.
out to defuse. So.
Oh yeah, that's true. So you'd have to push bathroom in for that.
Yeah.
I'd also worry about somebody kicking this red door down if you were trying to throw the flash in to try to just get the chip damage off of here, but
I mean, as long as you're prepared, you could have someone ready to throw the flash and someone covering the red door, and
yeah,
then have
that's true
the other
too.
three push in.
Yep. This is true.
But yes, the plan they're actually doing, they're gonna go storefront. It looks like they are gonna push arcade and try and get power. That could be interesting. We have seen an Elites change in this most recent update that makes them a whole lot less powerful, especially on storefront. So I
Yeah,
think
the change is that there is a light when E-lights go out that shine on either side of the door, and shooting just one side will eliminate both.
well, only for the like square Elites that are over most doors. The ones that are over tellers and the ones in factory don't have that yet. But hopefully they will soon.
Alright, Fierce on their way, sending stars way up to the north to kind of rotate on this high side. That's strange. He's back behind this wall, which is really blocked off here for him to be able to... Storefront open, cheeky shots coming out. Adaxi trying to... Ooh, Gravy gets picked off way in the back here. More shots coming out on this storefront play. Farrell picks up one off of Josh in the... Oh, that leaves Arcade exposed. So unless they rotate somebody that direction, they're gonna have some issues here. Roadrunner, just waiting patiently with the shotgun. Frag goes out, clears the wire. Stars just waiting on this backside for Adaxi to let him in. Smith? Oh, gets the kill. He pushes in on Stars and takes a second. Oh my gosh, this man is putting in work right now for Nemesis. It is down to Diagre and Feral as they're trying to just fall back. It might be worth chucking the clacker somewhere just to hide it for Diagre. That would always be on my mind if we're that low on people. Flash goes out. Smith slightly hit, but it's not been... Yeah, Flash is now gone. I think he's holding a molly now on that green door. Oh, did pick up the DL too. Oof. Mace now watching off of this teller. Oh no, Feral. No, don't peek it. Alright, Death moving out. It's up to Diagre. No, Death. Wow, the shotgun crew comes up clutch in this game.
I mean, those shotguns, they're scary.
Now, he did drop Diagre, but I don't think he saw that he had the clacker. Oh, he's gonna go check now. Alright. Oh, did he make it in time? That's the real question.
I mean, he has the extra few seconds to spam F, but if he didn't see it in that time...
I don't know if he made it to the body in time is the difficulty there.
Yeah. I mean, it was looking like this for Nemesis before. 3-1. This is where Fierce really came back and made themselves known. Are they going to do it again?
Yeah, definitely here.
Other wall charge opportunities that, you know. Plenty of them. Look, if you got green, you could double charge. That's a good one, too. Although you have to get there, which is almost certainly a double. It does look like Fierce wants to split Office and Green. That's going to allow them to really pincer the north of Club, which is going to be really powerful. It means that the Office crew's really just going to have to contest with Bar, and the Reception crew's really just going to have to contest with Stage. And that could really help them. If they're able to get this far, I think this could go well for them. However, Nemesis...
Yeah, Bar's going to offer some good cover there, too, yeah.
They're really setting up for a defense here. We do see very similar barbs. In fact, the exact same barbs getting set out by Nemesis. +1. They're going to use a 4th barb on the reception door. That's just going to make it really hard to challenge that. Anyone playing bar or reception desk is going to just really be able to give the team going reception a lot of trouble before they even make it into the room with wallbangs. Office, we don't see many players over on Office side. We see most of them centered kind of around the reception side. And the Office team is the bigger team. This could be bad. It's really going to come down to Smith with the auto shotgun, who's playing all the way down in Hall. Oh no, he's going backstage. Office is basically a free take. Yeah. Roadrunner and Death are playing over on stage. They could rotate into the backstage to try and get some wall bangs.
Does Josh get Feral, or does Feral get Josh here? Here's the real question. Oh, they're worried about that peek, too, if they push that green door. Gravy should be watching behind him. Oh, Feral gets the pick. I would have been worried if Mace could have done one of them cheeky, just standing there with a machine gun while Josh gives the call out again, but Mace trying to put in some wall bangs with that Gruber as Diagre and Daxi and Stars start sticking up. They're putting in a lot of work to making sure that they're making a ruckus. Alright, Wallbanks is going out. Oh, the kill coming through for Roadrunner. It's a double. You gotta clear the barb. He's watching from the stage. It leaves it down to a 4v3. As now they have to try to push through, and they have no frag to they haven't taken any frag to clear any of these wires, so it's gonna, you have to just walk through it at this point. Oh, the wall bangs coming through from Smith and a molly just to continue to delay. We're down to a minute here, and we have what, Stars with 2 flashes and a smoke grenade. I mean, this bar's on lockdown. Daxi tries to push in. Smoke goes out. One good's gun down. Oh, they're just pushing through this wire. Double mollies. Death gets taken out. Okay. Jagray and Stars now set up in this room. Smith trying to rotate. Diagre puts down shots on range. Roadrunner trying to take some shots. Smith is over the top of Stars. He peeks out too far. Oh, Roadrunner. Oh, Smith with the KR. Picked it up from, up on the top.
Little
Brutal
weapons,
hold.
hop swat. Yeah, I wasn't sure exactly what Smith was doing with the auto. He obviously had some good wall bangs in backstage, but I feel like it would have been more interesting if we saw him go kitchen. Yes, I guess Diagre was watching that, but especially once they made the push, I think that would have been the play rather than hiding in bar, which really just made him. He couldn't do anything behind bar. That's why he had to risk it and cross, and he took some damage for doing that.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. That was really tough for Fierce because they just did not have the equipment required to execute that plan fully, right? The one barbed wire literally just thwarted, technically two, because the green door push got immediately shut down by Roadrunner with that Ingmar cross map, but such a long angle to have to deal with. And the difficulty here is Fierce is going to be forced to go green now, I believe, because that was two explosive rounds in a row. So
two explosives that they lost.
Yeah, so this is an automatic green door push now, which puts them way behind in terms of just utility and the play. They do have frags, and maybe that's why we didn't see a frag come out there, because they only had one frag left, so they had to make sure that they saved it for the green door push, but it made their red door push just not as strong. So, I mean, I feel like... there's just no good way to slice this at all, because, you're gonna have to have that green door, that frag for the green door.
There are some nasty angles. We already see Fierce drawing those lines, and I wouldn't want to push this.
No, you're gonna have to, yes, this smoke is gonna be a necessity. The hard part is you're gonna funnel into what? Right? You're either going to funnel into the sniper that's watching here, or you're going to funnel into the sniper that's watching off of this door.
You could even put like a knack there and just suppress the
door. Oh, yeah, or just have somebody tucked on this corner, too. So
yeah,
you get this crossfire.
once they put a smoke there, once they get the smoke there, and if you're in this corner, you just push into the smoke and kill anyone who goes in there.
Yep. It's going to be harsh.
This is.
The other option is you'd smoke this just to get your toehold into this section, and then smoke like part of this off so you can try to push out onto this. But again, this generator, I would have at least somebody sitting here, if not sitting here, right? And that would be, and then you have your snipers, and then you have your two crossmen, right?
I wonder, did Nemesis not count? They're set up in not
every
the
open
play.
position.
Yeah.
It surprises me that they're unawares. Nate's just watching that door like you do. Oh, they're rotating now. See, it's just... You had the opportunities now, but... First Melody goes out, and Mace gets the first pickup on Diagre. He's been putting in work, too. Clear the wire, my dudes. You've got the frag. Get in now. It's just... They're waiting so long. Defenders are now set up on the whole side of the generator now. Now you're just going to walk into the turkey shoot. So, okay. Mace now backed off. They're all on the secondary positions now. So, yep. Use more utility. The frag goes out for not clearing the barbed wire. Josh picks up Daxi on the north side, but Gravy does pick up the return. Farrell lying down fire with that Saber versus Roadrunner, but takes a lot of damage. And meanwhile, we see Death to pick up Gravy. Stars walks out into the... Farrell picked off by Roadrunner, and Stars dropped right underneath by Smith. Just absolutely obliterated on that round.
5-1 is not the score line I was expecting to see on this match.
This is kind of one of the things that happens with Nemesis, is they kind of wake up into the second game, and their second game just becomes so much better. They get so much stronger as you start watching this. So hopefully Fierce can turn this around. We can see them start taking rounds off of Nemesis, but they're starting to run out of runway here.
Yeah. At this point, they have to play a perfect game.
Yeah, you can go to the... Yeah, technically.
Can we see a comeback from Fierce 6 rounds in a row? We've got the economy reset. It's there for them. It is a possibility.
Yeah, we'll see if
Not
they
sure
can.
why Adaxi's drawing those lines on pit. They are not great wall chargers, and you can't wallbang them. Right, we do have. It looks like Fierce is thinking about splitting Beach and Ruins. That's going to be really powerful, especially if you push Beach with 3 and then late breach Ruins. That could be really strong to just come in and collapse on Nemesis. But that's going to require the Beach team to get through base. This map, definitely interesting. It's got a castle, which really lets you clear pit, but nothing else. But of course, that watches power.
Yeah.
Yeah,
really,
so
the question is will the defenders have to devote somebody into this castle, or are you just going to leave it to just be, off on its own? I mean,
right? Even for this play, they're going Beach. If you devote one person there with, a Gruber, a KR, just some rifle, they can hit that button and then just come out behind, Fierce and just gun them down. And that could be really strong, especially if they're not watching their 6, if they don't hear it. Pressing the button to drop castle door is a little quieter than kicking it, so in the heat of fire, especially if you communicate with your team and have someone just lay down fire when you hit the button, you might be able to get out there without the whole enemy team noticing.
Yeah, we see Smit and Death just stacked up on the beach. It's gonna be a full D-Day once these
Mace is there. All right.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be. They're gonna give them the true D-Day reception and feel here, and it's up to Adaxi and Stars, and this is gonna be kind of brutal. Okay, smoke goes out. Molly goes out. Long bomb Molly, and here's the gunfire into the. Getting the true feeling of what D-Day was really like. Oh my goodness.
In the boat.
Yeah, Josh ends up getting flushed out from that backside of runes, though, as Diagre, Gravy, and Feral do start pushing in. There is Barb on that stairs, though, so they're going to have to be able to wade through that. Roadrunner just laying down shots. Stars still having to deal with all this fire, too. Smit left to now be... Man, they've thrown so many mollies in that freaking boat. Feral goes down Feral goes down, returned by a death. Gravy ends up picking that. Smit picking up Gravy right after. Oh, it's just a bloodbath. Stars left all on his lonesome. The only man pushing Beach. I mean, what a rotation from Smit, who realized, well, it's going to take whoever is on Beach for an eternity to get up here. I should push in and take out the rest of the attackers. And it's looking like Stars is just falling back. It is a save, so this is another round of Nemesis. Nemesis had their fun in the first game, but now it's all business. Yeah. Are they gonna stack up and run out and look for him? Oh, Smit was trying. Mace.
They gotta get. They're all creating their heat, so.
Yeah, they gotta let it die down before they try it out again. But all right, trying to get those peaks, but
Stars is watching it. Him and the
now he's interested. Now you could try to get the swing in on him, right? Because you got him thinking that they're looking for me. Sadly, they did lose another. Oh, they did. Okay, Clacker is now recovered. Okay, that's why Stars is kind of lurking over there because he need to go recover the Clacker.
And that's the round.
Yeah, that was just such a good lockdown here from Nemesis.
Yeah, Nemesis. I mean, you don't want to push D-Day against 3 Nemesis players all staring at that door. I don't think anything short of a frag grenade on top of all of them would stop that.
Yeah. Roadrunner just had that really long angle that got smoked off, which he eventually, that cleared, and then his line of fire reopened back up again, and just... Death had a perfect position for that incoming attack. They were trying to get into that open area, but there's just no cover down there either. So just angles again, boys. Angles. They just walked into a real kill boxy thing, right? Where there was just angles facing from every side. Ooh.
Now we're on Operation Volcano Blood. This is the first time we're seeing this map, and potentially the last. If Nemesis is able to win this round, they can take it, but this is a This is a very good storefront breach for Fierce.
Definitely.
They're splitting, which could be interesting. Well, this is one of the few times I would say yes, breach the storefront, go straight in with everyone, because that's what you need to do. You do have some cover from Freezer. Arcade's actually probably going to be your main concern, but you can get a smoke there real easy.
Hmm.
And that's what I'd expect to see from Fierce. If they can get up into this top fridges area, you basically put someone in each corner and have someone defuse the bomb, and your concern is someone rotating from tellers, but you should be able to cover that pretty easy.
Definitely.
Um,
Yeah, long boy on this C-store for sure.
yeah. Obviously, they are worried about Freezer. They have a lot of arrows drawn out from it. I'm not sure what the two going bathroom are really going to do. It's going to take them a long time to get to Freezer, so it's not going to clear it out really effectively. I don't know what they're really trying to achieve here, but hopefully we can see Fierce take this and get it to at least a tie. If they can get a tie, they'll push to game 3 where they have a chance of taking it all the way.
Yeah, we are down to the room for error is now down to 0 though. I was okay with last round because it was a 5-1, but now it is 6-1, and this is gonna be a tough go of things.
For
It's
sure.
really gonna come down to how Nemesis actually like works this defense. Josh is going with this door kick too off of arcade, so that's gonna be an interesting little
Smith playing close on the green door with a
absolutely
shotgun.
ratting as hard as he can in that stall. And they marked out the stalls where they think they're at, but they haven't really they'll have to check that one. The
They're
one
using two
rat stall.
charges?
I guess. Yep, that's a yeah, because they oh, that is surprising if they do that. That would be all the charges. Alrighty. Stars gets a pick off right here, off of Josh in arcade, so that's immediately removed from. Oh, the storefront is open right now. So they blew in, but the storefront has stayed open now, as Smith did get discovered in the bathroom. As Adaxi starts trying to push in. Oh, they have it open so Death can work in between these two. As he begins to push Teller, Roadrunner's down, Death is down. Okay, that's it. Attackers, you're in, but you used all the charges now at your disposal.
Yeah.
So you're going to be forced into a green door situation. Oh no, are we going into... I think that's
This
fine.
is round
This would be
8.
yeah.
They're doing another one on this
Yeah.
econ.
Yeah. They did pick up another sniper though. I'm surprised that they had the front door window open just for this teller.
I
We
mean,
can shoot through the tellers and get
once
shots.
once they've blown in, might as well open it because that's just a huge advantage they get. There once Mace went down, especially. Like
Yeah.
there's no one playing in there. Why bother keeping it open? You can evade the teller hole. Just don't open the teller's door, and you're good.
Yeah, this is true.
You know, I honestly would have said, looking at that plan, that Fierce was too spread out, but Nemesis just wasn't ready to counter that many points of entry.
Yeah, this is true. Yeah, that is a good point. Is that Smith ended up waiting to try to get somebody with the surprise, but he got picked up immediately there in the bathroom as
Yeah.
well. So. All right,
Coming
this takes
in
us
on our
to
kill
yeah.
house.
Yeah.
Is this going to be where Nemesis is able to just take it all the way home, get their 2
Yeah.
wins, secure their spots in the next round of the playoffs? Or no, is it the championships next week? what we're doing?
That's a great question. I believe it is. I want to
Yeah.
say yes, but we'll have to ask Donut. Donut will
Yeah.
know.
Yes. Ooh, we have a pillbox on this Operation Secure Donut. No. It is kind of a donut. It's you got a pillbox.
and it's secure.
It, yeah, very secure. If there was just a bunker in the middle of my donuts, I'd feel very safe.
I wouldn't want to eat that because I'd chip a tooth or something. It'd be terrible.
Probably, yeah. I don't think reinforced concrete digests well.
No, not at all. It's looking like it is a full defense coming out here from Fierce. They counted the charges just like we did. They realize it's going to be a full green door push yet again.
Yeah.
We are going to see a frag grenade. Maybe it'll get used on barbed wire. I can only imagine. But we'll see how this ends up. I do like this double barb here too
Yeah.
on this reception is really mean because
Mhm.
you're just gonna throw the immediate grenade to try to clear it. But
Yeah, no, this
oh, this is gonna be so hard. I feel like this is
Josh and
using
Mace are
all
going
of
to
the
be up
charges from
here in
earlier.
reception, calling it already. We're going to have Josh in reception, Mace back here, um, or some variation, or not. Maybe I'm wrong. Mace with the auto. Okay, yeah, he's not going to be up there. Yeah, they're playing it safe. They just want this game to be over.
Yep.
They're done with the flashy moves.
Yeah, for sure,
Or
for
maybe
sure.
not.
This kitchen
Roadrunner
is on
does seem to be
lockdown too. Death and Smith. I mean, with Death in that window, it's just gonna be a murder fest. You're gonna get forced into club, which kind of surprised me. It means I would have had an additional person probably off of this side on Pillbox as well. All right, we see Josh starting to lay out some initial fire, just pistoling. Oh, a nice little wall smoke there. As Josh starts laying down fire in towards the Fierce team. Dax, just chip damage, chip damage, chip damage. A lot of armor's already gone.
2 frags go out on the same barb?
Oof, that's unfortunate.
Poor communication.
Yeah, this is what it's kind of starting to kind of get into is this poor communication going. Another smoke goes out in that corner. Another great molly. Oh my goodness. Daxi just took so much damage and Mace is waiting on the back side here. So patient. Oh, and they just walk into the gunfire. Death and Josh just raining hell. Josh kind of backed off in the corner here. Can Gravy take him? Yes, gets the swing on that. And Daxi pushed way in and takes Roadrunner, but gets dropped. Alright, it's down to a 2v2. This green push has actually kind of worked out in some way, shape, or form. Smith waiting on that super close range. Stars with one last flash. As they push in, Smith gets dropped. Mace is the last man alive. Oh, that molly is so good. Can Gravy back up as he's working around the fire? Mace now swinging hard. Oh, picks up stars. Oh, he's gonna get Gravy too.
That's the match.
That is the game. 2 full wins for Nemesis. It looked good in that first series for Fierce, but man, as I kind of said when we were coming into this next game, Nemesis just, for some reason, their second set of games just puts the pedal to the metal. Big risks by Fierce, too. You could tell that they were trying, but it kept putting them in very difficult positions. Kudos to
Absolutely.
them trying to make it work and trying to do some surprise plays to catch Nemesis off guard to maybe swing things in their favor. But man, it did not turn out for them on this day.
Just unfortunate. Really. Fierce really they had a very strong performance in that first game. And second game they had some good rounds, but by the end of it, again, they put 2 frags on the same wire. That kind of miscommunication is what cost them rounds. If they'd had that second frag, they could have put it in pillbox. They could have put it, in the corner that Smith was ratting in. They could have done any number of things with it that would have been more effective. And unfortunately, they didn't. I'm not saying that was the moment that they lost the round, but it certainly didn't help.
Yeah, I mean, it's just small mistakes, and that's stuff that you could it's just easily cleaned up with just more solid communication. Although, right, you've played now 2 games. Nemesis, you've played well, but Nemesis has still been beating you, right? Communication is possibly breaking down at that point, so it is an understandable error that can happen, but one that Nemesis will more than likely take advantage of. So, yeah, it's just one of those things where. Again, Fierce played really, really good today, but again, Nemesis is just an undefeated Goliath still going into these games. So, yeah, good on him. And yeah, we'll have another set of games for you coming in for DPL. And we hope that you stick around. I'm Z, and this was Red Karmasar. We'll see you in the next one.
Goodbye.
Welcome back, everybody, to Due Process League. My name is Adaxi. I'm here with Stuffed Shark, and we have an exciting playoffs match for you today. How are you doing, Stuffed?
I am doing fantastic. How are you doing, Adaxi?
I am doing amazing. I mean, I'm still cooling off because we just saw Nemesis and Fierce go up against each other. Nemesis came out as the victors, and now we have to make a very hard decision. Who is going to win Rise versus Yaokuza?
Ooh, okay. Ooh, this is gonna be a challenging one between these two teams here. I'm gonna give it to maybe Yaokuza. Game 1, Game 2, maybe a comeback from Rise, and Game 3 could be a toss-up. But maybe Rise might be able to rise to the occasion and beat Yakuza on
All
two
right.
games.
I'm going to have to disagree with you on like which game goes to who, but I do think Yakuza is going to win. I think it's going to be
Ooh, okay.
Rise unexpectedly take the first game because they have a different roster than their main right now, and then Yakuza just stomp game 2 and 3. That's what I'm saying. Because if you look at the
Ooh.
rosters, you don't have Argo this game. You have Hyper,
Ah.
Sam, Chet, Explicit, and Digital. No Garrett, no Argo for Rise. So we might see some different play come out from Rise. We might see some less aggressive plays on defense. But for Yakuza, they're running a pretty solid setup. They've got Flogel, they've got Lobster, Macias, Tiga, and Voxel. And I mean, we all know how Voxel and Tiga play. They are aggressive and they are going to bank a lot of kills for them on defense. So I've got to say Yakuza's going to win, but Rise probably have a good start.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how these teams are going to play up and who's going to ultimately come out on top here. But it looks like, as you said before, it's going to be a fantastic game here. At least Game 1, map-wise, who do you think can take the first couple sets?
I'm not sure, but Rise is going to be starting on the attack. Now, a lot of these new factory maps have just so many angles to look through. So I think defending it might be easier, but a lot of the C stores are still, just wall charge C store meta. So it really depends on the map pool here. I mean, we're starting out on C store and we'll see factory later in this quarter of the game, but starting out on Spider Donut,
Hmm.
it's a wall charge right off the bat. I mean, as attackers, what more could you want than just an immediate breach onto bomb? Yeah, you might have a player rotate around the back of tellers or somebody hold freezer, but the main show here is just storefront. I mean, we might see Rise throw somebody on the flank watch and storage, but this is looking like it's probably just going to be a storefront map. Now, the defenders, they might be able to play off of this cover fairly well, considering Teller is sort of split in half, and also Storefront is split in half. So maybe we'll see some cross angles from Arcade, from Freezer, and from Teller. Maybe we'll see some coordinated peaks like we saw last game. But Rise is just doing that commit to Storefront. They're wall charging close to Arcade, and they're just going to send it in. We'll see how Yakuza can hold against this. But is there anything you notice about this map?
Honestly, it looks like it's a very, very interesting map, and yeah, I think heavy storefront is definitely going to be the play to make for the attackers. Looks like they were setting up for it a little bit earlier on, but they're figuring out the rotations. They're going to do it. An easy breach there on the fridges and storefront push. I'm curious to see if defenders are going to actually play more into possibly storage and office, and maybe play a bit of a floater spot in case they do go for the free green door on storage. But equally, bathroom is going to be an interesting spot for sure for the defenders and attackers to play around and see where it all stack up and where it all end
I
up
mean,
being.
I think so, especially with this barb coming out from Voxel on the Teller door. Tiga might just be ratting and Teller while the rest of them sort of play that top right area of the map with storage, office, freezer, and arcade. But arcade is going to get flashed out. So the rotates are going to have to be very, very good here for Yakuza.
Indeed, a perfect game is going to have to come in here. We do see now Rise leaving the truck and approaching that storefront breach. They have all five together, working together. They go for the fast breach. Looks like Flog will be the first one to contact. Good flash. Oh, nice Molotov as well. And Arcade will take out Hyper on the push, but Chet, it will take out Flog at least in the push. Halops is still hiding in that freezer spot there. Has not been discovered yet. Sam is trying to clear this up. Halops are trying to spray across. Lots of shots coming back and forth. Explicit taking a little bit of fire there, but is still in the fight. But Mace is actually waiting in office for an interesting arcade push, and he tags up with Sam. Bit of an early bomb defusal, bit of a floater there. We see Tiga Man, though, ratting up and tellers as Voxel goes for the pick across. Not going to get the shot and kill, but here Lobster on the rotation now. Going for the push, and he will take out Sam. Macius, though, from behind, could get the surprise kill here onto Rise. Ooh, nice shot, though, from Chet. We'll get the wallbang kill onto Voxel as Macius takes out Chet from behind. Explicit, kind of stuck in a 180 there. Gets the kill onto Macius. It's all down to a 1v2. Hey Lobster and Tiga Man. Kalopsa doing a lot of the hard work there. Tiki Man holds his attention. Tiki Man could push through the side. Is he going to do it? And Teller, he's waiting for the time to strike. Shutters are raised, but from behind, a rise, a trade. What an interesting start. Tiki Man, last step's going to win the round for his team. Well done, Ryder.
I mean, utility, I think the fragging potential was there for Rise. It's really the utility that stood out. We saw an amazing Molotov from Macias in Arcade that killed Hyper, but on Rise, we saw misused utility. I mean, as soon as that flash tried to go into Freezer and missed, you saw that Arcade player push up and take the flank. And then because the flash was bad on Freezer, I mean, it's just a free kill for the Freezer player. So the messed up utility there really hurt Rise, even if they could have won their gunfights. Yaokuza just had really good positioning, and they had their Molotovs in place. I mean, they're seen as sort of a defender-sided team, so I'm not surprised they win that round based off of that utility interaction there. But we move from C-Store to a much larger map. It's going to be Thor Trumpet. We actually saw this in our last series with Fierce and Nemesis, and boy, is it a map with plenty of angles. You've got Generator to hold green. You've got servers to hold green. You've got Dock to hold green. You've got silos to hold a red door or hold power. You have so many crossfires that you can use on this map. I mean, maybe Yakuza sets Mop up on Generator. Maybe we'll see them hold both the red door and green door with it. Maybe they just go for the crosses on Dock. But attackers here are going to have a very difficult time getting in. If you look at some of these angles, Dock does have some cover, yes, but how are, say, two attackers going to get in from storage to Dock? I mean, if there's a barb here, you've just got people coming out into so many angles, and I mean, especially if you haven't blown a red door here. So Ryza might have to just be forced to use maybe even a wall charge here on Dock, just to clear out some of these crazy angles from Yakuza. We are on a pause, so I want to ask you a few questions, Stuffed.
All right, go for it.
How do you feel about these generators, like these much larger generators coming back?
You know, it's nice to see, because before it kind of got to this weird kind of back and forth, long and short. You kind of had these big engagements, small engagements. But with these generators now, there's a lot more verticality in that kind of main storage area of the factory area here, which I think is a little more interesting. And I think it's going to be surprising to see how grenades are used and are effectively placed with those generators now being a factor in the map and in the pool. So it's going to be interesting to see how Ryza could push through that, or if we see Yakuza playing it passively, just on these nice rat spots up and on these angles with these really nice stairs here. Could be an interesting way to approach there, including the green barrels actually on the bottom here.
Oh, true. I mean, verticality isn't really something you think about unless you see a pipeworks that you can get on top of. But with some of these new factories, you're just going to see angle after angle. I mean, Mop. How many places can Mop go in this factory? I mean, you've got silos to hold Dock and Generator. You've got Generator to hold silos and storage. I mean, just the long-range potential is so good here for Yakuza. And since they didn't use long-range weapons on C-Store, they have everything in their arsenal here for them. I mean, you're expecting the storefront blow, so you're not going to use that much utility, right? So now they have so much stuff for factory. They've got Igmars, they've got Mop, they've got Lagroses. I mean, even if you want to, slap a Gruber on Dock, I mean, the long-range engagements, I think, are just going to favor the defenders in this case. We usually talk about, oh, yeah, the attackers are going to be better at range. I mean, they have night vision. They have the AP, which is a laser. But with all of this verticality that I was talking to you about, I really think that the defenders actually have the favor on this map. Would you agree?
I would have to agree, although there could be countered as well some good flashbang placements on the approach there from the attackers. Defenders, they definitely have a lot of really amazing peaks. Their weapons a little bit more favored in certain places and in certain occasions to the attackers there, but still, attackers have that good black side that they can use to counter that, including the Saber, if they want to risk it, but this is a map definitely to risk it on for that Saber versus Mop battle, so it's interesting. I definitely think attackers have some disadvantages for sure, but equally they have their own good sides, to their advantage for long distance too, not just AP. Although, yeah, it is laser beam. It is still a little bit challenging to aim at that long distance and hit shots accurately for the kill there. Although these players are very, very good. So
I mean, we're seeing the top 4 teams if you can't aim at this level, I mean, yes, there's going to be chokes, but like if you can't aim at this level, I mean, you wouldn't be here. I'm pretty confident that these teams know how to use weapons to their best suit.
Fair enough. So then, yeah, it's going to come down to just purely weapon placement and overall tactics and strategies. And I think definitely defenders have some pros, but attackers got those flashbangs too that are very effective. And if
That
put
is true.
correctly, I think they could be devastating.
That is true, but the planning phase is going to come out. The pause has ended, and it looks like Rise wants power. They are going to head through green. They're going to smoke off those lines of sight, and they are just going to book it into servers, take the power, and just work it from there. I'm not sure what the plan is for clearing out silos and generator. Maybe we'll just see bomb tap with the smoke, but it's looking pretty straightforward. Yakuza's very concerned about a breach actually bringing 4 barbs this round.
Wow. It's definitely
I
getting a bit
mean, some
barbaric
teams
there.
like to save it. Some teams go like, let's just use 2 on the first round, see what the team's doing, and then they like, okay, let's overload barb next round, and then save all mollies for the next one after that.
Gotcha.
We'll see.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how it'll stack up. There is a lot of barb use, but equally, I think it's going to be very effective where they're placing it and where they're going to use it. So we'll see how it'll all stack up here as we see now Rise leaving the truck, making their approach in. They had the plan going from storage down into servers, but defenders are interesting enough placing themselves in generator and playing a bit of a flanking spot there. They do breach the green door. So far, no defender has made any obvious moves at their locations and positions just yet. Good splash there into the storage area is going to stop the push, but the good throw from Voxel will block off that push for just a few minutes there, at least for a few seconds, as we see Nemesis and Voxel in position ready to counter the push here. Looks like Sam will be the first one into contact there. Good smoke for the push. Ooh, early shots coming out. Oh, that's a lot of damage being done. Voxel will take out Explicit on the push. Sam able to escape, but Hair Lobster takes him out. Oh, that's going to stop that push. Dead in his tracks. Digital Doctor trying to cross pick there. Long shots across. Hyper as well aiming across Voxel. Nice shot onto and kill onto Chet. Down to just Digital Doctor and Hyper last alive. Stuck in the storage spot there. No angles. Oh, a lot of damage being done to Hyper. Still in the fight, but still definitely taking some shots there. He's going to have a huge challenge. No utility. Has to win gun battle alone. 3v1 on that side there. Digital Doctor, oh, caught in the barbed wire. Gets the kill to Tiki Man despite that. And Rise is now going for that small, or at least Hyper going for the small kind of push there. Danger close. Flaug actually rotating in generators, looking to try and count or any cross to that. Voxel still holding the same spot. Oh, Nemesis just deleting Hyper off the round there. Digital Doctor is going to escape with that Saber and is going to ultimately save the round. And it was going to be the round win there for Yaokuza on a perfect hold and play there on the read on that storage push.
I mean, again, sometimes you want to be nice, but I need to criticize them. What was that nade usage? That was useless. I mean, you literally are throwing a smoke down to block the line of sight of the mob, yet you're still throwing a nade to try to kill someone who you don't know where they are. They could be all the way in servers. They could be close. They could be generator. And you're just chucking the nade into a general area. This utility usage from Rise is just garbage. I mean, you see, I mean, even in barbed wire, Digital can get a pick. Like, they have the fragging potential, but their utility is just infuriatingly bad. They're using 3 flashes to get into green, a nade and a smoke, and then they're just running through a molly and a barb and just dying because of it. Like, they really need to step back and look at how Yaokuza is countering their pushes and just use their utility properly. I mean, I don't want to stay on it for that long, but you've seen them win gunfights. We saw them all this season win their gunfights. They're one of the top 3 teams right now. But I don't know what else to go off of at this point. I mean, they need to pick up this attacker round and just pull the momentum to defense. They're not doing that good.
Yeah, I gotta agree. I think that they had a good idea in concept, trying to clear it out with a lot of grenades there, but unfortunately, they just didn't kind of follow through with the rest of the plan there, where they actually go in through the generator side and then into servers. You had 2 people do that, but the rest of them got kind of stuck on A to wait for the Molotov. That kind of lack of synergy ultimately was the final draw there. Although Final Union, the next map up, a dome map, looks to be very interesting.
Dome might be a different story. I mean, there are a lot of angles here, but this is a dome we've seen a lot. This is a dome that these 2 teams should be ready for, as Beach is just an observation hold, and Ruins is just a complete rush out, or you need to clear barb or use utility there. There's plenty of rat spots for the defenders. I mean, you've got Ruins, you've got the log, even if you want to barb here and like play the grass for base, that works too. But the attackers, while being thorough, need to have good utility here. This will really test if Rise can win this game. If they win this round, I still have faith in them. But if Yaokuza's just going to sit in rat spots and play their utility again, I mean, we might as well just go ahead and hand it to them. There's not too much to plan here, I would say. I mean, just do the basic push on the bomb site. You've got the utility to just flashbang rush. But they've got to be aware of these mollies and barbs. I mean, they ran through it last round. They should know that they're going to get punished. They just need to be patient.
Mm-hmm. No, it's going to be interesting to see how they push in there and push on their sides. I think the Ruins push definitely going to be a little bit risky, but if they do a bit of a split push there in Beach, that might be effective for the cross angles. But yeah, it's going to come down to just straight up gun battles, and we'll see if they can get it in time and hopefully do what they need to do for the win here. We do see, though, an interesting hold actually on a pit there. We see it looks like that is going to be Hey Lobster waiting at that KR for the push there, and we see, indeed, looks like a split push happening. As
Voxel
now
actually going for a molly on Beach. This will be interesting.
Ooh,
I don't think his lineup is correct.
Yeah, it's
his
also a
lineup
little
was wrong, and it's way too early.
Yeah, maybe he's cooking in for the next round in a couple rounds.
Maybe
there. Not
he's
sure
looking
planning
for
with
a
that
scare
one.
tactic. I don't know. I'll leave it.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's going for there. We see them all four stacked actually on the pit side here. Hey Lobster, perfect Molotov, blocks the push once again. Explicit, though, is waiting in Beach alongside Digital Doctor now, waiting for the push. Voxel, though, is waiting in that counter spot on Beach, waiting for the Beach side breach. Not going to happen just yet. As Hey Lobster in a nice spot here, could get some easy kills onto these Rice players on that red door and pit. Tiga Man also an observation, trying a good packet support alongside Fluggle, waiting in that top side position as Macius holds in Ruins for the long side push. Good grenade to get rid of the barbed wire there. Oh, Hey Lobster, good pre-fires across. Tiga Man as well trying to push across there. While Beach is being breached by Explicit and Digital Doctor. They clear up most of the area here. Voxel able to having to push back here. Good flash. Voxel is going to rotate back into Ruins
smoke.
as Pit is being pushed. Nice kill from Sam there onto a Hey Lobster. Tiga Man is going to have to push back and allow them to take control of Pit. Floggo trying to wallbang across, did not get the kill, but power has not been taken off. Yeah, Tiga Man, nice kill into Sam on that push from behind, but looks like Hyper's trying to trade. Looks like Rise will at least get the kill into Voxel from that side there. Oh, Tiga Man, though, takes out Explicit on that push. Oh, boy. Let's see what happens here. Tiga Man, kind of tough spot here. Chet just easily takes him out. Down to just Macius and Floggo. Last alive for Yaokuza. It's 3 up, 4 Rise, looking fairly well in their favor, but still a challenge to clear up the bomb site. Floggle waiting alongside Macius in a nice spot here. There's Doctor trying to find the picks across.
He's the mob. Hyper
He might not be. I think he's just kind of focused on the other side here. He's just kind of watching this players up above. There you go. Yeah, he's going to call it out for sure on to Macius' position there. Oh, but he still gets the kill. Macius, nice shot at Chet. Oh, no. Digital Doctor is going to have a huge challenge here trying to battle this out. He's going to have to try and clear up the breach and the beach push here. Wow, looks like we see the push on the bottom side. Oh, Floggle, nice kill into Hyper. It's all down to Digital Doctor, last alive. 10 seconds remaining, looking for the shots and kill. But Floggle gets the double kill and secures the win for Yaokuza, now 3-0.
I mean, the utility usage was just... It was much better for Rise, but they called out the positions of the defenders and just couldn't win their gunfights that time. It's the exact opposite of what they've been doing. They had the entries, and then they just couldn't clean up together as a team.
Yeah. That's unfortunate, but it looks like they're at least in the right direction, using better utility and better overall tactics, I think, to counter it. Unfortunately, though, they were indeed not able to clear things up, so we'll see how the next set goes here on defense now for Rise. Although Yaokuza, I think they're pretty aggressive, right, on the attacker's side compared to defensive. I think they have a little more of that unique strategy, kind of almost like a Nemesis in a way. Although I do know that there's been some interesting tactics as well coming out from the Yaokuza side, countering spots and positions very effectively as defenders and attackers. So we're back onto Spider Donut. This is round 2, or at least the second half of this map here. Swap sides now. We'll see what Rise opts to do strategy-wise, but this is definitely a storefront fast breach. It's going to be down to clearing off corners, clearing off positions, and effective utility usage.
Yeah, that is true. And I mean, we see the C-Store again. It might just be another wall charge, but the barbs are ready this time. I mean, we saw utility usage be very good there from Rise, but now can they hold as a defender-sided team? I mean, Yaokuza, very good at defense, but now they're on 6 rounds of attack, so not sure what we're going to see. Might just be the normal storefront play, might just be a split push, but it's looking like Yaokuza wants to go for Bathroom. So what does Bathroom get them? I mean, you can get Teller but power can always be turned off. And then you got to split breach green to try to get more map control, because you're not just getting the biggest room, which is storefront. You're just splitting up your team to clear corners and just try to run around the map and get frags. And I mean, Yaokuza can get the frags, yes, but it's going to be very rough in these close corners with defenders.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a bit risky there for Yakuza to push in these sides and positions, but still, I could see it working out pretty well if they can time the nades right and time the positions right. So far, they've had their stuff down pat on their positions and their strategy and tactics, so it could work out in their favor. But Rise could arise to the occasion here with some interesting placements of stuff.
Oh, Lord,
Looks like they are barbing.
start it.
Oh, it's inevitable. You'll see how well it'll work there for him. We do see an interesting stack up on defenders, though, explicit in the rat spot and tellers, as Sam and Chet, Hyper as well, holding up in storage, and Digital Doctor ratting out in arcade. But we see an interesting early pre-fire from Chet, will not get the kill. Flago's taking a little bit of damage there. A little bit of early detection early on. Looks like Hyper also battling that out with the KR and just has a barbed wire equipped ready to go when he needs to. We see them now approaching the red door of bathroom for this 3-push breach. On the other side is going to be green door pushed. Tiki Animation, though, on the bottom side, waiting for the push and the clearing of Teller to push through the storefront, actually, on a push there on the button. You go for the breach explicit, taking a lot of damage. Well, taking some shots at least, but not taking damage. Does Molotov off the entryway perfectly as Hyper comes in for rotation. Good barb and freezer as well. Will stop that push in that direction, but Tiki Animation is now pushing on the sides. Lots of shots happening. Voxel taking some fire alongside Harry Lobster. We see them now regrouping, all of them on the top side here. 3 on the bathroom, 2 on the freezer side. Waiting for the push to come in here. Looks like they're going to possibly 5-stack. Nope, they're all going in the bathroom. Looks like Sam trying to shoot across there towards Macius. Nice grenade from Voxel. Will take out Explicit. Yeah, he was trapped there. Perfect play and perfect read there as Digital Doctor comes in from behind, waiting in Stellars. Waiting at that entryway. They're trying to get the shot and he's at least spotting this information out. 3 plays now in Tellers. A lot to tell from the spot and position here. Macius, nice shot towards Hyper. Not quite the kill, but definitely going to be holding him up in that spot there. Chet, everyone kind of spotted in a weird spot here where they're through that bulletproof glass. They can't really get a lot of damage. Ooh, here comes the push now. Voxel will take out Digital Doctor on the side as Chet has to rotate back and forth here. Tiki Man and Voxel there are in storefront trying to push across, and it will be Voxel getting the kill into Sam. Chet, though, trades. Oh, Tiki Man knows near the bomb. Oh, but Chet looking it down. Oh, but Tiki Man gets the trade onto Chet. Makes it from behind, though, is taken out by Hyper. It's down to a 1v1. Hyper versus Tiki Man. Hyper waiting on the storage side position, waiting for the push as Tiki Man goes for more equipment there. 30 seconds remaining. Time is running out for Tiki Man to get on the bomb defusal here. About 5 seconds before he needs to go for it. He's going to turn the power back on, it looks like. 20 seconds now remaining. He needs to get on the bomb defusal if he's going to win this one or go for the kill against Hyper. Is he going to go for it is the question. He's taking a long time to get there. Might just be going for the kill. And then, oh, the defusal starting a little late there. We'll leave the round for defenders. Hyper, though, gets the kill on Tiki Man despite that. A clutch. Perfectly done there by Hyper. Picked up the Saber as well post-round. It's going to be a tough one on this factory map on the next rotation there. It's going to be the first round for Rise there, 1-3.
Hyper's got the Saber, and I mean, the utility and the just playing positions was so much better there for Rise. We saw a perfect counter power play where they hit the power to prevent shutters from being open, and they played like power was still on. I mean, we saw Chet get a cross storefront kill, and we saw Hyper successfully hold on to Freezer. So very good utility usage and positioning. It's all finally coming back together for Rise. But the question is, can they keep that going? They do have the Saber for this intense factory round, but can they keep it? They really need a 3-3 half here, I think. I mean, with scoreline wise, it's okay to be at a 4-2 half, but if you want the lead, you're going to have to be on the 5-4 for that final quarter of the game. So being 3-3 here is amazing if Rise can manage it. They've got the Saber, they've got Mop, and they have one of, I would say, if not the best defender-sided factory in their hands.
Yeah. I mean,
Barbs,
everything.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, Rise basically have every single opportunity now to win, to keep it going. If they drop the ball here, it's likely going to be, unfortunately, the end of game 1, at least, to Rise's chances. But still, this is definitely winnable, though, for Yaokuza on the push here. They've had some pretty good luck there on the cross picks in the past.
That is true. And I mean, Yakuza's aware of these angles that they played. Looks like they want to go for that same sort of smoke off onto Doc. They also want to go for some sort of pressure on Green. As Rise, they are going to be abusing this generator position. I mean, I believe it was Smith that we saw play this position for Nemesis got 2 kills with the mop easily. I mean, we saw more players play towards Silo and Generator just to lock down that southern side of the map. I mean, Rise playing Generator here, smart call. I'll give it to them. And if they can hold their barbs well and use the utility here, they've got it. They've already shown they can have the aggression. They've had the picks. And in that last round, they showed that they can have the utility as well. It's just a matter of how is the Yaokuza going to push this? I mean, and it's looking very interesting. Yaokuza wants to go for a wall charge on Factory. Seems like they're going to go through storage. They're going to wall charge onto Generator. Still might give away a pick or two, but I like it. I like it a lot. Digital just gonna hold that. Ooh.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one for Digital on this angle here. Really, really close to
he
the...
He just needs a body
window.
shot. He doesn't need a kill.
Yeah.
Oh, the flash.
That was perfectly played there. We do see now the push coming out now from the Yaokuza side now on attackers as Rise opts to Rise up to the Generator, hanging on the top side there, waiting for the picks to happen. They do go for the green door breach on storage. No shots happening just yet. Digital Doctor, though, did get a lot of information on that angle in the approach there, at least. Spotted one player, if not more. Good smoke will block off the bottom side of storage, allowing for an easy rotation there into storage for the attackers. This is where it's going to be interesting. We see that charge now getting set, getting breached on the top side. Sam now, nice shot. Ooh, gets the kill to Fluggle. Tigman trades, but Hyper trades onto a hairy lobster there. Cooking him up very nicely. Oh, an interesting flash long side towards Doc. Hyper's going to get caught from behind as Voxel gets the pushing kill onto Hyper there as Explicit gets the trade. Macius, though, takes out Explicit. Back and forth trades. It's down Digital Doctor and Chet last alive here in a 2v2. Macius, though, in the dock. Chet with the leg rust. This is definitely winnable for the attackers and equally the defenders. That's a good Molotov. Going to push Macius back a little bit. Digital Doctor working together with Macius. Oh, and Chet will get taken out. I'll actually take out Macius. Tigman trades, though. It's down to a 1v1 Tigman versus Chet. Legros versus AP. Who's going to win this one? Chet's really struggling here against Tigman. Full health. Definitely has the advantage, but Chet has to hit his shots perfectly. Let's see what happens here. Tigman from up above gets the dropping. He actually, no, he hides. Oh, Chet, perfect read. Gets the kill onto Tigman. It secures the win for Rise, 2-3.
What was that? I mean, Sam was prepared for the push out of the wall charge, and then that smoke from Tiga, it hurt the attackers. I mean, Digital, because of that smoke, Digital and Chet were just able to double peek Macias and get a free kill, and then it was just the 1v1, and there's so many angles to clear, and Chet is just able to win because of being a rat. There's so many angles. I mean, that map was decided by it.
Yeah, that was,
even in that situation. I mean, there's so many angles to check. It's defender sided still. I have no clue how Chet got that on that low health. I mean, he barely made it away with a sliver, but the 3-3 half, that dream is still alive for Rise, and they should know how to defend Final Union. I mean, Yaokuza, they are geared up with a door charge, and I believe one of their grenades. So we won't see the same exact play. I mean, they could go pit and nade into jungle, but they're not going to have the same speed, the same pace that Rise does on their attacks. I mean, like I mentioned earlier, Yaokuza going to be better on defense. And even though Rise is an attacker-sided team, I mean, they're just having a party now, I guess. I mean, I was told before this game by Hyper, they want to have fun. They want to try to figure out and just try things. They want to play whatever. And it's working, I guess, now on defense because they can just roam around, they can play together, and then they can use their gun skill to get picks. I mean, especially with a map like this, you've got so many rat spots, so many pieces of cover. You can just run around and rotate behind and just do your thing. So
yeah,
I think Rise get this round. I mean, the utility is looking decent. I mean, they've got barbs set up for base, which it's looking like Yaokuza is interested in going base. But I'm wondering where this door charge is going to get used. It seems Yakuza's unaware that you can't wallbang this pit wall. I mean, Vlogel tried it with Enigmar, and it didn't really work out. So I'm not sure what they're really going for here. Maybe it's late Ruins Breach with this 3. Maybe it's just a door charge to clear. I don't know what Yakuza's doing here.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a mystery, although maybe that spot in pit there is maybe for a sound distraction. to try and dissuade them from their angles. But we'll see what happens here as we see Rise now setting up for a heavy ruin stack there, and 2 at least on observation, and 1 in the base ready to go for the push here. All 5 working together on the breach here. Floggles move the first one out there. Good flash, and here comes the breach now. We see Explicit just waiting with an auto shot a long ways away from the effective range of that weapon. But Sam is in a good spot there with the KR, waiting for the time to strike here, just kind of spotting the players out, waiting for the angles to push. Interesting flare coming out early on from the Rise side, as we see, a lot of damage from Digital Doctor. A little bit done there to Floggles. He's going to push through. It's definitely going to be a very good one there. Nice Molotov from Sam on that push into the ramp. Floggle taking damage. We look at the kill and a Chet at least trading, as Voxel and Floggle there working together to clear off this ruined spot here. A lot of nice rat spots there from Hyper and Digital Doctor. Digital Doctor trying to take some fire there. Gets the kill onto Floggle at least. There's still at least 4 more attackers there to take out, but we'll see what happens here. Explicit now about to get double push here by Tiki Man. Actually, 3 triple push here. Explicit running from behind and managed to escape. Mace's team kills a Harry Lobster by accident as Sam gets the kill to Mace's Explicit. Nice shot to Tiki Man on the kill on the split side there. It's going to be a 3-3 half. Wow. What an amazing set there.
Good utility usage from both teams, but Macias just stacked on top of Lobster there, and it was a free team kill. And I mean, Explicit, he was able to make it away with the auto, and then Tiga just chased. He chased without a flash, and he got punished for it. I mean, Rise is, they're coming to the occasion. I'm not going to make a pun like you. I'm not going to make a pun like you. But they are doing very good now, and I am glad to see that they are doing well. Yaokuza, though, what can they fix? The utility... I mean, they triple flash to get knobs. They should know that the flash range isn't that far now, even if the concussion effect is really good. And this is a map that I am very interested to see. We have 3 of these in rotation, and they have a breezeway splitting the map in half. Now, I'm hoping Yaokuza does a very specific thing here, but I'm not going to say just what yet. Because if you look at this map, the red door in the brick house doesn't really gain you anything. You might as well just push through, breezeway to club. This red door in lockers doesn't really gain you anything. You can just clear it with the windows and maybe chuck a frag over the lockers. But where do the barbs go? Where do you think the barbs go?
That's a really good question. My guess is they'd probably barb off the breezeway entrances here and here to try and give you at least a little bit of coverage from that area. But with the map being so kind of split in half, and really a lot of interesting angles for attackers to push and hold, defenders, not a lot of places to really effectively barb. Maybe you could barb actually the windows and maybe block off a little bit of view, possibly. Might be a little bit too low, though. But it's a tough one to kind of predict on where they're going to want to barb.
I mean, this is really just a free attacker-sided map unless the defenders are extremely aggressive. So when Yaokuza switches to defense, I'm hoping to see some very specific things, but I can't give that away just yet, as they're going to be going for a lockers breach. They don't want to put too much pressure on Breezeway. They just want to get this bottom side of the map and go home with the bomb. If you look at the bomb, you can't even defend it from club. It's literally facing the wall.
Wow.
There's no point in playing in club here. I mean, they're all stacked in lockers and office. I mean, what are they going to do? They're just going to get blown up and flashed. There's no room to play. There's no room to play. You say you want to play with your teammates, but not like this. Not like this at all.
Yeah, this is an interesting one to hold and play here. We'll see what happens here. We do see Explicit, though, in that club spot there, playing a bit of maybe a surprise last-second request there. Nice early shots coming out through these sides here. The red door being breached in lockers now, and the push from Hair Lobster. First one into contact. A lot of shots happening out. Some damage being done to the attackers there, but defenders currently untouched. Hair Lobster about to come in. Oh, that is a fantastic bar placement as well on the green door. Make sure he's trying to get some shots through the office way here. It is his kill house, so it is very well bangable. So it's up to the defenders to stay safe. Nice shot there from Voxel, taking out Chet. Digital Doctor, though, is in position with the Legras to counter this one if they do go for the push. Lots of shots from both sides here trying to shoot across there. Oh, Explicit who actually gets the kill to Floggle. Slow rotating out into lockers. Oh, and here comes the shots from Tiggy Man and Digital Doctor. Hair Lobster from behind, though, gets the kill and the push on the Breezeway there. Looks like Rise, though, well, Hyper at least will get the kill, and Hair Lobster pushing on the side there. Box now pushing it through Breezeway, looking to catch out Explicit. He does catch out Explicit on that rotation. Explicit taking him out. Digital Doctor, though, gets taken up by Tiggy Man, and actually Hyper trading is down to a bit of a crazy one here. Macius last alive in a 1v2. Oh, Saber versus Hyper and Sam with basically close quarters weapons. It sounds nearly impossible unless Macius can get some very, very lucky shots across here.
I
He
mean,
does
he
have a
does
flash
have
at
the
least.
flash. Mhm.
Yeah, that flash is going to be the essential one there for the win here. Has to very effectively use this one. Looks like Hyper's waiting on a nice pick angle as well. Gets spots out Macius. Oh, it's going to be a challenge. Take some shots. He's still in the fight, but definitely low on health. Looks like getting spied a little bit there by the UAV, but still in the fight. Less than 30 seconds remaining. Looks like it's just kind of a waiting game here. Macius is going to opt to save it. He drops the Saber, goes gunless. I don't know what was.
What?
I don't know if that was a throw attempt or just trying to maybe throw up their game, but that's going to be the round for Rise. 4-3 now, taking the lead.
I guess he had to go for that because he doesn't want to give Rise the lead, but he also doesn't want to give the Saber. So I guess he just
He put it
he
too
didn't
far
have
away.
time to get Flogel's gun. Oh well, they got Saber.
They got it anyway. Unfortunate there.
Okay.
The last player on the Matrix.
You got lucky that time. I mean, where were the flashes on bomb site?
Yeah.
I mean, we saw flashes in the lockers, and there were flashes on the players on the windows and in Breezeway, but there were no flashes in bomb site. So the two players that just went in with a shotgun and AP, they just got killed by all the defenders just circling them. And just a casual Argus sacrificial ritual going on in the middle of Kill House. Rise is up now, and they've got fresh maps to work with. So fresh map, C-Store, Fist Clever. The bomb here is really funky.
Yeah,
you've got Office, which can actually be held very well with barbed wires and Molotovs, but also you have this green door storefront drop. So green door storefront not going to get you that much. You might wall charge into storage to get some room and to cut off any bathroom roamers, but there's nowhere to really push as an attacker, I would say. I mean, you've got that wall charge and you've got the office push, but there's going to be so much utility just stacked up on those two choke points that it's going to be very hard to get through. And especially with these flashes that aren't being used by Yaokuza, I don't know how they're going to make it through this. Like, this is the real Kill House.
Yeah,
I don't know how
it really is. Yeah,
we'll
this is definitely
see.
a challenge.
I mean, 3 barbs coming out for Rise. That's good for them. They've got the lock that they need, and Yaokuza really just need to stop it and think here. And it looks like one of the Yakuza players is going to be having an issue with our anti-cheat, so we'll let that go. But in terms of attacking sided, Stuff Shark, I know you're not like a DPL player and like.
Well, not that level,
though.
of course. I've played.
How would you not even against the DPL team? Just how would you attack this map?
You know, there's so many rat spots to try and clear up here as an attacker. It's going to be a challenge if I was trying to solo push this one. I'd almost kind of want to do a crazy, like, just sort of an aggro storefront, fast into bathroom, trying to go into the bomb site that way. But equally, that would be nearly impossible to probably survive because you have so many angles to clear up here. You can only carry 2 flashbangs, but you could probably throw one maybe in storefront, one maybe in bathroom to try and clear up that angles here. Okay. But still, that would be a challenge. Oh, looks like they're back in.
Yakuza's good. And I mean,
yeah,
with what you said, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the idea. It looks like they're going to do that, but on the other side of the map, they're going to go through these barbs on Office and Arcade and just try to get site control. There is a knack on Explicit, so that might get used for wallbangs here onto the bomb, but there's not much that these players can do. Chet is in an interesting position. Will he die to a door charge, or does that cover protect him?
I think that would probably protect him. He's at least 2 squares away, so he should
door
be fine.
Charge is about 3 tiles, so.
Ooh.
I mean, he's playing safe anyways. It's okay.
Yeah. Looks like, well, not today, at least getting taken out there on the push. We do see now the attackers leaving the track after a little bit of delay there, getting their grenades and utilities sorted out. They do go for the storefront, or the skylight breach in the storefront there, looking for the angles across. Nobody in this position, though, on the defending side, so will not be any information for Voxel to spot. The rest of the team, they're kind of hiding out in the back, waiting for the opening to push in through storefront, looks like. Or go for the red door breach. We do see now a nice Molotov thrown there by Hyper. Floggles up above, looking for the angles across there. Just kind of waiting for that to clear, dissipate. Shet is going to be a nice spot here with that tub. Looking to go tub thumping against these attackers of Yaokuza. Here comes the push. Now, here comes Voxel's first one in. Finally going in there. Hyper getting a little bit of damage towards Voxel. Not quite the kill. Ooh, the Hair Lobster just destroying Chet. We're in that push there. Unfortunately, that is impossible to win at least. We do see now a bit of an interesting stack and hold there. Good grenade to clear off the barbed wire. Oh, interesting. We do see, though, here comes the push from Voxel. First one out, Tiga Man as well. All 5 now in Office. This is a heavy team stack here push. Sam taking a lot of damage alongside Hyper. It looks like Voxel takes on Hyper. And Sam trades onto Voxel as Explicit. Bit of a trade back and forth here. Sam double kill, just destroying this attacking force here. Hey Lobster battling against Digital Doctor. It's going to be down to Floggle against Digital Doctor, who wins the fight. And in a matter of seconds, it's going to be Floggle taking the win for Yaokuza on this push here. Everything happening in arcade here. And Floggle going to opt to go for some utility pick up the last second and get the bomb defusal, tying up the game 4-4.
I mean, Sam went absolutely crazy there. I mean, Hyper was bait there. He got flashed. He was killed. But then Sam, because the flash didn't land in his line of sight or in front of him, the cover blocked it. He was just able to swing with his KR and his super shorty. And he got 3 kills out of it. That was fairly impressive. I mean, he did have Explicit to back him up. But Flogel, at the end of the day, was able to come in and clean up the kills. I don't think Digital was ready for the last coming in just a little bit late.
Yeah, I think that timing there definitely worked out in favor of Yaokuza on the push. It was a bit of an interesting stack there in the bomb site there.
I wonder how far that nade was from the barb. The nade cleared both the barbed wires. I want to know where that nade
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
They had a barb that Hyper was holding in arcade, and then they had the barb on the door to arcade. So I may just be dumb. It may have gotten deep, but I'm wondering where that landed because they were exposing themselves to throw it.
Yeah,
Rise's round streak, though, finally over. Finally over.
Maybe a bit of a comeback here. This is going to go down.
They do have another defense, though. So maybe Rise get the 5-4 here. Maybe Yaokuza step up and they finally adapted. They can get the 5-4 here. But whoever wins this round definitely has the better chance to win this game. I mean, this late into the game, you only need one more round after a 5-4 quarter to secure it. And then 2 to, win the map or win the game, in the series. So it's all out this round. It's the final round of the quarter, round 9. Whoever wins this, probably going to win the game. But both of these teams have everything going into this. I mean, 2 barbs on servers coming out for Rise, and another one to hold a red door push. It looks like Yaokuza wants to go for another wall charge on Factory. I don't know why they're wall charging. I mean, this didn't really work out for them last time, but I mean, I guess they get more angles into office and the player that's going to be holding that barb and Pipeworks. Rise, on the other hand, they're more concerned about these long lines of sight. They're not concerned about close quarters at all on this map. Sure, they're probably going to have somebody in office, but are they going to be ready for just a push and just rush out from these Piper positions? I mean, Rise should know if they've been keeping track of the economy. There's a wall charge left. But a lot of teams, if they have a wall charge left over, they just use it on a red door. They don't really do anything special with it. So, Rise probably isn't expecting this. Yeah. I mean, Explicit does have an auto, which could actually save the round. But I don't know who this goes to.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one to see where they actually stack up and where it'll all fall out. In terms of the round here, we do see now, looks like Yaokuza making their way downtown here, finally getting into the round here. Bit of a slow push out from the truck. Defenders in an interesting stack up here. We see them fairly focused around office, but equally waiting for a bit of possibly a bottom side push here. We do see, though, the attacking side of Yaokuza now making their way up, going towards servers. All 5 stacking together here. There's not going to be a split push. Makes this first one towards that green door entranceway here. Looks like Sam is in a good spot here. Could get caught off guard here by the push, but there's a good barbed wire to prevent that from happening, at least early on. Blog will be the one to breach. Looks like he's been the first one to contact as well. Sam rotating out is going to opt to go away. Interesting pre-fire cross, but yeah, that's going to be a good throw if it lands. Oh, perfect. Interesting approach there. We see now the sword being pushed there by the attackers. Defenders, though, good rotation from Chet. Going to stop that push if they do go for the stairs there. Floggo's going to be the first one to try that stairs off. Do take control storage. Here comes the breach. Oh, Explicit in the perfect spot. Looks like Voxel takes out Chet on the push into office. And Tiga Man will take out Hyper and Digital dropping as well in Pipeworks. Explicit will get the trade at least on the box with Tiga Man. Trade shortly after as Sam takes out Macius on the push. It's going to be down to just Sam. Last alive in a 1v3. All the defenders, they're just kind of countered by a fantastic approach there by the attackers. Bomb defuse already starting. Sam has to push here. Floggo in a nice spot, though, in office, looking to counter this push. Possibly happening. Gets the shot off first. Floggo easy kill into Sam. That's going to be the round for Yaokuza, ending it 5-4 in the set.
I don't know how that worked. I mean, they threw another nade through a factory window, and it was wasted. They did actually wallbang Hyper, with an AP. Or they are explicit, excuse me. They lit him up and forced him to rotate closer to the wall charge. Now I think if explicit was a little bit more patient there or dropped off of Pipeworks instead, he would have gotten a lot more. But that's hindsight. Rise had a very good hold, I think. I think just the amount of utility that Yaokuza had left over just favored them.
Yeah.
There were so many like they were even throwing flashes at the end of the round there. They had leftover utility. They just had the better utility there. They had the better economy management throughout the quarter, and they succeeded in it. Now it's time for the exciting map once again, Circus Rhyme. Ooh. This breezeway is so interesting. It's a nightmare to play, but it's so interesting. What I'm hoping to see here is I want an outside barb. I want an outside barb. I know Flogel's the IGL, and I know that he is going to do something wacky on this map. I don't know if it's going to be a barb right here. I don't know if it's going to be a barb right here. I don't know if it's going to be a barb on Office, but I want to see Flogel's IGL, his brain, just come up with something amazing here. And it seems like they're going to be committing for just a hold on site. Nothing too interesting. They already have the 5. They just need to get 2 more. So this is okay to throw away for them, I guess. Weird, though. I think Rise is trying to go for a prediction play. They're going to send 4 people into club. I'm not sure what is it. Maybe Saber holds Office and while they clear all the roamers in club, but it's looking like it's just going to be a site stack. I'm not sure if this is a god tier prediction or a garbage tier prediction.
I think maybe with the stack up from the defenders will be the kind of the telling force for that one. 4 stacking club though, maybe you have your almost like a Team Fortress 2 map where you got your left side of the blue side, the red side of the red team. So it's sort of this interesting stack up on almost like 2 Fort in a way.
Oh, Voxel's gonna get destroyed.
Up. Yeah, Voxel's unfortunately going to face a 4 stack up here on club. Ooh, Flogel's early shots towards to red door there. Not quite the kill, but definitely going to be holding them off for a little bit there. Going to delay it a little bit there. Good Molotov as well, waiting for the red door breach. We do see the Rise escaping the truck, surviving the shot there from Flogel, and now beginning the push there. Hyper is waiting at the red door there on the top side, sneaking through all the bottom side of the rest of the Rise team. They're waiting for the clearance to go in there. Good smoke on the push. They're going to push through here and go for the club play. They have 3 players going for this pusher. Voxel waiting a nice spot here. We'll almost get the kill. He will actually get the kill onto Sam there, as Nemesis takes out Digital Doctor on the side there. They do take control of the club area there. Hyper, though, waiting on the outside of Breezeway there for the push and for the opportunity to strike, while the rest of the attackers now clear up the brick house and club. Interesting approach there, but we do see now Explicit tagging up there and regrouping there with Hyper. Ooh, Explicit, aggressive peek and push here. Good Molotov to block off the push as Chet clears out the rest of the club for some reason. Should have already called that out, but they're going to just go ahead and re-clear that out in case it wasn't already clear. Interesting position of a grenade. Oh, and it does land a Kobe shot there onto Nemesis, taking him out. Tigaman, though, and Flogel still waiting in position. Alongside a Hey Lobster, it's a stack up of the bomb site as the Molotov waits up. Another Molotov delaying it once again. Just kind of drawing down the clock. Hey Lobster taking some fire, but he's going to be able to escape at least with his life for the moment. But an interesting push and hold here. We still have Chet with... Yeah. Oh, Tigaman taking some fire still through the entryway there. The cover not being enough there. Tigaman go for the aggressive push there. Oh, Flogel though gets the kill. Harry Lobster takes it explicit. Down to Chet last alive in a 1v3. Oh, Harry Lobster able to escape. It's down to just Flogel, Tigaman, and a Harry Lobster there to try and stay alive against Chet. Chet, no utility. Facing 3 aimers at once. This is going to be nearly impossible unless Chet can pull out something magical. May opt to go for the eco play instead. Ooh, Tigaman actually going to try and go for the kill here. Going for a long side peek across. Chet making a lot of breaking the glass there a little bit. Going to opt to escape. Yeah, that's a good call to make. Digital Doctor picked him a long way away.
I want a new stat. I want longest kills, Donut. I want them tracked right now. Okay. How long range of a kill was that? I've got to know. That is definitely more than 20 tiles.
Easily, if not more. That was an amazing round there for Yaokuza, though. 64.
There is a factory that's about 32 tiles. If you don't include a tarp wallbang on Toxic. Maybe that was a little bit longer. I don't know. Maybe we'll check the VOD and find out. But Yaokuza actually winning that round. Both teams won that round on defense.
That makes
And I
sense,
have
though.
received word that we're not getting a longest kill stat.
Not yet,
Dang
maybe.
it. Ah.
In the
Well,
future, though.
all
I'm
right,
sure we'll get
I'll
more.
do it. I'll do it in the future. But both teams won that kill house on defense. That was so weird. I mean,
Yeah.
as an attacker, you just need to flash that bomb site and clear all your corners and just keep up the pressure with your flashes. But neither of the teams could just flash the bomb site and go, I guess. They were too worried about other spots. But hey, game point for Yaokuza. If they win this game, they only have to win the next one. And then they've won the best of 3. But Rise still has a chance here. If they tie this first game, they can push for 3. And I believe. I am a
You
little bit
believe?
of a believer, but then again, my prediction was wrong. So we're just not going to talk about it. This is clever. We're back on it. Another C-store that you've got to go fast on. And look at that. Rise is going for one of the 2 plays that we talked about stuff. I mean, wall charge straight into storage. Get onto that bomb site. Use your flashes effectively. Clear those 1 or 2 corners in storage that you have to. And then it's an easy bomb site take from there. Because you've already cleared your backside. You just have to worry about a funnel. And funneling, going to get you even more free kills. So Rise is writing up some different plans, though. They might want to keep an eye on fridges. They marked up fridges, and it looks like Yaokuza's prediction is now going to be wrong. It's not going to be a wall charge play. That wall charge is going to be cherished. It's going to be saved for that next round. As Rise is just looking to do the same thing as Yaokuza. They want a door charge into office. They want to nade the barbed wire that's going to be in an arcade. And then they just want to get on top of bomb and start defusing. Voxel could be the defining factor in this round. I mean, we've seen some very close to perfect auto shoddy plays. I mean, Explicit almost had the play of his career, and Voxel is now about to be set up in a very, very good spot. The retake potential is possible, and these are some interesting barbs from Yaokuza.
Yeah, Yakuza going for a bit of an interesting cross play there. We'll see how it stacks up alongside Rise now, going to the top side, looking for that Skylight breach. Sam and Hyper, though, working together, danger close. Alongside the bottom, we do see at least a charge being set there in place, waiting for the opportunity to strike. Hairlops, though, is in range for the Skylight breach, though, if they do go for the push here. Hairlops are looking for information, at least. Sam waiting for a good push. They go for the red door breach. Not going to happen just yet, at least not a lot of kills, per se. Hairlops are waiting in a nice, perfect rat spot, playing it nicely. Oh, he does get the kill on the Sam. He doesn't get the trade, though. Hyper able to get the kill, at least taking out 1 rat. But there's still 4 more in the server to take out, and on this map, at least, to keep it alive for Rise. Flago, though, and Tiki Man waiting in arcade. Oh, he did. He did spot him out, but ultimately Explicit does indeed stomp out that rat. 3 more to go. Macius, Voxel, and Tiga Man still in the fight. Tiga just waiting at a nice angle to peek here. Voxel waiting with the auto shot in a really aggressive spot. Oh, that's a deep grenade. It will get rid of the barbed wire in the first spot there. Oh, but Tiga Man takes out Hyper. Chet able to trade. Voxel now in a nice spot here, battling out against Chet. Macius as well, waiting on the bottom side position. Digital Doctor rotates from behind. Macius going for the push. Aggressive push from Voxel, takes out Chet. Digital Doctor and Explicit still alive for Rise. It's a 2v2. Bomb defusal starting. Voxel is taken out by Explicit and down to Macius in a 1v2. Macius gets the kill to Explicit, but Digital Doctor secures the win for Rise. They are still in the fight. It is 5-6. It is going to go the distance.
That was very close. That was a bit too close for comfort. I mean, that pick onto Voxel was massive. The auto shot, he got the 1 pick because it was impatient. But then everybody on Rise knew you just got to hold that door. Don't let the auto shotty come into the bomb site. And that's exactly what they did. And Digital, still full health because he was flying in the back line, is able to kill Macius. I mean, good attack there. Very close. Very nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
But they get it. They get it. And now it is on to the final round. Auto Shoddy is out of the hands of Yaokuza. A lot of their barbs are gone, but they didn't use a lot of mollies that round. So it might just be a time pinch here for Rise. It might just be make Rise panic, make them push out of nowhere with bad utility. Because Yaokuza, they're a very adaptive team. I believe that they could still win this. Even though, that was a rough round.
by all means, it's definitely winnable. I think we did see a lot of utility usage, though, of Molotovs on that first Kill House map, though. They threw at least 3 on that entryway into the bomb site. So they may have used up quite a bit there.
Now we're on Nimrod Queen. We're back on this interesting map where Yaokuza decided to wall charge. And I'm wondering what the plan is here from Rise. They have a charge, and they have the flashes to get directly onto bomb or go through green to office. It's really just the decision at this point. And it looks like Rise is interested in cleaning up some of those office angles. Seems Dock is a point of interest. Maybe they'll go for Dock to try to clear Pipeworks, and then they'll, end up holding office while they defuse. Or maybe, it's a server's Dock split, and they just want to pinch the bomb and smoke it like Yakuza did and just stick the defuse. I mean, it's a desperate measure now, but Rise needs to win this round, or else I think the series falls apart for them.
Yeah, I gotta agree. I think it's going to be a big challenge for Rise to win this one, but not impossible by any means. The strats, though, coming out from Yakuza, though, looks like it's really similar to what we saw before in the last half. At least the last time we played this map, though. I'm curious to see how we're going to see Rise rise to the occasion, to be frank, on servers and on this push and storage. Going for power, looks like. Split push, though, could be effective, but kind of similar to what we saw before, so anything's possible. But maybe the red door on Dock might just be the surprise that might be what we're in store for.
I'm not sure. I mean, 4 barbs prepped for this factory, and it looks like Flogel, he's gonna be doing his thing. He is going to do a Flogel barb on Dock. Now, if you're an uneducated swine and you don't know what a Flogel barb is, back in the days when Yakuza was still named Flogel, doors would get breached. Yes, normal red doors, they get breached. But Flogel, of all people, would run past them and place a barb after it was breached, making it even more difficult to enter after Molotovs. Looks like he wants to do it. And it's going to be Sam to clack. Here it comes.
Yep.
Molotov goes out. Flogel has the barb in his hand. Oh.
Interesting approach here. We see, there we go, Flogel does set up that barb. Perfectly done there. Digital Doctor Knight will get the shot across in time as the rest of Rise go in that top side position as Flogel tries to pre-fire across, not gonna hit the kills. While the top side, here's where Rise is mainly arising from. We see Hair Lobster waiting in office, going for the push alongside Sam and Hyper, tag teaming it up at the bottom side of servers, being pushed by Chet. Explicit also rotating back now, all working together there to lock down storage. Looks like Flogel trying to go for some early shot there into servers, as Voxel and Hair Lobster have not been spotted yet. Hair Lobster will go running into the fight. Rubs Chet, not going to get the kill. Oh, an interesting breach. It sounds like Digital Doctor Knight's picking a Hair Lobster on the side there. Macius, though, takes out Explicit on the push. It's going to be a tough one. Voxel from behind, though, gets the kill onto Chet. Takes out almost all the damage there onto Sam. At least most of the help. But Macius from the backside there, watching the dockside push. Battling it out. It is Mop versus Saber. Digital Doctor and Macius on these long shots across here. Flogel also close though with the aim bar. Looking to try and play it down, lock it down there. Sam up above and alongside Hyper, working together to clear the office. Oh, looks like Voxel gets the shot and spot across. At least Hyper, nice kill into Flogel. Danger close. That's going to make it a little bit easier now. Looks like the rotation now happening. Voxel from behind could get some surprise kills here into office. As Hyper battling out against Macius. Macius is having to escape, but will escape. Though Sam hasn't picked up the KR, surprisingly. Oh, Hyper, though, from behind gets the kill. It's down to a 2v1 here. It is Voxel. Oh, it was Voxel, but now it is Sam and Digital Doctor getting the win and to tie now for Rise. First game going to a tie, 6-6, after an amazing push there by the attackers and defenders. What an amazing start to the series.
Whoever wins game 2 only has to tie game 3.
Wow.
So this series is about to go all the way. I mean, Rise definitely stepped it up in that second half. That was very good. I mean, they came down from a 3-0 deficit. They got 4 rounds in a row. They had a little bit of struggles because Yakuza adapted to them. But then Rise, they got back on their feet. They had very good attacks, as they're known for. And they were able to just clean it up. Props to them. But they've got to do better if they want to win this series. I mean, Yakuza is definitely ahead right now, I would say. Yeah. Even if it's a tie game, Yakuza is ahead.
Yakuza definitely have their kind of their chakras in a line in a sense. They have their gun skills up to par. They have their aiming skills up to par. And they've got the tactics to back that up to work to actually get kills. Sure, there's times where they may fail executions on a personal level, but overall strat-wise, Rise definitely are struggling. They've gotten some lucky rounds and lucky kills to get the tie at least. And they did bring it back a little bit, but they got to go even harder, faster, stronger. They got to be just better if they're going to take game 2 and game 3 for the win here. Or we're going to see Yakuza lock it down and ultimately secure the win in game 3.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, game 2 is going to come up soon, but we're going to take a short break here. And hopefully you'll stick around for game 2 because, boy, that was intense. But my name's
Indeed.
Dax Stuff Shark. Got anything to say about game 1 before we hop out for a bit?
GG's, well played. I am excited to see game 2, and we'll see if Rise can step up.
Yeah. Make sure to stick around as we have game 2 coming up. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am Adaxi. I'm here with Stuff Shark, and we are back into this exciting series between Rise and Yaokuza. Rise is currently number 2 on the standing, and Yaokuza is number 3 coming into playoffs. First game, we saw tie. We saw a very, very Yakuza-sided beginning, 3-0. But then Rise come back. They get 4 rounds in a row, and they push for the 6-6. Beautiful performance from both teams, and I'm ready to see what comes up next. Stuff Shark, I need to ask you,
All
have
right,
your
all right.
predictions changed?
In a way they have, but they also haven't. I think I predicted Rise to win possibly the series, maybe Yakuza. I think Yakuza right now definitely have the winning potential. And if they can win this next game here, it's going to be an easy game 3 for them. But easily Rise, they haven't done bad, but they haven't had enough performance to really secure a win, per se, to predict at least. It's winnable, but it's definitely going to be a close one if they do win, and at least go for the one at least. So it's tough to predict, but I think we're going to see Yakuza the easy call to make. But still, Rise could have rise to the occasion and actually secure the win on game 2 and game 3. But it's all up in the air.
True. That is true. But the same rosters are going to be played. We have Sam, Explicit, Hyper, Chet, and Digital for Rise. And then we still have Macias, Voxel, Flogel, Lobster, and Tiga for Yakuza. I want to take a limb and just go off about that last game. Some of those maps were just teams would just win it on one side. I mean, we saw that Kill House where both teams won on defense. We saw C-Store Attacks where both teams won on attack. I mean, I think some of these maps are actually affecting the game.
Yeah.
And
No,
I think whoever starts on defense here could have the upper hand in the game because they're going to have that double attack, and it's going to be Rise. They showed in the second half of that last game that they can rise up and do better on attack. And crap, I made a Rise pun. I'm so sorry. But they have double attack. They can definitely show up and have the good attacks that they had in the second half of that game. But Yakuza, defender-sided team, they're going to have double defense. So it's going to be the best, not the best team on attack, but a team that is better on attack and a team that's better on defense going head to head. So I'm wondering who comes out on top here. As I'm just gonna load into the match. I don't know if you're in already.
I'm not loading in now, so I don't know just yet. But I'm curious as well to who's going to take it. I think the first couple maps, or first couple rounds at least, are going to be really telling on who's going to take it, possibly in the game here. But we saw Rise kind of bring it back. They're on a bit of a winning streak the last couple of rounds here, so we could see them take the early lead here against Yakuza. Although they are in defense, which is their definitely favorite side, I think, of the two from the looks of it. But still, Starlight Horn, an interesting map, a little bit Among Us looking on the sides here in positions. But interesting shed spot as well.
This map is going to be very suspicious for the attackers to get into. I mean, this storefront cover is a little bit rough to get around. And something we've seen is players ratting in these cubbies at the bottom.
Ooh.
So the potential is there for ratting, but also Teller can just be cleared so easily. I mean, you've got a Teller hole here to cover the middle, and then you have the shed peaks to just cover the top side of it, and then you're stuck down here. You have nowhere to go. So ratting is probably going to be the best choice for the defenders here. I mean, maybe send somebody Freezer that just head glitch and hold bomb, send somebody Office to hold the back push, and then just have the rest of them wait until bomb's tapped. All of them flood. All the rats just flood out. They bring the plague with them, and they kill all the Argus enforcers off. But we're gonna see an interesting push here from Yakuza. They did this last time on C-Store. They door charged and they saved their wall charge for factory. I'm wondering where they're going to use their wall charge in this rotation, but a back push should be predicted by Rise. I mean, Yakuza's been doing it every single time they're on C-Store. There's no reason not to predict this, but they're playing for a storefront anyways. Double barbs going out and only a single barb for the green side.
So I guess they are definitely betting heavy on that push on that side there. We'll see what happens here with Yakuza now. Leaving the truck, Floggle the first one into the combat here, rocking the AP and a Clacker alongside Nemesis. We'll see what they go for the approach here. Sammy, though, is in a good spot on Bathroom to kind of the cross there, alongside Digital Doctor, waiting for that arcade push there. Floggle in position with that charge, getting ready to deploy it here. Digital Doctor's going to be into the line of fire. The first one there with the KR. Sam waiting with that tub on that green door of the bathroom side to go for that push split-wise. But it's going to be a 5-stack, it looks like, towards the arcade. Here comes the push, fast in. Digital Doctor's going to rotate out of the way in time. They do push in, 2 freezers lock that down. Sam, though, in a tough spot. They do take heavy control of freezers, but from the actual storefront side there, Digital Doctor gets the kill to Floggle rotating out from freezers as Hyper sprays across, trying to get some kills into arcade. Not going to get some damage done, though. Interesting flash set there from the security, or at least the attacking side there of Argus and the rest of Yaokuza as they now push Office heavily. Hyper, though, caught off guard and had nowhere to go. Triple stack gets taken out on Office, while the top side and the rest of the map there kind of locked down by Rise, making a nice little wall there. Sam, though, is in a good spot here to catch out possibly Voxel or any other attacker going for that push. As we see Chet in a nice spot as well, waiting in Teller. Digital Doctor waiting in a bit of a floating spot there between Freezer and Storefront, kind of battling back and forth, locking the sides down. Here comes the first flash. Here comes the push now by the attackers as Digital Doctor sees a Voxel on the rotation. Chet, though, team kills explicit by accident on the side there. Hair Lobster, though, still in the fight. And from behind, Sam gets the kill to 2. It's under Hair Lobster gets the pushing kill into Chet. It's a 1v1 shotgun battle. Hair Lobster versus Sam on the push. Hair Lobster coming in now close to the bomb. Danger close, and Hair Lobster gets the win against Sam. What an amazing round there from Yaokuza. They take round 1.
That really came down to just Harry Lobster winning the clutch. Yaokuza were completely pinched out in arcade, freezer, and office. They had nowhere to go. That was such a horrible push, and they just happened to have 2 players pop off, and that's what won them the round. I mean, look at his health. Look at the sliver of health that he's on.
1 HP in a dream. You got it.
That round was purely determined by can Yaokuza get a pick, and that was very rough. Rise, though, they've gotten a lot of economy damage onto Yaokuza. Clacker is still recovered. Lobster does have a KR, so there might be another chance to frag out here. But I think the utility can definitely show up here for Rise. I mean, they proved in the second half of last game that they can use it well, and now it's time to just do that again. If they can win one of these defender rounds on Factory or Dome, they could win all of their attacks and just win the game.
Definitely winnable.
But it's possible. But very interesting map. Absolute quarterback. Another generator, but this time it's looking like barbed wire is going to be useless on it. I mean, you can just jump over these railings. You've got these conveyor belts. You can just jump around. And where did these even go? I mean, we're shipping off grenades to the attackers, or are we shipping Argus operators to the bomb? Like, is this another training? We'll see. But generator is a very interesting breach. It gives you direct access and line of sight to the bomb, but you have so many more corners that you need to clear out. So many more head glitches as well. Doc could be an interesting push here. I mean, while charging it and then going for some sort of, storage take, get power for free. That's an option. But it looks like the left side of the map is the priority for both of these teams. Looks like Hyper is going to be a little bit sleepy on this one. He's going to be drawing in the bottom right corner as his team is planning out without him. Not much interesting things going on here. I mean,
yeah,
we might see some head glitch fights. We might see a rat with a shotgun under generator. But as long as the flashes are good for Yaokuza, they could probably win this round. Mop is sitting in the back, and they're aware of it. So the counters are here. Yaokuza should win this round.
Yeah, I think they definitely have it in their playbook to win this one, especially kill-wise and strategy-wise. But Rise are in a good counter position as well. It could be interesting on those long picks of the red door and elevator, generator. No elevators on this map just yet, but still an amazing setup here. We'll see how this stacks up as we see the attackers now leaving the truck. Almost all of them there. A little bit of last-second decisions there from Voxel and a Hairy Lobster alongside Tiki Man, kind of figuring out what they want to do for the last bit there. Floggle, early grenade throw towards generator. Looks like he's ready for a flashbang in position, ready for the breach. Macius, though, stacking up with a Saber and Clacker of all things, so we'll see how it clacks on. Hair Lobster going to be in position to set up the charge and is in position. Let's see if they go for the breach. not going to push just yet. Chet in a nice spot as well to counter it. Sam waiting with an auto shot in a really dangerous corner here. A perfect rat-like position here on that side and on that push. Hyper as well, watching this angle. Explicit, waiting at the green door just in case they do go for something kind of crazy on the backside there. Digital Doctor in a good spot as well and shelving on a good rotation. Red door being breached. Good, but a bit of a weird Molotov, perhaps. Not quite the most effective, per se. But we're going to see a bit of an interesting stack from these attackers here. They get rid of the barbed wire in that position. Sam waiting as well. Chet in a good spot here. Floggle waiting for the time to strike here. Kind of drawing down the clock, waiting for the opportunity here. All stacked up. Here comes the push in now from the attackers. Sam, though, waiting in a nice spot here. Ooh, Hair Lobster, though, gets the kill. Actually, we'll get the kill on the Sam there as Voxel takes out Chet on the generator spot there. Looks like a good throws as well. We see Hyper taken out by, it looks like, Macius. As Digital Doctor and Explicit last alive here, they're going to rotate back and try and retake the bomb side at least. It's not impossible. Through the smoke. Oh, Explicit gets the kill to Voxel. Oh, but Floggle does take out Explicit. It's down to Digital Doctor last alive with just the mop on the toxic spot here. Tegan Man getting chased. He's running, he's gunning, but ultimately Hair Lobster will be able to pinch the round for Yaokuza here. Now 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, very good push from Yaokuza. We saw the auto shotty on Sam, but it wasn't able to do that much. Mop is going to be recovered from Chiga. I'm wondering how many bullets that has. I'd assume 4 or 5.
I think so.
But double sniper for Dome. I don't know if they're going to bring it, but it's a possibility. Now Rise has so much more to worry about. They are in the same situation that they were last game.
Yeah, this is going to be a really hard one to push on Dome, but they have the double sniping. They have a lot of good utility on attackers still. Defenders have a couple of good long weapons left. They did lose Allegros, and I think they still have an Ingmar at least to their name. Although the Gruber from the Hair Lobster, though, could be a bit of a surprise factor.
Maybe. I mean, the Gruber is a very good gun. Just kind of a laser, if you can hit that, hit the head. I mean, the tooltip literally says aim for the face. If you're not aiming for the face, you're doing something wrong. But now that we're off of Factory, we're on another medium sort of long range map, and that's going to be Dome. We've got a beach, and we have a red door into sort of a bridge ruins area. So this is half Badger.
Okay.
Observation
whole Badger
is a observation is a very good place to get information, right? But you are completely isolated from the rest of your team. So I'm wondering if Yaokuza blows pit here, or if they just try to go out for the site rush. And it's looking like the site rush. They want to use their wall charge on a door. Looks like they want that versatility with the wall charge, and that's okay. It's something they do, and it's been working for them. Rise, on the other hand, they are prepared for this site rush. They are going to be barbing jungle, ruins, like, absolutely crazy. They also want to barb off pit out of concern of, that red door being blown. It's just a precaution. But I think all of the focus here is going to be on, maybe a shotgun under the bridge in jungle in the water. Maybe, we see a double mop and saber come out on beach. One to hold obs, one to hold, water. And I think Rise can, if there's 2 snipers, I think Rise can definitely win this round, because there's not going to be as much pushing power if Yaokuza has 2 snipers. I mean, there's 4 barbs, and if Yaokuza doesn't recognize that, it's going to be a very difficult push. They're aware of all these corners, and they're actually marking it out. I actually like this. This is very interesting. I'm assuming this is for callouts. They're titling the ruins. They have A ruin, B ruin, and C ruin. That is very interesting. That is the first time I've seen that done from them. Maybe we'll see more of that. But it looks like Rise is all stacked up on the site. There is a shotgun on Digital, and they are ready for this. Chet's going to be hiding in the corner with a tub on that little grass area.
Indeed. I think he was going for that spot. It's possible, maybe an homage to League of Legends, but he's going to opt to go back and hide under the rocks. The rest of the attackers, though, sneaking on the bottom side. Floggle and Macius, though, in beach, waiting for the breach here. Explicit is an observation, waiting for the information, at least, on that push. They're going to see at least 2 players on that push. Breach of the beach, breach at least. While on the top side, we have the rest of the attackers there waiting for the breach on the jungle side. Sam in a nice spot there in that B ruined position there. That's called out by the attacker's side. They go for the red door breach. Perfect Molotov throw. It's going to push back those attackers for just a second, but that's what they needed. While the bottom side is now held down by a nice, actually good smoke from the position there. Nemesis, nice pick into Explicit. Early on is going to do a lot of damage. We see Hyper waiting, though, with the character going to rotate back from Pit, though. Looks away at the wrong time, perhaps. Maybe the right time, perhaps. Nice kill from Sam, though, onto Voxel pushing aggressively. Oh, but from behind, Sam does not get the kill, but Hair Lobster, though, does take out Chet on the bomb as Nemesis takes out Hyper on the push. Oh, this is going to be a tough one. Tigaman still in the fight, though, battling out against this player up above. Not able to get the kill. Trying to get the shot across. Looks like Sam waiting just for the right time to strike. Do have, though, from the bottom side, Digital Doctor waiting at a really nice spot. Actually gets a surprise kill onto Macius, gets a second one onto a Hair Lobster. Oh, but it will be Tiki Man getting the flick and kill there. Logline at least securing the win there for the Yaokuza side now, 3-0.
Pretty strong. I mean, I think the rotates there from Rise could have been better. Hyper struggled very much on this mop peek. He peeked it, lit the mop, and then decided to unpeek and repeek it again. I mean, he just kept fighting there instead of crossing to go help his teammates when the mop wasn't looking at him. So I'm not sure what the rotate was for Explicit there. Maybe he was just worried about a pit breach. I think he just got greedy for a pick. He wanted an entry for his team, even though the red door was Molotov. The breach, the push was, you know, delayed. And it's 3-0 now for Yaokuza. They are in a strong position. They do have defender side now, though. And both of these teams, they're good on the sides they're on. We see Rise on attack. They've got 6 rounds of it. We see Yaokuza on defense. They've got 6 rounds of it. These first few rounds of this quarter will decide who can really set the pace this game. I mean, so far it's been Yaokuza. But once again, Rise can come back, just like we saw in Game 1. Starlight Horn. You've got to be a star on this map. We saw it last time, 2 double kills. And I'm wondering if Rise is wanting to wall charge now that they know the map selection, or if they're just going to go for a very similar door charge or maybe even eco play. Seems like Voxel is drawing out some concern about Shed, as power is very free, but a lot of teams don't want power on C-Store. And that's because while you get the lights off and it gives you, you know, that overall advantage, you're going to be clearing close corners. So like, flashlights are going to counter you anyways. There's no reason to grab the night vision if you're going to be clearing close corners where they don't need light. It's only useful on those long range fights like Factory and such. And you know, some teams, they just can play without lights. That's just how it is sometimes. But the prediction is here for Yaokuza. Very smart. They are going to still be barbing storefront, but they're aware of a Shed push. I'm wondering if they set someone green to get some free damage. Rise has done that. Yaokuza, not so much.
Yeah, you know, I think it's going to be effective on the push onto Shed through the sides here, because there's a lot of places to push out through towers and through storage. But equally, an interesting defensive hold on storefront. It could be very effective, but I think they could also have some ways to counter it too.
I mean, power's right there, so you can't even turn power off if you want to cancel the teller opening. You just have to throw away your life for that.
Yeah. It's going to be a tough one for sure. We do see now the attackers leaving the truck. Rise going to these spots here, ready to go. Fox on a nice spot there to counter that Shed push. If they do go for it, they have currently drawn their 3 on the push there. It's like one on the bottom side. You see Voxel waiting a nice spot here. Ooh, he's gonna go for the rest of the push outside. Ooh, Splits though catches up Voxel on the push and gets the kill through the door there onto Voxel. Gonna be able to clear up that Shed push here. Taking up the charge to go for the breach on Shed. Tiki Man though is gonna be in the next spot here. Next one in line. Perfect Molotov throw to block off that push for the moment here. Floggles also in a good rotation. Chet did manage to escape through and is gonna turn off the power. Lobster though waiting, as well as Hyper now in the bathroom. Gonna sneak through here, just waiting for the right time to strike. Playing the power back and forth here a little bit there. Power back on now in the map. Looks like actually no, still down, excuse me. Yeah, they're just kind of drawing down the time here, waiting for the right time to strike here. Tiga Man kind of dancing with Sam there. Still alive at least.
Away? What?
Yeah, Tiga escaped that one perfectly fine. Somehow dodged all the bullets, but despite that, nice kill from Floggle there onto Explicit. As from behind, Sam takes out Tiga Man. But Floggle trades just like that. Hyper still in the battle here against Floggle. Danger close. Oh, it's going to be a shot. Oh, bit of a trade back and forth, but from behind, long ways away, Digital Doctor gets the count of Floggle in that doorway of the tower spot here. It's a 1v1, Digital Doctor versus Hairy Lobster. Knack versus Saber. Who's going to rattle the Saber? Could it be Hairy Lobster? There's a chance. Oh, bomb defusal, partially done there. Not quite enough for the kill, but Hairy Lobster coming with rotation here. Bomb still being defused. A lot of time there on the clock, so Digital doesn't have to go for this. Perfect flash placement here. Gonna push him back. Gonna go for the defusal still. Not sure what Digital's waiting for here. Could probably go for the kill. He's going to be danger close here, waiting for the chime to strike. Hail Officer, danger close here, going for the play, going for the win here. Just waiting for the right time to strike. Could go for the wall bang, actually, with that knack. Has that potential here. Oh, going for the pick, but Digital Doctor does win the battle. And that's going to be the first round for Rise, 1-3.
I mean, they finally pick it up after the slaughter that was Teller's. I mean, Tiga ran out, he got Chet. That was really good. And he makes it away as well. But then he's just cleaned up by Sam in the end. And Flogel gonna just get traded out after, you know, trade after trade after trade. Digital, very good though. He, as soon as that shutter was open, he was reacting. He got 2 picks off of it, and he was able to get the clutch. I mean, basically a 1v3 clutch there for him. Beautiful job, especially with a Saber on a map like that. I mean, I can understand, you know, I might be giving him a little too much credit. You know, Saber outside of storefront, 3 picks, oh, la la la. But he won a 1v1 clutch against the Knack. That's pretty crazy. The Knack is a very scary gun, to say the least. And moving on to Factory, maybe we'll see Knactory. Common phrase when you see the Knack pulled out on this map, or on this tile set, excuse me. There's plenty of places to play it. You've got the auto shotty spot that Sam played. You've got bomb. You've got storage, if you even want to just sort of roam around and keep them from coming in the building. But Rise is interested in green, it seems. They're going to be thanking the power of Pogfish as Yaokuza preps for generator side.
Okay,
So
interesting.
I'm not sure what Rise is thinking here. Maybe they go for the same breach, but then they fail because Yaokuza's just prepped for their own play. Or, you know, Rise just wings it and they throw nades and just go for it. It looks like that's what they're going for. They're just going to go through Toxic. They're going to go to the bomb, and they're just going to get on top of it, it seems.
Gonna go for
Storage,
it,
yeah, storage seems like a very important part of the map because it's, you know, this central unit where you can rotate very easily. But if you blow Toxic or you blow Generator, where are you going to go? You get caught if you peek here, and you get caught if you peek here. So it's not the best place to go if there's a breach charge coming out. I'm not sure what Rise is doing here. They're just switching plans over and over again.
Yeah, I'm not. Maybe they're kind of figuring out what they're looking at for pre-fire angles from that side of Toxic. They're kind of going for the crazy rush there onto the bomb site. No stops, just all fast in. Could be effective, but equally, you know, I think Yaokuza have the aim to counter that one. Maybe counter their strats, but they can definitely recover fairly quickly. It's going to be a tough one for Digital and for the rest of the Rise side there to lock it down, but still, there's a chance they can get this one. Although it's going to be a challenge for sure. Let's see what they stack up, though. We do see them now leaving the truck. Well, about to leave the truck, at least getting on the approach. Defenders, though, rotating a little bit backwards. Tigerman, though, is in a bit of a good spot there on the bottom side, while the rest of the Yaokuza side are waiting and shelving. And relatively around the generator side, the Digital Doctor waits for that push towards the red door as the rest of Rise getting their loadouts finally dialed in and are finally leaving the truck, waiting for the push here. We see Hyper going to be the first one into contact. Digital Doctor looks like he tabbed out for the second there, alongside Chet, getting ready for the breaches here. Actually, they're setting up a good grenade throw for the generator push. They're going to go to the bottom side here, going for a fan on the outside, or at least they're fanning in from that position there. We see, though, looks like Sam and Digital Doctor actually playing a little bit on the backside. Hyper going all the way around the map here, going long ways around. Digman should be able to hear this rotation coming, though, making a lot of noise. Did sneak past. Red door being breached. Good grenade to get rid of the barbed wire here. Oh, a perfect molly, though, is going to barbecue Sam nearly all the way here. Hail Officer will be able to seal. Actually, Flogel seals the deal onto Sam there. Kind of stealing that player's kill there. That was danger close. Explicit does sneak through the smoke. He's able to go for the push here. Takes out part of the, at least part of the dock here. Tigerman, though, is still in that truck, hiding out. Explicit. Oh, runs past Tigerman. Chet, nice shot into Harry Lobster. Voxel waiting with an auto shotty and generator. This is going to be very, very risky. A lot of the players aren't to that side's advantage, but defenders have rotated back now in the bottom side. Hyper, though, has snuck in through Toxic. Mace's team kills Voxel by accident. That's definitely not going to help their chances, as Hyper, nice shot into Vlogel over in shelving. Ooh, Rise, though, and Chet at least. Battle out against Macius. KR versus AP, but from the pop side of the generator, Chet takes out Macius. It's down to just a 1v4 here. Tigerman in a tough spot with just
He's stuck.
Leg roast. Yeah, he pretty much has nowhere to go.
They just closed the dock on him, and it was a 4v5.
Oh, that's gonna be
basically a kill there. You just close the dock and then you just hold it. Free kill.
Yep, and they are gonna do that. They got the bomb. They got it all locked down. They're gonna go for any last utility, but it's gonna be the round for Rise. Doing a fantastic job on that push there. Bit of a surprise to the last second, but is effective on Generator. They take the round 2-3.
I mean, they could get this 3-3 half again.
Yeah.
Are they going to clean up Tika?
They might go
This
for
is
it.
risky.
Oh.
This is risky.
They're risking it for the biscuit. Are they going to get the kill here? Digital. Oh, they go for the push. Oh, Teammate takes out one. Explicit able to trade. They did lose one. They lost a little bit of money there, but still, I guess they got one in. But I don't know if that was really worth it.
They lose a flash.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe they might have need that flash for next round. But considering they still had flashes on them, they probably have plenty.
Mm-hmm. Ooh,
Dome now.
Dome.
You're going to need a lot of space. So you're going to need all of these flashes that you can get, especially when you're going to be on a map like this. I mean, Half Badger, you've got that sight rush if you really want to go for it. But also, you need to get onto beach somehow. You need to hold off these rotates. Don't let the defenders move on this map. Chokehold them. Make them play in bad spots. That's what you've got to do. But are Rise capable of doing that? I'm not sure. They have the fragging potential and they have the utility this round to win, but Yaokuza's just going to predict them again and again and again.
Yeah. I think for defensive, it's going to be very, very difficult for Rise to try and counter Yaokuza. Because definitely Yaokuza have the upper hand when it comes to tactics, at least in strategy.
Mhm.
Now, Rise have a little bit better, I think, in terms of gun sense and like aiming and stuff. But that's if they're in the right position and they get a little bit lucky in their strategy so far. Even in this game here, we've seen them kind of bring it back after basically crazy gun battles, in the side of Rise. This one on defense, though, it's going to be a challenge to try and hold and secure just purely on gun sense. Especially if Yakuza counters it, it's going to be, I guess, the round win for Yakuza. But still, Rise can bring it up and hope maybe get the tie-in.
Yeah, I mean, if they tie here at 3-3, it's okay. If they 4-2 here, that's okay. They just need to get up in the next quarter. Whoever gets up in the third quarter of the game has the better chance. Said it last time, I'm going to say it again. And Rise going for a very fast play against 5 barbed wires. It's going to be rough. Rise is not ready for 5 barbed wires in one spot. But I think with all the flashes they have, they can get through it. They know the rat corners. They were playing in the rat corners. So there is no reason that they should lose this attack.
Yep, it's going to be an interesting one if they can win it, but let's see what happens here. Beduster now leaving the truck. Digital Doctor, the solo one on the beach breach. Floggle in an observation spot to counter it. Waiting for the information. Macius and the rest of the attackers, though, or the defenders, excuse me, are actually down in the jungle and the ruins area waiting for that push on the red door. We do see this 4-stack of Rise on the red door here. They go for the breach. Perfect wait. Voxel just waiting for the information to throw that molly off in time. That is a perfect read there from the defenders. Hair Lobster waiting in that nice B2 position that was being marked before. Shot. Good grenade throw to get rid of the barbed wire on that side there. As Beach is now being breached by Digital Doctor. Floggo did spot that out. Could go for maybe the kill here, or at least some information out. Did spot out Digital Doctor. Just waiting for the time to strike here. Good smoke as well from the Rise side. Ooh, good Molotov as well to block off that push. Going to force Hyper into a tough spot here in that Ruins position. As Explicit on the bottom side of the jungle, going to sneak through towards base. Oh, Tiki Man that takes out Sam on the push. Chet waiting for that time to strike alongside Hyper. Oh, but Harry Hobster, nice pick onto Explicit on that side. Oh, and Tiki Man takes out Chet. Hyper and just Digital Doctor last alive now. Definitely going to be tough for them to win this one, but it's not impossible just yet. Oh, but Voxel takes out Hyper. It's down to just Digital Doctor last alive. The push on the top side definitely did not go in their favor. Floggles could get the last kill here. Definitely possible. We do see the defenders are kind of waiting passively, waiting for that last player of Digital Doctor, who has done a lot of cheeky stuff usually towards the last bit of the round here. So they're kind of just playing to the smart sides here, knowing they're probably going to push from somewhere. They did have the call before from Floggle that there was a player pushing on the beach side, which was definitely going to be called as the last one now. Floggle kind of playing the angles here, trying to go for the pick across as Digital Doctor slowly but surely locking things down. Hair Lobster maybe going for the pusher with the regular shotty, with that tub 12 waiting for Digital to make a mistake. Digital just kind of waiting for the time to strike. He's going to push through. He's going to right into a Hair Lobster, and a Hair Lobster will just deck him as Floggle's team kills a Hair Lobster. Securing the round win there for Yaokuza, 4-2.
4-2 half. Yakuza's ahead. And Rise used all their utility right off the start on that breach. They just got mollied off over and over and over again. And what do you know? They have no flashes to get onto the bomb site. So the only flash that does get on is Sam's, and he's alone. So not a good way to come out of that round. I mean, last round of half, and you have no utility to push onto the bomb site. That's unfortunate. I mean,
Yeah.
Granted, that is your fault, but it's still unfortunate. New maps, though. We have Kill House, C-Store, and Factory. And there's a lumberyard on this one.
Yeah.
So, lumberyard is a very interesting tile inside of the Kill House tile set. You've got a lot of potential to rat. You've got a lot of potential to spawn peek as well. So I'm wondering if Yaokuza tries to take the early peek here, something that's not very like them, or they just sit back and just lay low, wait in office, maybe lockers, and just wait for some sort of breach. Because while it is the first round, and some teams want to save here, that also means you have everything at your disposal. So the idea that you can do anything here is true. I mean, you could wall charge out of office if you wanted to, like Yakuza's marked. Oh, and now Rise has marked. Or you can just push out a club with a nade and try to cross the lockers. I mean, it looks like Yakuza's committing a full round's worth of utility here. They're committing 3 barbs. They're even bringing the mop to hold on to club. So we'll see how this goes. It looks like there is a smoke mark down, though, from Rise to sort of block off that line of sight from the mop. So smart thinking, as it looks like Flogels, they want to play back. They don't want to play aggressive here. They just want to wait for the attackers to fall right into them, as they've predicted this play once again. They've called that there's going to be a wall charge in office.
Yeah, I was interested to see that read being called there. Although there's still a chance that Hyper can, and the rest of Rise at least, can bring it back to the win and secure the round at least. But still, it's going to be a big challenge.
Voxel doesn't have an auto.
Yeah.
Both
Not
power
great for their
weapons
odds.
on first round. They really want this.
Yeah, they are definitely hungry for it. They are funneling in the attackers with those perfect barbed wire placements. Although I'm not sure about that last one near lockers there. Maybe not all the way where it should be, but we'll see what happens here as Rise are now making their way over towards Lumberyard. 4 stacking on the bottom side here. The other side being held by Digital Doctor on that red door. Looking to maybe get some lucky shots across with that black tar, but probably not going to find anything just yet for the moment. As Rise now going on the top side, they do regroup together. Digital working on the box side here, looking to try and lock things down. Chet and the rest of Rise, well, most of Rise at least, are now in the Lumberyard. Looking to see what they can get, looking for any information. Sam also in the fight there. You do see now Sam, the first one. Looks like most of the point of contact here. Hyper is setting up for the breach here. You see Floggle waiting in a nice spot here in office with that KR. Has a nice molly as well to stop the push if they do go a little bit aggressive. Splits, they're going to throw a good flash there in towards office. Good smoke as well for the push. Ooh, Hyper will be able to escape. Actually goes for some shots, but did not get the kill towards the Hairy Lobster. But they do take control of office. Floggle in a really tough spot here, trying to stay alive using the bomb as cover. Voxel waiting in a really, really dangerous spot here. Hairy Lobster and Macius kind of battling it out alongside Floggle. Good, actually, Molotov position here by Floggle could block off a lot of interesting spots here as Digital Doctor waits for the information. And the rest of Rise kind of waiting for the time to strike here. Breaching the red door. Voxel waiting for the auto. He goes for the push, but Sam takes him out. Oh, and here comes the breach on that bomb site. Lots of flashes coming out. Here comes the push from Rise. Explicit, the first one into contact. Digital Doctor takes out Floggle on the push. As Hyper on the backside here, locking that Macius. Hairy Lobster, though, gets a double kill on these security players pushing Chet. Nice kill on the Tiga Man from the backside here. Chet, though, sneaking with the auto shotty from behind. Good surprise kill onto Macius. Macius with the auto shotty versus Mop. Danger close. Oh, but yet Macius gets the kill onto Chet from behind. It's a almost 2v1 here. 2v2 still in the battle here. As the Hairy Lobster just waiting out, holding on for dear life. 20 seconds left, 20 seconds remaining. Hyper, nice kill on the Hairy Lobster. They have to go for the defuse. They're out of time. Macius takes out Digital Doctor. It's a 1v1. Hyper versus Macius. Hyper has to stick the defuse. It's already too little too late. They're not going to get the defuse in time. Macius will get the final kill here, most likely onto Hyper. Let's see what happens. Just kind of drawing down time, looking to at least lock out these players, and they do lock it out in time. That will be the round to Yaokuza, but they will not allow for Yaokuza to pick up any utility there. So good play there from the last Rise player, but ultimately not the round win.
Macius on a sliver of HP. Wow. I mean, Lobster was really the star of that round. Even though there was double flash through the wall charge, they were able to still lock down 2 kills. And I mean, because Rise didn't get that wall charge off almost immediately, Flogel, who was sitting on the bomb, just knew to make the call. Yeah, they're going to wall charge. They're just sitting there. I mean, the pacing was really good from both the teams, but as soon as Rise slowed down in office, there were some issues coming out. They got the pick on Voxel, and then I don't think they all wanted to flood through the wall charge. They just weren't prepared to go together. But there's a different story here on Fortuna Crab. That wall charge was a risk, and it's not going to pay off because Tellers is in a very interesting spot where you can't reverse wall charge it. And Storefront, you would want to wall charge it, but you're not going to be able to. There is a door charge that could be used on this map. But if Rise loses this round, they have to eco, and they could just give Flogels the win. So I'm not sure what the call is here for Rise. They are definitely stuck. As Yaokuza, they are about to push game point.
Yeah, no, I gotta agree. This is gonna be a very, very challenging one for Rise to push through, at least in Skylight. We see them setting up for a shed breach, actually, fast into Arcade. Could be effective, as well as Office working for a split push there on the storefront side here, looking to lock down the sides and then push into the center here. Not impossible, but by any means, it's gonna be Yaokuza with an easy read, locking down the positions and kind of forcing them to tunnel in and kind of go to the sides that they want to push, which they are indeed getting the right sides picked. So it's gonna be a big challenge. I think there's a chance that Rise could maybe get this on the kills, but they're going to have their gun sense perfectly and get their utility down pat and perfectly, which they've so far had a little bit of a challenge with so far.
That is true. But with this shed breach, I think they could do something. I mean, the firepower all in one place, they can probably find the entry picks, but there are 3 barbed wires that are going to stop them. And they want to do a reverse teller on this. This is a very interesting thing. We don't usually see 3-way splits. Those are very risky, and they don't usually pay off. So I'm wondering what Rise is thinking here. Obviously, they want to go through Arcade, but they're going to be met by so many barbed wires. They're going to be met by the tub of Tiga, and they're going to have a Gruber rotate around possibly from Flogel to support. This is going to be very rough. I think they can win, though.
All right, so there's a chance, although it's going to be a long shot, but any shot is still a shot, at least at the round win here. We do see now Hyper on the top side going for the Skylight breach, while the rest of Rise are split there. Sam actually going up as well. Looks like possibly going to Shed. We'll go for the free breach there onto Shed. And we do see Digital Doctor from the backside. They're waiting for the opportunity to strike there with that Saber. It is definitely his preferred way of playing. We see Sam and Chent, though, up on the top side as well. Explicit down below, clearing off a little bit of the Shed position there. Defenders kind of staying in the same spot for the most part. They do go for that red door breach in Shed. But that's going to be it for the moment here. We do see them kind of just waiting for the draw at the time. Maybe draw out some possible Molotovs. We have 1 Molotov, though, in use on Macius. Waiting for the right time to use it, though, which is interesting to see. So it's going to be down to just straight-up gun battles here. A lot of utility, though, on Sam and Rise. Although, nice pick from Hyper. We'll take out Voxel on the rotation. Good grenade use as well as Sam will push through. Take some damage, though, from here Lobster. Wow, that was an amazing throw there. You see Explicit getting some shots across towards Macius. Not quite the kill, but Tiki Man. Dangerous battle here in Teller. Tiki Man will get the kill onto 1, but Sam will trade. Oh, Flogel and Harry Lobster battling a danger close spot here. All this action in one tiny little tile here. As we see Flogel waiting on the backside here. Sam has the opportunity to strike here. Has the shotty and has a flashbang as well. Waiting for the right time to go here. Good flash, though, into Teller. Flogel, though, catches out Sam on the backside. And Sam will actually get the kill despite that as Digital Doctor takes out Macius. An amazing push in sides here. It's going to be down to, actually, that's the round, for Rise. An amazing recovery, 3-5.
They did it. They got the entry pick, they got the trade, and they hit that button, which gave Digital the chance to just get a free kill and let everybody just flow into Storefront. That was a beautiful execution from Rise. I mean, that's the pacing we want to see. We see them go in fast. They were very good there. And then they were patient for the wall bangs. They waited for the right time. They used their utility to get into Tellers. And then, boom, they give all of their teammates free picks, but just because they can open up the Teller shutters. I mean, beautiful execution from Rise, especially in such a dire situation.
Yeah, that was fantastic read there and positions. Although this next map here, I think that's Kill House coming up in a little bit, right? Is the next one?
I believe so. As Yaokuza, they need 1 more round to get 6 and guarantee, possibly a win. But, it's actually Factory, excuse me. Kill House.
Factory, excuse me.
Prior. Yes. So, Kill House C-Store Factory. We're on Factory now. This is the last round of the quarter, and this is another map that we saw in the Fearsome Nemesis game. We saw Molotovs come out on dock. We saw players playing close to dock and generator, and it was just generally the idea was group up with your teammates to retake as a defender. And I think Rise pushing can definitely outweigh Yaokuza grouping up together here, especially when they're barbing themselves off. They're setting up two barbs for a dock rush, and they're setting up a barb for a push out of storage. So I'm not sure where Yakuza's planning to play here. Maybe they want to play on these close angles on Forklift and the backside of Generator. Or, maybe they just want to wing it and say, let's all commit to bomb side. Let's just funnel them in through Generator. You can't really tell. I mean, Yakuza's still trying to figure out where they want to play, while Rise is figuring out who is doing what in this server's push for power.
Yeah, this is such an interesting map as well. Such a huge generator, cutting off basically half the map in this major dock position here. So it's going to be an interesting stack up. We do see an interesting barbed wire set as well from these two sides, at least from the defenders. Attackers, though, I think the split push is going to be very effective. Where, as you guys said before, where Yakuza is stacking at, where they're going to position themselves is up for, I guess we'll figure out where they're going to go just yet. But I think this push from Rise is going to be very, very effective. Possibly even the win, maybe. Maybe bring it up to a 4-5. Or it could be Yakuza get match point here.
I mean, we see the barbs coming out, and it looks like all of these defenders want to sort of spread towards the left side of the map. We may see one of them, that being Voxel or Lobster, head towards the eastern portion of the map, towards servers, but it looks like all of them just want to play Generator. They're just chilling out. They're having a great time listening to the metal clank against each other as Rise wraps around the map.
Indeed, Rise now getting into the action here while the defenders are listening to Jenny at a Generator. Just this huge wall here blocking it off in favor of the defenders here. If we see now Rise approaching that red door servers. Two on the top side, though, in storage. Could be Hyper and Digital Doctor working together there on the top side position, but it's going to be down to just Hyper. Soloing it on the windows. Red doors breached in servers. Defenders starting to move a little bit there, trying to get a little bit of the position the flanks in. Interesting flare placement as well, and Bomb. One close, one a little bit farther on that side there. We'll see how that stacks up. Molotov a little early on the breach there. They do go for a bit of a funneling, at least towards that top side. It is going to be effective, though. Explicit and Chet are both going to fall for this one. Power, though, is in the hands of the attackers. They may opt to go for it. Uggle's waiting in a nice spot here, actually, on the cross. Another Molotov being thrown early on. Again, following them into that top side position here. Uncle just waiting a nice rat spot. Oh, Macius, nice shot there into Chet, taking out most of the damage, most of the health there on that player. Sam and Rives, though, up on the top side of storage, looking to lock things down a little bit there. They'll be able to push partially through there, but they are going to get caught by barbed wire. A lot of flares being thrown out by the defenders there. Floggle takes out Chet on the push. Floggle going for the aggressive peek there. Explicit able to counter Floggle's aggressive spot there, at least. Some damage being done towards Explicit, but not quite the kill. GS, yep, a Hyper long shot across towards Voxel, excuse me. Not quite the kill. Macius, nice shot towards Sam. Not quite a kill as well, as Voxel looks to actually sneak up to the Generator side here. Explicit going to go for the push towards Voxel. Will not get the kill, but Tigman's going to counter this one with a KR and AP battle here. Explicit going some nice shots towards Tigman. Not quite the kill, but some damage definitely being done. Some chip damage, if you will. Making it a bit crunchy here. Less than 30 seconds remaining. All the attackers now working together here. All on the same side and spot. Oh, Tigman gets killed. Explicit. Yeah, this could be an easy spray down for Tigman, but he's going to take out one. Voxel takes out Hyper. Actually, Halops will get the final killer. Tigman takes out Sam on the push on the backside. Digital Doctor last alive in a 1v4. And Tigman will lock down the round and round point, at least game point possibly, for this side here of Yakuza 6-3.
I mean, gotta give credit to Rise. They did have a good plan there that Yakuza was not expecting, but Yakuza were able to adapt to it. I mean, we did see some of the mollies come out a little bit early without pressure, but that's acceptable, when they have 4 mollies all at once. I don't have much to go off of in terms of, positioning. All the defenders were just stacked up on Generator. They just waited for a push, and then they were like, okay, we'll rotate this way or this way, and that's all it was. They just took the gunfights where they could, and they were able to win it, which was, good for them, I guess. Rise, though, now they are in a very bad spot.
Yeah.
Rise needs to win 3 rounds here. They really do. If they don't, they have to win the next game. So it's looking like Yakuza's probably going to take this. But there's a chance. There's always a chance. I mean, this map, specifically Torch Halt, there's a lot of opportunities. And being on the defense, you can hold a lot of different angles. You can hold aggressive angles in Lumberyard. You can play back and reserved in Brick House and wait for a breach. You can roam inside of office and wait with the auto shotty like Voxel did. You could even play aggressive on lockers. I mean, there's just a lot of opportunities since it is the first round of the final quarter in this game. And it looks like Yaokuza is ready to go all out. They have marked out plenty of flashes, a grenade, and a smoke. And it looks like they just want to try to get into the bomb site and just stick the bomb. They want to put as much pressure on Rise as possible and force them to panic, which is honestly a very good plan, considering Rise is probably very stressed right now. They are desperate for these round wins, and Yakuza's taking advantage of that. Yakuza's going to play fast, and they're going to play together, I'd assume, considering they're all coming through one entrance in Lumberyard. They do have to deal with a barb of Sam, though, and there's no mob, unlike Yakuza's defensive hold of this map. This is a 50-50.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be definitely a close battle here, although I do kind of think we're going to see Yakuza probably take the win here. They're going to go for the Lockers breach, actually, instead of Lumberyard. LaFlago is waiting on the backside there, going a long ways around, down to the Lumberyard, looking for the kind of a bit of a floater jungle-esque spot here, as Voxel is going to possibly tag up there, looking to lock down Lumber, clear it up for Flago to push. Looks like Sam is
that was a
possibly
bait.
spotted.
That Lockers was a pin pull. That was bait for Hyper to place his barb, but he hasn't fallen for it.
Oh, interesting. Let's see what stacks up here. It's going to be interesting for sure. Voxel trying to clear up that angle there. Sam, a nice rat spot there in the corner. Cannot be spotted just yet. Needs to go for the breach. Ooh, some early shots coming out. Good Molotov stop the push, at least for the moment here. Sam going to rotate back. Is spotted at least on the push. Oh, but Matrix does lock him out. Trying to escape, but not going to survive that one through the wall. It's down to a 4v5 now for Rise, at least, to win this one, to keep alive in this game for this round. Oh, a lot of barbecuing other attackers here, but nice kills from Rise, from Hyper and Explicit, just locking down that push, dead in its tracks. Flago and Matrix, though, the two support players last alive. Just an amazing read there from Hyper and Explicit, locking down that push. Looks like Matrix is going to opt to go eco and maybe bring back that Saber. They're going to opt to go together, maybe go for the push together, or are they going to go and hold it? Looks like Matrix is going to eco it with that Saber. Doesn't need to go for the push. Looks like Flago looking for at least something in there. Maybe get one more kill, perhaps? Looks like they trade spaces. Ooh, Sheton in a good spot to counter it, alongside Digital Doctor. Flago trying to get some picks across, looking for anything they can. Trying to find something in here. So far, Hyper just looking to spray across, not going to get the kills. Maybe wait out ammo or throw away ammo, perhaps? We do see some shots coming out from Shet with the pistol, but no, that's going to be a whole... That's going to be actually for the round.
Yeah.
Attacker's going to opt to just keep it eco and then secure another round for Rise, but still, Yakuza... Oh, Flago actually catches that Explicit on the rotation. Despite that, a little bit too aggressive there from Explicit, perhaps, but they do catch out one more. Maybe another player or two they can catch out on the side here. Chet, though, rotating. Ooh, this is going to be risky. They could get a wallbang kill here onto Chet if Flago opts to shoot for it. Not going to know the players there just yet, but it's going to be the round, finally now, for Rise, 4-6.
6-4. There's a chance. I mean, it's all possible, as Yakuza saved the Saber this round. Good hold from Rise. I think Hyper definitely should have held on to his barbed wire, though, at the end of that round. He just placed it down, and it just was useless anyways. I mean, you've already gotten 3 kills on that entry. You might as well just run away. You have no reason to just waste utility there. But, alas, it was a good round from Rise. They got the picks they need on the entry. Beautiful utility usage. And if they can keep that up, they can definitely tie this second game up. Yakuza, however, they are still in the lead. They win this game, they don't have to do as much in game 3. There's a C-store and a factory waiting for them. And I'm wondering if Yakuza will finally do a wall charge on C-store. We haven't seen it at all this series, but I really would like to see how wall charge play works for Yakuza.
Yeah.
I mean, they have been really good on these single red door pushes in C-store, and they've just been fragging out to get through it. But I don't know if they're going to be able to do that in this situation. It looks like they're just going to go for the double breach. They just want to win. They want to breach freezer and storefront. Yakuza's looking to end it here, and if they lose this game, I mean, you know, they're probably saying might as well make it a tie and just win the last one, which is fair. I'll let them play like that. It's not my choice to tell them how to play. but it's definitely an interesting choice. Bomb
Yeah.
is not facing storefront. Bomb is going to be facing cover and fridges. So defusing it is going to be very difficult in terms of covering your teammates, especially with a teller hole just waiting to hold it. It's predicted from Rise. There's not much to go into this round. It's just Yakuza needs to hit their utility, hit their flashes in the good spots, and Rise needs to retake properly. It's going to be who can win the brawl of storefront, because it is more than half the map.
Yeah, that's going to be a very, very interesting one to see where they approach and where they opt to stack up and put their stuff. We do see, though, possibly maybe Office being a possible place there. We do see at least one line being drawn for that one to counter, to kind of pincer the defenders there. It's going to be a tough one. 3 pushes on the side here. We see Rise in a good spot here, waiting in Teller and Storage for the pushes, respectively. And in the center there, storefront, at least 2 players on the bomb, 1 on the side there. Digital Doctor waiting in a good spot. They go for the green door breach on Shed. Digital's going to opt to rotate. So that is going to be effectively on move them out of the way there. Rise waiting. You can hear the players running up above here. Looks like they're going to opt to go for the drop on the front here. Interesting shots in storefront, or in the office skylight there. The Lops are getting some information out. We do see Voxel and the rest of the team about to go for the drop here. Macia's first one down. Going to set up the charge for the storefront here. The rest of the team just kind of waiting for the information to go here. Double reach on Freezer and storefront. Good flash as well. Voxel first one in. Good Molotov to block off the push. And Voxel will get the kill into early on to Explicit. Ooh, Bichette able to trade on to Voxel. Here Lobster next up into the fight here. Actually, Hyper will team kill Digital Doc there early on. That's going to be unfortunate as Macias takes out Hyper. Oh, this is going to be a challenge for sure for Rise to win this one. Now 2v4. Already on the bomb. Here Lobster takes out Chet. It's down to just Sam. Last alive in a 1v4 situation. Can Sam get this kill? No! Floggle secures the last kill for the round. And for this game 2, Yakuza take it 7-4.
Beautiful performance. And now in game 3, Yakuza only has to get 6 rounds to win the series. Because how this works is if you tie 2 and win 1, you have the advantage in the series. Yakuza is ahead. Rise is starting to crumble. And it's looking like, EU is going to be on top here.
Wow.
Impressive stuff from both teams. I mean, there were some very good plays and predictions on both sides, but I think Yakuza, with the IGLF logo, they were just a step ahead. They said that they were struggling without Ghetto and Louis, but they have really stepped up. They've come back to the occasion, and Rise has been crumbling.
Yeah.
I am impressed. I mean, I can't say that, I didn't say, Yakuza was going to win, but still a good job from them. And I have not much more to say than stuffed. What did you think about that game?
Sure. I think it was an interesting one overall. We didn't see Rise kind of bring it back to where they needed to, at least to get the round win and the game win in there. They brought it close a couple times there, but ultimately it was just a dominant performance from the side of Yakuza, locking things down, doing an amazing job, just able to secure the win there fairly well. Although game 3, I think we're going to see Yakuza bring it in for the win here. They only have to win 6 rounds, as you said before, to secure the win in the actual series. So 6 rounds is easily doable for Yakuza right now. They have a lot in their advantage, but Rise, they brought it back in tough odds before, although now, with the game and the mind sense, that could just be the last deciding factor, securing the win for Yakuza. But still, anything can happen. And we'll be back in just a bit with game 3. See you then. And we are back to the Due Process League. I'm your action caster from Stuff Shark alongside Adaxi, running on our beautiful color on an amazing set of games here we've seen between Yaokuza and ultimately Rise. So far, it's been a bit of a push and a bit of a stomp here from Yaokuza, at least in Game 2. Game 1, fairly close in a tie here. Game 3, though, Adaxi, what do you think we're going to see?
I mean, in Game 1, we saw a tie. And then in Game 2, we saw Yaokuza step it up and win 7-4. Rise is starting to falter in their form, and Yaokuza, they're having a very good defense against Rise's very strong attack. So I'm thinking, like I predicted at the beginning of this game, Yaokuza take it. But
Okay.
it's going to be very difficult. I don't think there's going to be an in-between sort of like close match. I think it's either going to be a complete stomp out or Rise get the first few rounds and then it's a clean streak from Yakuza. There's
You
not too
know?
much to say as that last game definitely showed that momentum is definitely a thing in this game.
Definitely. I think Rise are going to have a really big challenge Game 3 to not let Yakuza get 6 rounds up. There's a chance they could bring it back here for possibly maybe a win, but they're going to have to play a perfect game, no more mistakes at all of any kind. They can lose a round or two, but they have not a lot of time, not a lot of chances to bring it in for the win. It's looking like Yakuza have a fairly maybe easier time perhaps on the win. Only 6 to win for them, but still, it can go in either way. But definitely Yakuza looking fairly strong. Definitely an easy call for them to call for the win. But I'm gonna go for Rise to bring it back.
Yakuza, they only have to get 6 rounds to win this to win this game and this series. So it's going to be very rough on Rise. They cannot make any mistakes as they have subbed in somebody I've been wanting to see for a while. Argo's playing.
Ooh.
Argo's playing. So the lineup
Interesting.
now is Sam, Explicit, Hyper, Digital, and Argo. Does this change anything? Possibly. Argo is a little bit of a wild card. He can be flexible, but if you put him in the right situation, he will frag out. So Rise could win and push this to overtime now that they have Argo. But once again, Yakuza do have the momentum. So it's kind of this battle of fates. Who gets this game stuffed?
You know what? I'm gonna go it for Rise. I think that they have with that swap of Argo, and I think a little bit of time on their side. I think they might just bring it back for the win. It's a long shot for sure, but I'm going for it. I think they're gonna go to the moon. And I think they're gonna get it for the win.
All right. Makes sense. I mean, Argo is a very prominent player on Rise, and I mean, Rise was still playing very well even without Argo. So just bringing him on may help a lot. So Tiga, though, on on Yakuza, which is Flogel's team, very good with the tub so far. We've seen it. Voxel going to be fragging out with the Igmar and Lagros. Once again, I think this is going to be maybe map decided. We saw a lot of maps that were just, one-sided. So both teams won one round on it for free, basically. So there's really no way to predict what happens here. Who knows? Maybe we get 6 attacker-sided maps. Maybe we get 6 defender-sided maps. That's really unlikely, but there's a chance. You can't throw it out. But this series has really been the maps, I think. In Game 1, we saw that tie game. Especially with the kill houses and factories, they were really one-sided. And then Game 2, we didn't see as one-sided maps, and Yakuza was able to take it because of their flexibility. So maps are a very big defining factor. I mean, the flexibility is just there for Yakuza, and I think even with Argo, Yakuza can still, push this over the line, get 6. It's not as big as a requirement as they had before, now that they've won a game.
Although I think Rise might just they have kind of struggled a little bit on the tactic strategy inside. They've had the good gun sense so far. I think maybe if we're lucky, we can see Rise if they can just play to their sides and just hope and pray that they can get their positions right. We could see a bit of a comeback coming in, although Yakuza definitely looking like an easy pick for the win. But I think that I still think Rise, even with the maps, even if it's against them, if they can get their gun skills in position and get relatively lined up, should be the win.
It's all possible. I mean, this depends on who becomes the star here. I mean, we saw a lot of plays from Yakuza depend on getting key frags, and that was very risky of a play style. We saw a lot of like 1v1 clutches and stuff that probably shouldn't have happened if they didn't just brute force. But who knows? Yakuza is the more flexible team, I would say here. They have a lot in their hands, and they kind of already have the series in their hand. They just need 6. So
It is definitely the Yakuza side to lose, but by any means, they can still lose it.
yeah, that is true. Anything can happen, especially with the map rotation, with these crazy kill houses and factories that we've been seeing. I mean, factory seems very much defender sided now with these new angles for mop and such, and kill houses seem very attacker sided because of these split in half maps by receptions, by breezeways, by all these interesting rooms with lots of windows. So I'm not too sure what we'll see here, but I have a word that both the teams will be in momentarily. I want to ask you, this is a little bit specific, but I want to ask
I
you
go for it.
it is possibly the last game in the series. What is the exact score line?
Ooh, okay. That's a really good one. I'm rooting for Rise, so I'm gonna pick for them. Obviously 7, but I think we're gonna see it go to possibly 5 on Yakuza for a Rise win. Realistically, I like for that to be the case. Realistically, that's probably not gonna happen. I'd love to see even maybe a 6-7, where they still lose, but at least Rise kind of maybe wins it. But most likely not. I'm gonna. I think realistically, probably going to see 7-4 in favor of Yakuza. If I'm being honest.
Okay.
But I want Rise to win.
I think it's going to be 7-3 in favor of Yakuza.
Ooh. Wow, okay.
It's a little bit rougher, but I have my reasons. Yakuza, we've seen them play around on defense very effectively, and Rise, they're not being very consistent on their attacks. They're winning some, they're losing others. Sometimes it's the map advantage, sometimes it isn't. So I feel like Rise, even though they're very good on the rounds that they do win, they're having some consistency issues in this series. Like they're just not making it across the finish line. They're running a mile and they're on the 3/4 mark, but they need to stop for a minute. They're struggling. So I think Yakuza is going to take advantage of that, and they're going to get ahead very quickly. So it'd actually be a 6-3, not a 7-3, because Yakuza needs 6. But we'll see.
Anything's possible. Although this map is interesting. Linebacker spear. Excuse me. I can read sometimes.
Spear. Yes.
Indeed.
We're gonna put a spear through the middle of this map. We're gonna see Argo just hustle through the map and kill every enemy on the first round, just to assert his dominance. But
you never know.
We are gonna be on Dome. So, what does Dome have importance in? I mean, you've got this red door straight onto bomb, which it's been pretty common recently. You also have some sniper angles from castle into beach and base, which base is going to be a very difficult area to take. I mean, you've got all of these lines of sight from jungle as well as from castle to hold on to base. So I think an eco play is going to be very difficult here, and a charge is going to have to be used unless Rise is just okay with throwing away this first round. And it looks like that's what it's going to be, because we've got the 3 on beach here, and I'm wondering where these other 2 go. I believe it's going to be towards castle, as they want to eliminate this mop. They know mop is going to be playing there, and that is a major concern for anybody who wants to be safe in beach or base.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very, very challenging one for Rise to push through and secure the win, but equally Yakuza in a good spot in counters in this heavy base section here on the base and on at least ruins here in jungle. Good reads and good spots here. Let's see what happens alongside Rise. First, they're now finally beginning to leave the truck here. Sam and Hyper still figuring out their loadouts, getting things dialed in. Lots of utility on these sides. Interesting Molotov in the beach side there. Thrown about 3 years too early, unfortunately, for Voxel there. Not going to do a whole lot of damage. Maybe some distraction, perhaps, but not going to be a whole lot. Maybe intuition-wise. There comes the breach by Explicit. Perfect smoke throw right onto Voxel's spot there. Going to lock him down to be able to see anything, but allow for at least Voxel to pick up some information. While on the other side, we have on the bottom here, 3 stack up on the red door near bomb. Tigman is in position with a nice Molotov throw. Here comes the breach. Tigman just waiting. It goes a little early, but it's going to cook it just in time. Hyper will be able to escape and push through there. Tigman taking some fire, but it's taken out in the flank down there by Hyper there. Do you see the Doctor sneaking on the side here? Voxel could get a surprise kill here onto Digital Doctor. Explicit also got caught off guard by Voxel in a really nice spot here, hiding up above. Has not been spotted yet. Good grenade to get rid of some barbed wire there. And now begins the push by Rise down the bottom side here. Harry Lobster is waiting for the angle to peek and push through here. Lots of shots happening. Not quite the kills just yet. A lot of damage done from the Hyper side there. A lot of damage coming from... Ooh, actually Voxel, good read onto Explicit. Could get the second one on Digital Doctor here. Voxel able to escape and hide for the moment here. Oh, but a team kill by the bomb defusal very quickly. Secures the round win in for Rise. There's Floggle caught off guard, kicked caught from behind by Argo. Floggle taken out by Argo there. A bit of a surprise defusal there while the attackers and defenders were battling back and forth there. So, what an amazing start. Is Rise taking the first round here 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, pretty crazy. And Rise doesn't recover the clacker.
Ooh.
Rise has left the clacker in ruins, where Hyper had killed Lobster, I believe it was. Or no, Tiga. So
I think it's Tiga that rotated down here.
Yeah. Rise used their utility very well there. They immediately got onto the bomb site. They just suppressed where the defenders could have come from. And with 4 defenders still alive, the bomb was defused.
That was perfect.
Very impressive. But you're not going to be able to do that on Factory, of course. Especially now that you've lost a clacker. Yaokuza doesn't know that they have lost a clacker. But it's going to hurt Rise very, very much. Immediately, lines of sight are going to be drawn out on Fan. I mean, what gives, Saber, Mop, gotta have a duel on Fan. It's just something that happens very often.
Mm-hmm.
Green, this is a barb that we see pretty common. What this does is it allows somebody to play close in storage, but it also allows for a dock hold. Some people may be like, oh, well, why don't you just, barb on dock then? But if you barb storage, you're going to be able to get pressure from office, get pressure from dock, even play inside. You've got so many more opportunities by putting that barb just a little bit forward. And it looks like Yaokuza doesn't want to take that risk. Looks like they're going to be using 2 barbs to lock down storage, maybe even a third, as they want to barb the bridge to office, assuming that somebody's going to play there, and a barb for dock so nobody can just be rushed out. It looks like Rise, they want to go for this green push. They don't want to risk their second and only clacker, and they're just going to go for dock, and see what they can make out of it. I mean, they just went for a straight push last round, and it worked out. Maybe they do it again this round. They're not going to be able to get much pressure on bomb, though, or map control, as the defenders just have so much area and covers to play around, especially considering they have conveyors, they have this weird generator thing in the middle of pipeworks, they've got office, they even have toxic, which is not going to be breached at all. So, just a lot of cover for the defenders. It will be rough for Rise to brute force this, but it is all possible.
Indeed, it's going to be a big challenge, but we'll see if they're up to the occasion, if they can arise to the occasion, if I dare say so myself. We do see Digital Doctor going for the approach with the Fan here. Actually, Sam's going to go for the AP shot there through the Fan, looking to fulfill the fantasies of a round win for Rise, but not quite just yet. We do see Digital long ways across here, really going for the long peek across, maybe towards someone pushing Fan, but it's not going to happen here. Oh, actually, he does get the kill on a Floggle from amazingly far distance away there. At least maybe 20, 30 tiles. Very impressive shot there. As the rest of Rise now breach the green door. They do get a good, perfect grenade though there on the storage side barbed wire. Tigman getting some shots towards the Rise side there. Did not get the kill. But it will at least stop the push for now. There is some Molotov actually in that smoke here. Lots of shots coming out from Explicit towards the Harry Lobster and towards that player in office. Not quite the kill just yet, but Hyper has snuck through in Pipeworks. Voxel is in a good spot to counter that player of Hyper. For now, they're just kind of clearing things up, looking for the opportunities to strike. They do go for the breaching on Fan. Interesting flash throwing alongside towards conveyor. They do take control of office as well. Ooh, nice pick from Digital. Dr. Hunt and Macius dropping him down one as Harry Lobster is taken up by Argo on the push. On that office side, the Tig Man is also taken up by Argo. Down to one player remaining of Voxel hiding in Toxic. And when Explicit takes him out extremely quickly there.
Pistols
just destroys him with the shotgun. The pistol. Wow. That is going to be a rough one.
I mean,
Indeed.
KR and Molly retrieved from Voxel. And what do you know? Rise brute force a factory, and they're all, except for Argo, still above half HP. I mean,
wow.
Maybe the addition of Argo, getting a 2-kill there, or 2K there, wins them the round, but still, very impressive. Stuff from Rise. Flawless round. They all have all 5 alive. Flawless round.
Perfectly. It was perfectly flawless. A really great execution on all sides. All positions held down with an amazing pick by Digital Doctor early on, kind of setting the tone for the round there. But that was just an amazing performance on that factory push.
But one more round, and then both of these teams are on their weak side. So I'm wondering who makes more mistakes coming up here. But before then, we still have C-Store. And this one, it's got a skylight. We've got a big open storefront with a staircase directly next to the truck, right up to the storefront. And this is another map that we saw in the Nemesis and Fierce game. I mean, the last time we saw this map, earlier today, we saw barbed wires come out in front of Teller and just try to lock down the bomb site and not give up storefront. But at the end of the day, you just get that push through. You nade the barb, you just have a good flash and you're able to get through. It seems like Yaokuza is concerned about a storage run in here. Rise are actually willing to use the wall charge here on storefront instead of just dropping. I won't blame them. It does give them direct access to arcade without risking the drop down. And it also does help them hold on to fridges. But freezer is still going to be a very open area for the defenders to play. I mean, considering this cover is in the middle of fridges, the defenders have a free rotate down. All they have to do is, duck your head when you want to cross this bakery shelf, and then you are all good, my friend. You are able to hold whatever you want from there. So, the real question is, what does Yaokuza do here to prevent map control being given up? And it doesn't seem like they're doing anything. They're just all gonna barb up every entrance, and they're just gonna sit all together. They're probably gonna get killed by one flashbang if I have to say anything about it.
Yeah, it's kind of an all or nothing approach here on the bathroom and on this upper half of the map. It could be effective. Could also die to a nice grenade throw by a attacker there if they're not careful. But we'll see how it'll all stack up. A lot of the macaroni of barbed wire being spread across the bathroom, teller, and storage. They're using about half of their 6 barbed wires. I mean, that's almost all of their barbed wires.
2/3.
Wow.
They saved it.
They saved it, and they're using it now. We're seeing a heavy stack up here by the defenders. We'll see what they opt to go for the approach. We see the attack is now going for the drop now. Doors shed. Do it for the free breach there on the shed side. They do break out all of the skylight glass in storefront. They haven't breached in just yet. Looks like they're waiting still on the top side, looking for the opportunity to strike. They do go for that breach. Tiki Man's waiting alongside Harry Lobster to counter it. Tiki Man, though, in the rotation, could get taken out by Argo here. Nice flash in arcade. Did not land where they intended to, but is going to be able to effectively release. Harry Lobster going for the shots across with that knack. Did not get the kill. Sam shooting across, though, did not equally get some damage done towards the Harry Lobster. A little bit done there into Sam, but not a whole lot. Tiki Man with a good Molotov throw. Oh, a little bit on the edge. Did not quite get where he wanted to, but Sam does take a little bit of damage to that one. Digital Doctor, though, has escaped through the freezer side now. Could catch out Vox on the rotation alongside Macius, kind of holding passively Floggle. Intel looking for information. Hyper does take out Tiki Man on the push in towards storage. So that is now arcade totally locked down for Rise. Harry Lobster, though, is holding him in position. Getting a lot of fire on his side there by a lot of the right side. Floggle, though, trying to battle against Digital Doctor. While from behind, we see a bit of a stack now, a bit of the train now, kind of getting stuck in storage. They're trying to find a way out, trying to get something in there. Explicit with rotation. How is the Ingmar approach? Nice breach on the bathroom side with the good charge. But again, held up by a nice Molotov throw, and Harry Lobster in a really tough spot here alongside Macius in a wrap spot. Fantastic raid. Oh, Sam getting barbecued once again. Almost dying to a Molotov. Floggle playing a rough spot there. Ultimately, Sam does get the kill as they push into the bomb site. Argo gets the kill on Harry Lobster's Voxel. Trades on the Sam. Explicit gets the kill to Macius. All down to Voxel. Voxel left in a 1v3. Gets the kill into one. He's going to get the kill into two more. Has Explicit takeout. Almost gets the kill, but ultimately Explicit will get that final kill with the Ingmar onto Voxel. That's the round for Rise after an amazing push and hold from both sides. 3-0. Rise take the early set. What an amazing performance from the Rise side here. Ultimately, it was a bit of a flawed flank on the defensive side, trying to go back and forth here, but still an amazing performance from the Rise side.
I mean, Rise is making the prediction plays now. They were ready for Tiga to run out at them. They were ready for Voxel rotating in late with the auto shotty. They had amazing calls that round, and I'm just impressed with that sweep. Voxel almost clutched up. I mean, in that situation, I would have thrown the molly and just held Voxel off because they had a molly on attack. But things worked out. They were able to get the round, and that's what matters, as they are now on a fresh quarter on defense. Both of these teams are on their weak side. Who makes more mistakes here? Is it Yaokuza, who's been having a rough time getting started in this third game? Or is it Rise, who, are kind of on a streak, but are now going to be slowed down by the side switch? We do see some barbed wires immediately marked down, and it's a perfect prediction. I mean, Yakuza's been making the predictions all this series, but now it's Rise. Beautiful barbed wire going to come out on top of that bridge towards Southern Ruins. I'm wondering where Rise is going to play. I'd assume Castle, maybe some even base, but the hold is all possible here. I want to point out something, though. This barbed wire is not 100%, guaranteed success. These walls right here are jumpable on Southern Ruins. So, if Yakuza wants to take the risk, they can hop it and just go for bomb anyways. Or, they can just chill up here, contest it, see if they snipe somebody out, and, work from there. But it looks like Rise is going to be playing the long game here, as they're going to be setting up for a base to hold on to bomb. It's a little bit risky, considering bomb is facing Ruins, but it is possible, considering, what they've done so far. Barbs, not really going to be many here. They're going to be few and far between, as Castle's marked out and Ruins is marked out. Only 2 mollies. I'm very excited to see what Rise does here.
Yeah, definitely an eco hold here on Dome. We have Digital Doctor running. That looks like a flare at least, so they have an option if they do go for power, which would be pretty impossible for them to actually probably take a hold, so maybe more of a distraction device perhaps. But we now see at least Yakuza leaving the truck now, going for that breach towards the beach, and 2 on that back side of the Ruins. Nobody currently in the base except for Argo, who's watching long ways across down into that Southern Ruins area there. So we're not going to see a whole lot of at least gunfights towards the beach just yet. We do see them getting in position here, ready to go for the breach. All set up, ready to roll here. Floggle with the charge, ready to rock and roll alongside Voxel. And Harry Lobster waiting for the green door breach and push. That's the breach time is now. Sam is in a good spot as well, hiding in a really rat spot here on below. Hyper, though, nice shot towards Voxel. Not quite the kill, but some damage being done. We do see on the backside, though, Digital Doctor kind of playing a bit of a rotation spot in Castle. Explicit just waiting for the time to strike here. Argo, nice spot holding as well. Some damage done towards Floggle, nearly all taken out, but Nemesis will get the kill onto Hyper from behind from that beach side. Digital Doctor, nice pick into that player on the side there. Looks like Harry Lobster took a lot of damage. Sam, nice shot into Harry Lobster. Voxel able to take out Sam on the push towards that backside. So Voxel now having the bomb site clear, can go for the charge. At least go for the defuse possibly, but looks like Tigman will take out Argo on the push as Explicit takes out Harry Lobster. 2v3 remaining. Vox, nice kill into Explicit. Down to only 1 defender remaining. That's Digital Doctor in a 1v3 clutch. Can he get the kill with the mop? Soloing it, getting flashed 3 times now. Getting surrounded, getting pushed on all sides. Oh, Tiga Man will able to secure the kill. And the round, first one, at least for Yakuza this game, 1-3. They're going for utility at this point. An amazing push on the beach side, and overall just great teamwork from that Yakuza side. It was well done.
I mean, the damage was there for Rise. They had hit 2 attackers with the mop. They had killed 1 with a rat spot on Sam. And I think, Rise just wasn't prepared to take gunfights that fast after they had gotten free damage. I mean, Argo was completely caught off guard, and Hyper was just caught out in the open by the Saber. I mean, that should have been something that was called and, pretty obvious in the round.
Yeah, it seems they kind of dropped it. I don't know. Rise kind of struggled there to really get a hold of the sides there once they lost that beach side and the ruin side. Seems like they kind of ultimately got picked off on the flanks. So
I
that's
mean,
how it goes
this
sometimes.
may be where it turns.
Yeah.
This may be where it all falls apart for Rise, but they are up in rounds. So the potential is here for either team to win. But remember, Yaokuza only needs 6. So even if Rise gets to 6 and they hold it there for the longest time, if Yaokuza gets 6, the game is over.
Mm-hmm. Although Factory, this Factory's kind of interesting in a way. Wasn't a little more open than the previous ones we've had before that were a little more kind of funneled off with those generators and various conveyor belts. This one a little bit more open for action there. I'll be curious to
That
see
is
how they
true.
work on storage.
I mean, we'll see if we see the common barbed wire on storage. Maybe we'll see a toxical. I'm not sure. But I think Yaokuza are going to go for something very interesting here. I mean, they put wall charges on Factory fairly consistently. So they've got to be scheming something here, something very interesting. So, Rise. It seems like they're preparing for, just a green and fan push. They're preparing for a left side to right side. As, Yaokuza, they're just like, let's weigh our options for a bit. Let's think about it. Gear up phase is happening, and Yakuza's still mumbling about what they want to do, as Rise seems they're prepared for this. They're going to barb Toxic, they're going to barb on Office and Dock, and they're going to hold the backside of the map and just take these long-range gunfights, as Yakuza is actually going to go for an immediate wall charge into the bomb site. Luckily, though, it seems one of the Rise players has marked it down, and they are ready to Molotov. We'll see what happens, though, with 10 seconds left. I mean, planning can go anywhere.
Indeed. These teams are also changing things up fairly quickly. Even, as they're approaching the side, they can actually just go and change their plans nearly instantly to kind of prevent any kind of maybe prediction of where they're going. So even as much as they're set up for this one, they could end up going for that green door and storage or push as well. Maybe split push, actually, storage and green door here on the backside of Dock. So anything's possible, but definitely going to be interesting to see how they approach this one as Rise gets ready to battle here. We see now the truck being exited by Yaokuza. Rise in a bit of an interesting spot and a bit of a good fanning out of the map here, but storage is being left open. Toxic being held by at least one player. It is Argo. Hyper kind of playing a good support position for that spot, and explicitly can be the floater in between Digital Doctor, though, in a nice spot in the truck. Playing a bit of a rat's position here. We see Yakuza approaching on the backside here. They do have actually a mop in the long shots across towards that possible door entrance here. We do see Voxel going to be breaching the storage side. No barbed wire in the way. Lobster playing the angles to support that push. We see Tiga Man as well approaching the side, getting that door open. So far, Rise just kind of waiting for the push to happen here. Just kind of drawing down the clock here. See Tiga Man able to push through. Oh, early shots, but Tiga Man will get the kill on Digital Doctor. That breach on Dock has been made, but Macius, nice pick into Explicit. That was perfectly done. Molotov to block off the push for the moment there, but it's going to allow for Sam to get pushed by Harry Lobster. Good timing, good read. Oh, Voxel caught off guard by Argo on the flank from Toxic. Nice read and play there. Hyper still locking down that position of Dock as Tigman goes to try and counter Hyper's spot. Argo as well, countering it in a very, very effective way. Tigman trying to take out Argo. Shots back and forth here. Oh, Harry Lobster wins the battle against Sam in the top side of Office as Tigman goes to rotation, goes for the shot towards Argo. Did not get the kill as it is a bit of a fast play and push. Argo trying to shoot across towards Tigman. Did not get the kill, but Macius, nice pick across into Argo's. Hyper trades onto Floggle. Getting pushed on all sides. Oh, Hyper getting caught off guard. Ultimately, Tiga Man will take out Rise. Will take out Hyper at least. And that's the round for Yaokuza. A lot of casualties, but still enough for the win. It's 2-3.
That was really smart. I mean, what we saw there was we saw a kick from Voxel on the green door. And they actually cleared Dock before they breached. What that allows them to do is now the Office player is responsible for Molotoving because Digital is dead. And, that's just free line of sight now. Because there's no Molotov to hold it off, Explicit has to peek, he has to hold it, and he dies because of it. I mean, just a beautiful sequence of events there, beautiful planning, and it just went perfectly for Yaokuza. Very good.
Yeah, that was an amazing execution on all sides and on all positions. Good back and forth teamwork as well on that Dock and Toxic counter as well. The Rise had a little bit of luck on their side too with some good counters for those counters, but ultimately it was just a really good teamwork execution there from Yaokuza for the win.
I mean, Yaokuza, they are picking up the pace. They are showing that they're better on their weak side, and the mistakes are being made on the side of Rise.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure what this entails for the next half, though. We do still have one round left in this half, but once again, maps can change everything. We are on C-Store. Remember, there is a skylight here.
Yeah, and it's also a map that's fairly interesting to hold as well for defenders. Just Dream. It's kind of a crazy one to see how this is going to work out.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. Maybe we'll see a similar defense where Rise just wants to stack up. Maybe we'll see, Yaokuza just take an immediate aggressive hold. I'm not sure, but it looks like Yaokuza wants to just go in deep as fast as they possibly can.
Yeah, it could work. I can see some counters to it though being very effective on the defensive side though to prevent that.
Yeah,
But
I'm wondering
equally,
what Rise wants to do here.
they're setting up some good barbs though to try and counter some basic stuff from Storefront, but it looks like they're just keeping their cards close. A couple early reads on rotations from players on Storefront, maybe predicting the positions they're going to go to. Perhaps, maybe some red spots on
Possibly.
arcade.
I mean, there are plenty of rat spots they can play, but Rise is actually going to play somewhat aggressive here. They've set up Barbs a little bit more forward than Yakuza did on their turn, so it's possible that they want to go for, a shotgun in the corner of arcade, a shotgun in freezer, It's all possible with how, forward they seem to be playing on defense. Yakuza, though, they are getting the early picks, and it seems to help them sort of snowball the round. I'm
Yeah.
not sure. I'm not sure what Rise is really thinking here. I mean, they've got Barb on storage and in front of the bathroom bomb, right?
Mhm.
But what are they actually going to hold? Are they going to sacrifice somebody to Teller? Are they going to try to play Freezer? I mean, they have a lot of utility for what this is. I mean, 4 barbed wires, a little bit less than Yakuza 6, but still 4 barbed wires, and 3 Molotovs.
Maybe hold up time and allow for rotates with those Molotovs.
Possibly.
They have a lot of stacks up in office though, so maybe those fast players, those players there are going to basically rotate out into bathroom or possibly into fridges if necessary, depending on where the attackers opt to go to. We do see an early breach from Foggle though. The rest of the Yakuza leaving the truck and now into the map here. Fast breach of the skylight, at least all the glass now out of the way. Right, actually, Sam is in a good spot to at least listen for sounds and listen for information. As Argo's in a good spot as well, and Freezer is still covered up at least. Not going to take some fire just yet. We do see though waiting for the drop. We'll see who goes for the first one in. Looks like there's the time, and here comes the push now from the Yakuza side. Shots coming out. Tigaman taking some damage there from that long shot across from Digital Doctor. Not quite the kill just yet. But a lot of damage being done. Hyper trying to wallbang across to not get the kill, but Voxel does take out Argo on the push towards Teller. Voxel and Tigaman on that backside push. Digital Doctor gets taken out Tigaman. Voxel still alive. The Terry Lobster takes out Sam on the push towards Teller. Nice shot across there with the knack. Excuse me. Interesting Molotov as well to block off the push early on. Voxel gets barbecued from the Molotov of Hyper. Nice throw there. We do see Flogger waiting alongside a Harry Lobster now with only one other player remaining of Macius. Long side in the back. Good support player. Oh, Floggle. Nice kill with the breach there. Floggle has a second kill as well into Explicit. Possibly 3 on additional Doctor. Last player alive for Rise. And indeed, he does get that kill. It's 3 kills for Floggle. And the round win for Yakuza, 3-3.
Impressive stuff from Yakuza there. I mean, Voxel just immediately, the game sense is there. He takes out Argo, who's running the auto. And that, I think, saves the freezer push. I mean, good attempt from Hyper to try to swing out and get kills before that door charge is blown on bathroom. But there was no avail there. He was just taken out immediately. Floga was able to react, and he was able to get 3 at the end of that round, bringing it back to a 3-3 half. I mean,
Wow.
New maps now, but Yakuza, they've come back up. They're on the streak.
You know, right now it's up to Rise. They have to just win one round on their weak side, and they have a chance of winning the game, but they have 3 more rounds to do it with. If they don't win the one of these next 3 rounds, it's GG. It's going to be Yakuza taking the win since they already had that tie game for the first game. So it's up to this set. It is do or die now for Rise. Yakuza have a little bit more flexibility, but it is do or die for Rise. They have to win just 1 more round, and they have a chance of winning. If they don't get it, it's game over.
It is. And Crimson Rush, this is exactly the place
Ooh.
that Yakuza needs to take it. This is a map that we actually saw a long time ago. We haven't really seen it recently. We've got lockers here with some very long angles into reception. We have kitchen, which is a very interesting shape. I mean, 1 barbed wire blocks off both the green door and the red door. So it's pretty good 2 for 1, I would say. while the rest of the map is very close quarters. You've got to hit the button in Office, which is extremely deep to try to get into Vault. But also, you've just got to go through all these winding hallways. I mean, if you want to get to button quickly, it's either Kitchen or it's Club. So it's kind of a 50-50. Do you want to try to funnel through Kitchen and get to the button as soon as you can, or do you want to funnel through Club and go backstage as quick as you can and have to clear more corners? So it all depends on what your team's playstyle is, but it looks like Yaokuza's going to be going for the Club breach here. It's going to be predicted by Rise, but Yaokuza has the potential to win this round still. They have a plan with 3 going for reception, and maybe those 3 will be cleaning up lockers on any sort of flank as the main 2 players come in through Club. I wouldn't be surprised if Rise just decides to stack up a lot of mollies here. They're actually committing 4 barbed wires in this first round. They really want this round, it seems like. I mean, if they can get ahead now, it is going to help them a lot, as Yaokuza only needs 6 to win.
Exactly.
Door charge, clacker, and it looks like there is no grenade for Yaokuza. So they are committing to this door charge.
Yeah, it's going to be a little risky. We'll see how it works out for him. We do see at least 2 now leaving the truck. The rest of the team kind of still figuring out what they want to do. Still no grenade equipped just yet.
Oh,
we see though. Oh, maybe he thought about it. Maybe. Yep, he does. We got at least 1.
Okay, yeah.
He does a good commit there. Finally, now Yaokuza leaving the truck fully, getting ready to go into action here. Reception being cleared up by Yaokuza early on. Mace's first one into contact. Did he make a lot of noise in that rotation? Argo and Sam are in the closest contact. They're waiting passively. Oh, early shots from, it looks like Sam spring across with that pistol. Not quite doing a lot of damage, but definitely holding up in their back for just a moment here. Rise waiting, just wait for the time to strike here. Digital Doctor going for the shots across, did not get the kill. Macius, though, does get some damage in. At least takes some damage from Digital Doctor, not quite the kill equally. So it looks like Argo did take some damage on the rotation down into the lockers there. Meanwhile, Riddor now being breached on Club. He's going to force back those players. Sam now caught in a tough spot here. Gets the kill on a Harrier Lobster. Very aggressive. Going to go for 2, but Tiki Man does take out Sam on the push. Flago trying to spray across here, trying to get the shot and kill. Not going to find it just yet as Argo continuously spraying down into lockers. Just not going to find it, as now Club is held up by the attackers. Lots of shots from Digital Doctor and Flago back and forth here. It's a battle of the spray down here. Explicit in a good spot. They're going to catch out Voxel. Oh, but Voxel still gets the kill to Explicit. Hyper gets taken up by Tiga Man on the push with the shotgun. Digital Doctor and Argo last life, but Argo from behind takes out Floggle. Digital Doctor, though, trying to stay alive. Oh, Digital Doctor, nice Molotov kill there into Voxel. Going for the kill. He will get onto Tiga Man. It's onto Macius in a 1v2. What a comeback from this Rise side. Macius has a tough battle here. 1v2. Can he get this? Trying to spray across into Argo. He gets the kill to Argo. Less than 30 seconds remaining. Has to go for the vault door opening. Digital Doctor's in a good spot here. Could get an easy kill. Onto Macius here. Low on health. Digital Doctor is still full on health. Oh, and Digital Doctor secures the round. Rise, stay alive, 4-3, and take the lead.
Digital's going to secure that nade.
Oh, that's
going to be a rough round. I mean, we'll see where it's used. And Hyper's KR also going to be recovered by Digital. So, pretty good round for Rise. I mean, they got the initial damage off. And then after Yaokuza pushed in, took some damage of their own, got their picks, because they were low, Rise were able to just, get free picks and retake. I mean, I'm a little surprised Digital got that pick on the button. If Digital didn't get that pick, I would say the round was over, because Argo was in reception still. But Digital getting that pick is massive. And now they're on Dome. Well, welcome to Ancient Titan. This map is...
It's
horrifying. I mean, what do you want to do? Oh, you want to breach observation? Oh, well, tough luck. You got a mop here waiting for you. And you might even need to put Saber out here to try to contest it. Oh, you want to just go beach? Well, unlucky for you, you can't just defuse bomb, because Castle is such a strong position. And you may even have a rat under you in base. I mean, there's nowhere to go here. I mean, you can breach pit and try to get into Castle, but there is nowhere to go here. And Yaokuza realized that. It seems like they want to wall charge into Castle. They're going to come out of beach, they're going to run up, and they're going to wall charge straight in and try to take out all the defenders. I mean, it's something we haven't seen on this map. This is something I don't think that Rise could possibly predict.
Yeah, no, this is definitely a new one on this map, Ancient Titan. It's going to be crazy to see the push on castle this aggressively by attackers. Usually it's kind of put on the side and flanked around the side more often than not, but due to the kind of positioning of this map and the overall layout, it's definitely going to be a challenge to secure it. Although it's going to be crazy to see how they push through and survive the onslaught of base and most likely observation and pit, possibly on the sides there locking things down. So we'll see what happens. It looks like Rise, though, are definitely in a long shot, but still possible, at least for Yakuza to win.
That is true. But you got to keep in mind, Yakuza are on attack here, and Rise is on their defense. They're both on weak sides, and Rise is starting to pick up rounds. So, I mean, Hyper with the nade could be the defining factor this round. No mop is coming out, so it seems they're saving that. This is going to be risky. This is going to be very risky.
Yeah, it's going to be a big challenge for for Rice to win this one, but Yakuza have a better chance at least. We see them now approaching the beach side here. They're all 5 stacked together, no flanks on the outer side. There are no jungle positions being pushed at least. The green door of the beach breach has now occurred. Sam waiting as well in observation for the angle and pick across. Explicit hiding in the pit, waiting for the push by the attackers. Here's Doctor as well holding in castle. Alongside Argo, playing a bit of an observation, kind of a cross shot there as Hyper hides out in the rat spot of castle down below. Nice flash long side towards castle. Did not get the execution there. At least a good smoke though will block out Sam. Yeah, that's going to be a big one. They're going to call that out and allow it for the flank to happen now. Explicit getting some shots across towards these attackers as Digital tries to get the shot and kill here towards Yakuza. Didn't get the kill, but a lot of damage being done. Flagel taking a lot of damage. Lots of damage also done to Explicit. Oh, interesting.
Damage
throw. They're not quite. Oh, that's going to be huge. That's exactly what they needed to do. As Argo and looks like Pigman battling back and forth. Digital finally takes out Flagel. After a lot of shots back and forth, Argo just holding the attention of the attackers, holding them dead in their tracks. Less than a minute remaining. A lot of damage being done. Oh, nice shot from Explicit onto Voxel. Now 3 attackers remaining. Not a lot of damage being done though to the defenders. So this is still winnable, but it's going to be a big challenge. They do go for the breach into castle, but they're a little bit too slow to get on the spot there. Oh, but Explicit's going to rotate out into castle, lock things down. Harry Lobster trying to catch out Explicit, not get the kill, but Hyper's now going to push towards Harry Lobster here. Possibly Tiga Man going to go and escape past it. A lot of happening basically on this bottom side of Meishu's. Still holding observation, waiting for someone to make the mistake here. Less than 30 seconds. So far, nothing done on the bomb just yet. Lots of battling happening back and forth here. Tiga Man now about to go for the jump. Oh, he's going to push Sam aggressively. Will he get the kill? Sam will opt to escape and will be able to get out in time. Tiga Man trying to go for the bomb. He starts up the defuse. Oh, but from behind, Digital Doctor takes the Tiga Man. Harry Lobster takes that Explicit on the push. As Digital Doctor, nice shot to Harry Lobster, done to just Meishu's last alive. 10 seconds remaining. Saber equipped only. Are they going to go for the push and kill here? Sam's going to go for it alongside Hyper. Are they going to get it in time? No, they're not. Meishu's able to escape with that Saber. And that's the round for Rise. 5-3. What a crazy round. A lot of action happening, but ultimately it was a good read there from the attackers. Locking down the base and then just preventing Castle from being used.
I mean, that was a good idea from Yakuza, but Sam and I believe it was Argo inside of observation were just making calls for their team on what was happening. I mean, there needed to be more smoke, more cover, more chaos if Yakuza was going to execute that properly. I mean, I would have wall charged right next to the pit door. I would have gotten into castle much faster than that because Yakuza, they have the plan, they have the surprise. It's just they slowed down and it gave Rise the round. Rise now on 5. They need 2 more to push this to overtime, and it is a factory. Hope King, hope for Rise, as Yakuza is now down a wall charge and down a nade. I believe they also used a door charge on the first round, so they are kind of they're in a bad situation here. Power is an option. I mean, power can give you a lot of room to work with on factory, but also the amount of cover here is just immense. You've got cover on top of bomb. I mean, bomb is on a forklift. Why don't they just bring it up and just move it to the opposite side of the map? There's cover on bomb, cover on dock, cover in office, cover in storage, cover in toxic, cover in even pipe works. I mean, you can play almost anywhere on this map if it's just, you're taking one engagement and then trying to run away. And I think Rise are aware of this. They're aware that Yakuza is going to try to commit to green and just get picks in the back line with the Saber. So they're going to commit to this Toxic hold. I mean, a nice triangle-shaped hold inside of Toxic. And we'll even see 2 marked out for Office. I'm wondering if anybody is going to hold a close corner on green. There is a window, but you've got cover here if you really want to peek it. So, Rise, they are an aggressive team. And if they can get an early pick here, I think that can secure them the round. But Mop is on digital. And Argo going to be fragging out on the KR. I think the first pick really determines who wins this round, as if Yaokuza gets into the building, Rise isn't going to be able to hold as strong as they want to. But if Rise are able to get the first pick, Yaokuza's just going to be stuck.
Yeah, I definitely got to agree. It's going to be a big challenge. We see Rise kind of going for a bit of a coagulated setup on Office. They're all heavily invested in that side there. There's only 2 players on Toxic. That is Hyper and Digital Doctor, who is running the Mop. Definitely his pride and joy there. As we see now, we do see the attackers now leave the truck, at least beginning the breach here. Floggle setting up on the bottom side here. Not going for a Floggle's barbed wire, but at least a good spot, at least on the red door here. It's a bit of a surprise there once this team has cleared things up. While the rest of the attackers, at least, are setting up for the charges here. Nemesis is equipped with that Saber for the top side position here for a good counter on Pipeworks if they do push it. We see Green Orb being pushed out by Storage. Good bit of a scuffed Molotov, though, there by Argo. Good angle, but ultimately not far enough. So they're going to have to rotate back and out. They're going to have to give away the Storage just for now. But Digital Doctor's waiting with the Mop for the push by any attacker. Interesting flash, though. Or actually, a good grenade throw to break the barbed wire here on the top side. We'll clear things up for a bit here. Good smoke as well on the top side. Good push here from the Rise. We'll stop the push dead in this track. Voxel will be able to escape. Lots of damage being suppression from being done on these sides here by Rise. Unfortunately, Yaokuza caught in a tough spot here. That's exactly what they need to do. Ultimately, Argo is going to get the drop onto Voxel, possibly 2. Indeed, Explicit will take out Flagwell. Hairlop's able to trade onto Explicit as Argo takes out Tiga Man on the push on the back side here. Mace is trying to get something done here on the side of Fan. Isn't able to get the kill at least, but it's going to stop the push. Very much dead in his tracks. Hairlop's their last one alive alongside Macius now. 4 up for the defenders, although a lot of health being taken from those defenders at least on that push into Storage. So this is winnable. Macius with 2 smoke grenades. Very, very aggressive approach here. Good flash from Hairlopster, but ultimately Sam up above will not be affected by it, and it will be an easy kill for him. Done to just Macius last alive. Good smoke though, allowing for the push by Macius here. It's going to be a 1v4 clutch attempt here by Macius. Argo in a good spot here. Once the smoke dissipates, it's going to be an easy shot for him. Macius, though, takes out Argo. Down to 3 remaining. Sam on the top side trying to get the shot across towards Macius. Macius is going to push through in time, but ultimately Hyper gets the read on him and gets the match point and series point. 6-3 for Rise. And they have
Rise still
arisen
has
to
to
the
go to
equation.
overtime if they win this.
Okay, so it's not over
Because
just yet, but still.
Yaokuza did win the last game, so if Rise wins this, it is overtime. But they are one step closer. I mean, we saw the first pick there go in favor of Rise. That was beautiful. Argo getting some aggression because Yaokuza thought they could use that smoke as cover. Wrong. Argo just went for it anyways and got free damage. And from there, you're all stuck in one room. You're getting damaged from so many different directions, and you're stuck. You're stuck, and that's exactly what happened. I said, whoever gets this first pick, it's going to happen. Yaokuza gets stuck, and that is exactly what happened to them. Yakuza's taking way too long in the truck. I'm just going to go out and say that. Yakuza's sitting in the truck for an extra 10 seconds, just twiddling their thumbs, not knowing what they're doing. And that's hurting them. They like to walk a lot. They like to walk around the map. They like to do splits and fakes and stuff like that. But they're wasting so much of that time just sitting in the truck when they should be doing that during planning phase. Yakuza's falling apart right here. It's unless they stop for a moment and just say, okay, let's do this, get your stuff, go. They need to just jot down what they want to do. Everybody plays their positions, and then they go. They can't just sit around and do nothing. But now that they're on defense, at least, that's not going to happen. They have to do something. Rise on the attack, though. This is their strong side. Both of these teams are on their strong side for the final quarter of the game. And it's going to be a very difficult push. It seems like Rise wants to do a double door charge here. That's risky, but they want overtime. If they can successfully get button and blow club at the same time, that is going to be massive. Because from there, you've already cleared out kitchen and office, right? But all the defenders, they're going to be pinched inside a vault. They're either going to be pinched inside a vault or they're going to be pinched inside of lockers. So, Think about it. Rise, they have a grenade on them. for a barbed wire that isn't there. So where
Hmm.
is that nade gonna go? In vault, when everybody's cramped up and they're gonna die. I mean, at least if the round goes smoothly. Who knows? The defenders may pick it up. Voxel may get a 3K with the auto on the breach. Who knows? But if the round goes how it's supposed to for Rise, they are going to get free kills here.
All right, let's see what happens here. It looks like it's going to be definitely interesting, at least, to see what happens here. We do see the 3 stack actually on the top side, 2 on the bottom instead of the 2-3 split you see on the number, at least, drawn on the map here. We do see a bit of a stack up from the defenders, though, waiting passively. Hyper trying to get some shots across towards Locker. Not quite the kill just yet. Explicit, though, long shots across towards Floggle. There's any defender, at least in that club, kind of office rotation spot there. Good Molotov as well to block off the push by Voxel there. Not quite the kill just yet. Lots of shots happening out. Reception, though, is held by the attackers. Tiga Man playing a passive spot there. Is Flash taking a lot of damage. Going to hide in a nice rat spot there. Will be able to escape. Ray's not going to clear that corner out. Tiga Man trying to clear things up. Hiding in cover, at least. Not spotted just yet. Lots of shots happening out from Harry Lobster. Kind of tough spot there. Ultimately getting pushed by Digital Doctor. Tiga Man takes out Sam on the push. Argo and Hyper, though, looking to take out Tiga Man. Oh, but ultimately Explicit. They actually stacked the entire team just to take out Tiga Man there on that side of Lockers. That's how important Tiga Man was. We see Floggo, though, still holding the bomb and holding at least the button for the bomb. Oh, looks like Hyper does team kill Argo accidentally. Gonna make it a big challenge for the Rice team to bring it back. Digital Doctor, though, and Explicit trying to clear things up still. Lots of shots happening towards these defenders, but not quite the damage and the kill just yet. But they need to get the round win in there. Explicit trying to wallbang across, still not getting it. Fox was hiding cover. Oh, he did get some. Nice. Oh, but nice kill from Hyper. They'll take out Floggo's makes trades on Explicit, and ultimately defenders push through and secure the round win for Yaokuza 4-6.
I mean, very good round there from Rise and Yaokuza. We saw Yaokuza get pinched, but what did they do in reaction to that? They were like a snake. They decided to aggress out from this pinch office position when they had nowhere else to go. They just went forward. They went out and they went for picks, and Rise was not ready for that sort of aggression because Yakuza's not known for that. So, very good play from Yakuza. They need 2 more to win this series, or Rise can take it here. We're back on Kill Dome. We're back on a map, and I'm wondering how Rise does this. This is such a difficult map to work with. And if they give up this round, 6-5 is a very scary prospect for them. It looks like they might just try to win it here, as they want to wall charge into pit and door charge into observation. Actually going to be deleted on that wall charge. But they are concerned about pit. I mean, pit is a very open rotate, and there's plenty of cover in it to allow defenders to rotate. I mean, we even saw it. Argo was sitting in observation and just making calls for a player in pit, who then just got free damage onto Flogel, Tiga, and Lobster, who were all just sitting down here in base. So I'm wondering what the thought process here is for Rise. Do they take the risk and try to win it here? Or do they just, try to mess around, see what's going on, and then win next round? Because with this bomb, I'm not sure. I mean, Castle's such an important part of the map, but it's so difficult to take.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's kind of a weird one to hold and to try and push here. I don't know if the right strat's going to work going all or nothing in on Ancient Titan here, but there's a chance. But equally, Yakuza have a good read on the strat as well, so it's looking like a tough one for the win. It's only 2 more rounds to win for Yakuza. It is 1 more to at least tie to bring it to overtime, so even if Rise do get it, they still have a lot more work to do, although this would be the last one for at least this game before overtime. So it's going to be a tough one to call. We'll see how it stacks up alongside Yakuza, though, in a good spot on the castle and on the base. Looking to base all their chances on this spot here. Floggo does rotate into pit, at least. Gives them a bit of options. We see Rise finally making their way slowly as well out of the truck. They're getting the strats picked up. Digital Doctor equipped with just a...
I was going to say much faster than Yakuza, though.
Yes. Oh, definitely. Much faster. But still a little bit delayed than some teams, of course. Some teams usually just run out the door as fast as possible. Or good grenade for... Oh, this good molly for the observation door there. They do go for the breach. They're ultimately just drawing down time. Do at least one of those Molotovs dissipated. Halops, though, is in a good spot to counter it as well with a good Molotov throw. Or potentially, at least. Make sure waiting with the mop in that rat spot we saw predicted at least earlier. Good, interesting smoke actually for base. Hail Lobster's going to rotate and cover that one with the grouper alongside Floggle. Go for the push here. Going for the wall bang. They're not going to get any damage done early on. Ooh, Tigman, nice pick into Explicit. Ultimately, Samdo does get the trade onto Floggle. Or onto Tigman, excuse me, on that cross. So, interesting push and hold there. Oh, they take control of Pit. In the meantime, Hyper, though, looking to lock things down. Hail Lobster taking a lot of damage. They do go for the button breach onto Castle here. Hail Lobster with the rotation down. Is where his side's now covered. Oh, perfect flash on the Hail Lobster and Macius. Both eating a flash to the face directly. Macius is trying to stay alive here. He still gets the kill to Sam as Argo gets the kill actually onto Hair Lobster. Macius getting pushed on all sides here. Voxel gets the kill from behind on Digital Doctor. Oh, but Hyper takes out Macius. Voxel still in the fight though.
Beach.
Yeah, he pushed through from the top side now. 1v1 Hyper versus Voxel. And Voxel has the Saber equipped. So it's AP versus Saber. An amazing read there by Voxel. Reading up on the top side here. Flanking through and just ultimately taking out that last sneaking player of Digital Doctor. Down to Hyper, last alive for the attackers. This is winnable, but it's going to be a big challenge for Rise here. Voxel holding the angle perfectly. Less than 30 seconds remaining. They have to go for the bomb defusal here. They're running out of time. Even if they get the kill, they're going to still lose out on time alone. They're past the 20-second mark. Ultimately, Voxel will secure the win. Well, at least not the win just yet. The round win, at least. So, for Yaokuza, 5-6.
Pion's
Amazing
play of the week.
performance.
When are we seeing it? Pion's play of the week. that better be it. That better be it. I mean, Voxel got an amazing kill onto Digital, and then he just wraps into Beach, and Hyper has no clue what is going on. And because has only 25 seconds left, he has to run. He can't walk and try to figure out where Voxel is. He has to just go, and he pays the price for it. He pays the price for being too slow. He pays the price for not being hyper enough on that attack.
Ironically, yes.
Yes. But hey, this is a scary round now. Rise have almost nothing in their arsenal, and Yaokuza just need to win this round to win the series. I would say Rise is now on the back foot.
Yeah, no, this is definitely the drop ball now for Rise. That was their round to win, and they didn't win it. They've been at 6-4, I think 6-3 actually at one point, right? Or is it 6-4 to 6-5, 6-6
I believe it was
possibly
6-3.
6-3. So they've lost the last 3 rounds in a row now. So it's not looking great for Rise. They had a very, very good start for them early on an attack on the first set of this game, but now it's looking like a tough one. I don't know if Rise can take this on Hope King here. This is a fairly difficult map to hold for for attackers at least, to try and push through. Defenders did an amazing job in Office before, but like 3 billion, looks like 3 billion flashbangs are happening in storage here. A good grenade to block off any barbed wire, which is being predicted. Should be an interesting hold and push here by the Rise side. They can rise to the occasion and actually secure overtime, possibly, or we'll get a win from the Yakuza side. It's do or die. There's no more rounds. This is the last one before it's all over.
I mean, it might not be over if Rise can win it, but they're on an eco, and Yakuza's aware of it. If Yakuza can hold this green door as strong as Rise did, they win the series, and they go home, they fight Nemesis tomorrow. But they have to do this first. They need to be in the moment. They need to be engaged. They need to put everything they've got into this, because not winning this round could mean crumbling in overtime. They've been playing for 3 hours, and it is past midnight for some of these players. They are working their hearts out for this, and they want to make a name for themselves. But now is the time. This is the final chance for either of these teams to do it, and they're going to be locking down this green door from Rise. I'm curious to see what happens here, as Voxel does have the Saber. He could be a saving grace, but the stress is going to be immense.
It is all or nothing. It is do or die indeed. The stress is going to be crazy for both teams here to win this one. This is the last round of regulation before overtime, at least, so it is definitely going to be an interesting game to see for sure. We see the charge being set for the green door. They go for the breach. Argo is also waiting along this side. The entire team is stacked up on this right-hand side. There's nobody in fan. Nobody looking to save it. Voxel, though, is waiting with that Saber picked up from the last round there on Killdome. We see now the approach happening. Good barbed wire grenade removal. At least there is a barbed wire in the green door. We'll stop the push. Ooh, perfect ball top, but they're going to push through it. They don't care. They're going for the win. Sam will get the pickup onto Floggle. They're going all in on Office push here. It's do or die. They hold up though in office. They're kind of they're stuck. They gotta go. They were super heavy investing in the storage, but now it's going to allow for the defenders to kind of push through and lock things down. All 5 in this spot here. Argo going to push through, force back Macius, and force back a Hairy Lobster in a tough spot here. Argo will get the kill into Macius. Oh, but Voxel from behind will take out Argo. Voxel gets a second kill onto Sam as well. On this top side position, Explicit trying to push through there. Voxel's able to escape. Explicit taking a lot of damage, but Digital Doctor holding the backside, holding down the push. Perfect Molotov thrown is going to make it a very big challenge to hold that angle. Hyper, though, trying to battle out against a Hairy Lobster here. Digital Doctor still holding in the back there. Explicit waiting for the time to strike here. Voxel in a good spot and a good read. Gets the easy kill onto Explicit. That's 3 kills for Voxel this round. A teammate from behind takes out Digital Doctor. It's down to Hyper, last alive. It's almost over. It's never over until it's over. Hyper's still alive in a 1v3. Can he get the kill onto a Hairy Lobster? Is it going to be the win for Yaokuza? Here comes the push from Hyper. And he gets the kill to Hairy Lobster. 2 remaining now. Voxel versus Tigaman. Voxel and Tigaman versus Hyper. Voxel will get that 4K and secure the win for Yaokuza. Baits the defusal. Trying to go for time. Already out of time. He gets the kill onto Voxel. 1 more remaining. Gets the palm defusal started. Tigaman. Oh, this could be it. Tigaman going for the defusal. Trying to get it. He gets the kill. Out of time. Oh my goodness. Hyper. Is he going to get it? It's out of time. He gets it.
We're going to overtime.
Oh my god.
What was that? No
Wow.
flashes. Half HP. Hyper.
Wow.
He
Oh
makes
my
up for
God.
what he couldn't do on Killdome, and he has saved his team.
Wow.
We are going to overtime. This is lasting at least another hour.
Indeed.
Come on.
That was amazing.
Oh
Wow.
my goodness.
Wow. Man,
Voxel
who
was
could have
going
predicted
to
that?
shut it down, and then Hyper
had
just
it.
turns around, and he just clutches a 1v3 where he
Whew.
should just lose.
Wow. Wow.
Oh
I'm
my
stunned. That was
goodness.
fantastic. I knew Rice could do it from the beginning. I called it for him.
Wow.
Wow.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's not over yet. Overtime.
It is not over yet. We have overtime still, which is, I
Overtime
believe,
is still in hand.
it's best of, I believe, 4
It's
rounds,
best
right?
of 6. It's half
Best of 6.
a ranked game. So basically, in overtime, we go into a ranked game and we play halves. If you win a half, basically 4 to whatever, then you win the game. But if you tie 3-3, then you need to play the second half for overtime 2. This is. Oh my goodness, my brain is just
Wow.
melting from these plays. I mean,
Yeah. It's been amazing to see that a sort of an amazing, almost like a dream kind of clutch there coming up from Hyper, the
Hyper
captain.
must be shaking right now. I
Oh.
mean, being a player like him, when you do that, you stop. You can't. You don't know what's going on. It's just a breath of fresh air. It's like, what did I just do? What just happened? But
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure both of these teams, we're going to be going directly into overtime. This is going to be
Ooh.
quick. I think overtime is going to be determined by who gets attacker first.
Yeah.
If Rise gets attack first, I think they win overtime. If Yakuza gets attack first, I think they win overtime because they'll have 3 defense rounds in the second half. I don't think this is going to go to overtime too. It's going to be 4-2.
Okay. And you think it's going to be Yakuza?
I think it's
taking the
going to
win?
be. It depends who's on attacker first. Whoever is on attacker first wins this 4-2.
Gotcha. So it's the heart of the cards. Basically, flip of the dice, flip of a coin, really determines the winner. So I got to agree. I think it's going to be heavily based on the maps. It's sort of been the heart of the cards, always the maps being the unique factor of due process, and it is indeed, I think, going to be the huge tell here for the win. Whether it be Yakuza, whether it be ultimately Rise, although I do see a swap out coming out from the Rise side here. Digital Doctor, and actually it looks like Ty did swap in there for, I believe, Explicit.
Oh, okay. So Explicit is not going to be playing in overtime. Who knows? Maybe he had work. Maybe he just wanted to sleep. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it is stressful for all these players. And sometimes you're gonna want to sub people out. It's just a lot of effort to play for 3-4 hours at a time, and you need a break. It's understandable to sub somebody out. We saw Argo come in. Now we're seeing Ty come in. We're gonna see Rise, I think, at full force here because they have a fresh player ready to help them, ready to lift them up. While Yaokuza, they're going to run the same roster as before, and they are going to be worn out. It's going to be late. It's going to be stressful, but it's
Yeah,
possible. It is possible.
it is very much possible. This has been an amazing series and an amazing comeback from Rise too. Despite all odds happening here, it's gone down to the very wire here, and I think, as I kind of said before, I think it's gonna be map based, but I want to give it to Rise to win because they have had an amazing comeback after nearly losing it so close so often. I want Rise to win very badly, and I hope they are successful. But realistically, it is totally based on who starts first on attack or defense. Although we could see a comeback happening too. They did win a couple rounds there on a weak side, so
True.
not guaranteed by any means. But
that is very true. I mean, but I think it all comes down to mental game here. And Yaokuza, while they're very resilient and they are known for having good series and pushing it all the way, it's going to be painful to pull this one over the line. I mean, it may be rewarding at the end of the day. They might just want to finish this. They just might want to end the game. I'm not sure what's going through their head. But as I mentioned, Rise, fresh face back in. They've got two people who are amped up, ready to play. And I don't know what's going to happen to Yaokuza. I mean, if whoever wins this, they face Nemesis, which is going to be an extremely difficult game. Whoever loses this, they're going to face Fierce. It's going to be an extremely difficult game because right now, everybody except for Nemesis is so close together. And these games going all the way to overtime just proves that, I think.
Yeah.
These teams are so close together.
Yeah, this has been an amazing series and really a great demonstration of both teams' performances and their overall pros, strengths and cons. But an amazing just series in general. I mean, it's going to be a tough one to come back in the bottom of the bracket for playoffs here. It's going to be interesting though if these teams ever do rematch. But we'll see what happens.
I mean, somebody has to get fourth, somebody has to get third, and somebody has to win. That's how it is. So, at the end of the day, Rise are actually going to be gearing up, setting up one of their players. It seems they're all ready to queue now. As overtime. We talked about it. You play a half, and depending on the results of that, you either continue or you win lose. As a player, overtime, while it is mentally draining to go on for so long just to play overtime, I think overtime is really a place to shine and show off because it's like, hey, I am ready for this. It's like I've pushed the entire series with my team. It's time to actually show up. It's time to finish this game. It's time to show that we deserve the win. So maybe that mental fortitude comes out from both of these teams. It really depends on the side, the maps, who plays what role. As Explicit is now swapped out for Tide. They're going to be loading into game though. So and Yaokuza is starting on the attack. So I'm going to say it goes to Yaokuza 4-2.
Fair enough. I'm hoping for Rise to bring it back for the win, but they have to just win one round on this first, I think, set to really kind of throw it off and get the win in. But if they lose all three, it'll be tough for them to bring it back. I think it's just one round. I think one map in, and they can probably get it. But tough odds though, starting on defense.
We'll see. I mean, both of these teams are second and third for a reason. As we start on C-Store, we'll see C-Store, Kill House, and then Factory. The original 3 tile sets. No dome in this first part of overtime. As Razor Flintlock is going to be a very attacker-sided C-Store, it seems like. You can breach into Freezer, immediate bomb access, and very good sight lines, as well as a pinch from green can clear bathroom. You've also got the storefront breach, immediate access onto bomb, clear out office with this high window here. You could chuck a nade in, you could chuck a flash in as you want to push. And the defenders, they're kind of forced to barb off arcade, because Teller is in such an exposed area. You can get pushed from green, you can get pushed from storefront. There's just so many areas where it could go wrong.
Yeah, it's just a crazy one to kind of push and hold from. Defenders going to have to really be flexible on their positions and strats, which we haven't seen Rise do a whole lot. It may be their time to shine, though, kind of show that they can do it, but it's do or die for sure on this Razor Flintlock map.
Yeah, I mean, I think Rise, with the gun skill that they have, definitely can, lock down Freezer or Office with a Lagros or Igmar and just cross storefront. But also, Yakuza's going for a reverse wall charge. That means they're going to, instead of going into storefront with a wall charge, they're going to go through a back wall of storefront and wall charge. And I think Rise might be prepared for this. They've got the teller hole in their favor. They've got Freezer and Bathroom to play, and they have set up a barb on storage that they can hold all the way from arcade. So, who wins the gunfights here? Is it Rise or is it Yakuza? Well, that depends on way more factors than I'm going to go into here.
Yeah, it's a lot of things at play in this current round here, and in this overtime, we'll see how it stacks up and who's going to take the round win here. As we see, as usual, Yakuza taking about 30 years to get out of the truck here, still figuring out their loadouts. Voxel finally getting out there, maybe. Nope, still figuring it out. We still have 4 attackers, though, are leaving the truck and are going for the breach on this top side position here. And there goes Voxel. Okay, now we are all out into the map here. The defenders spread out fairly well across the map. We do see an interesting hold. Let's see what they opt to go here. Green door has been partially breached. Oh, good spot from Ty, though. We'll get some information out. Some damage being done towards him. Not a whole lot else. Good hold and spot there on the green door breach. Sam trying to get some shots with that LS, trying to get a pistol kill in there. Tiki Man's first one into contact. Will be going for the fast breach into storage. Sam just waiting in the right spot there. Oh, and they go for the fast breach into the bomb site here. Rise not really kind of caught off guard there on the push. Aggressive hold there by Yakuza, trying to take it back. Voxel really doing a lot of damage for Digital Doctor, forcing him in the tough spot here. He'll also nice pick into Hyper as Voxel takes out Digital Doctor in the push. Freezer, just a lot of continuous damage even when he was dead there. Bit of a recovery attempt by Sam, but ultimately Floggle, and just a huge wiping of the floor. Yakuza just destroying the Rise defenses with an amazing spread across the map, nearly instantaneously taking the round win in there, taking the first round 1-0.
I mean, flawless round on attack. You don't expect a wall charge on C-Store from them. But you know what? They did a reverse wall charge. They did something Rise was not ready for. Yeah. And Yakuza gets rewarded. They are pushing it. They are trying to close this out as soon as they possibly can. And with a round like that, that proves that they are worthy of winning.
Yeah, they are definitely in the right zone here. Looking fairly strong. They did pick up the KR and Gruber, as well as an Ingmar from Voxel. Floggle does have the Clacker still, so all the utility effectively is saved. No other utility, though. Looks like just the Clacker and some of the KRs and some other fun stuff. But interesting selection, at least, from the Yakuza side here. Let's move on to the next map. Just an amazing performance from that Yakuza side there. Rise kind of brought it back a little bit. They're trying to go for a bit of a push by Sam on that middle side. They're trying to save it back, but ultimately goes caught off guard by just an amazing hold by Tiki Man from behind, locking down the strats. So,
I mean,
all in all, it was pretty good.
Beautiful round. Another flawless round. I mean, we saw a flawless round for Rise earlier in the series, and now we see a flawless round for Yakuza. Very good work as we move on to Kill House, which is going to be the second tile set of this part of overtime. And this map, Caesar Tide, is going to be very difficult to hold. You've got windows in hallway that prevent you from rotating, and you've got so many wall bangs, and you can have so many roamers just sitting in lockers in hallway, in office. I mean, there should be auto pulled out on this map. If auto is not pulled out on this map, I don't know what they're doing. Seems like Yakuza want to go for just a straight push into bomb site. They want a door charge because they expect a barb to be on the door, but Rise is going to be set up for wall bangs instead, it seems like. Hall is also going to be barbed off, so there's going to be no rotation for those players unless they want to go through reception, which is going to be held by Yakuza. It's right next to the truck. It's a free entrance. You can't do too much about that. Voxel seems like he's interested in holding the back hall as the rest of the team pushes in through office, and then we see a split come in from reception. So, summary of attacker plan. We've got the idea of coming through reception, clearing out the roamers in lockers and hall. And then we have a main push in the back of office where they just go directly to the bomb site. There is going to be a barb in the way, but when has that stopped Yakuza? They won last round, and that didn't stop them. So, 3 barbs for Rise. I'm wondering how they hold these. As long-range weapons are coming out, they're not going to be prepared for close-range rushes from these attackers in lockers and office. It's going to be very difficult to hold this bomb site.
Yeah, I think it's going to be kind of a similar to what I saw game 2, where we had Rise kind of falter a little bit on their team strategy approach. They had good gun sense, a good aim sense, but they just kind of mispositioned themselves and ultimately allowed for Yakuza to kind of outplay them strategically. And we're kind of seeing that kind of repeat here in the overtime here, on the first overtime at least. We see now the approach now coming in from the Yakuza side there. Tiga Man still holding in the truck there, finally goes for the drop and the breach now alongside Floggle and Reception. The 3 on the other side, though, are in courtyard waiting for that red door breach into the hallway there. Sam and Argo, though, are close to that hallway breach at least, and on the Reception side, Digital Doctor is waiting with that leg roast for the push to happen. We're seeing a bit of a delay here on timing. Just going to run down the clock a little bit there to make a little more pressure for Rise. Here comes the breach on the red door side. Sam just kind of waiting for the right time to strike alongside Argo. Just kind of waiting as well. Sam going for some pre-shots across towards these attackers. This is not going to get any damage done just yet. Flash into office, not going to be effective. Hyper, nice wallbang kill into Voxel early on is going to stop that push. Halops are in a tough spot here in office, kind of held in position here. Taking a lot of fire and taking a lot of the attention away from the attacker, or the defenders at least, on the club position. But on the other side, Argo and Digital Doctor have rotated up. They're waiting for the push on Reception. Argo, perfect read. Gonna get the position, but Tiga Man still gets the kill into Argo despite that. They lose the auto shot early on, but from the other side, Sam trying to recover it. Bit of a back and forth battle here. They're distracted now. Defenders are perfectly split in half. Flago trying to wallbang across. Not going to find anybody just yet with that auto shotty, but is definitely getting a lot of suppression done and definitely distracting fairly well. The Digital Doctor holds the angle still. Still waiting for the topside push to happen by possibly Floggle. We see on the bottom, though, here Lobster and Macius have worked together. Macius takes that Hyper on the push. Ty kind of in a tough spot here in the club. Digital Doctor though, trying to stop the push by Tigman, and Floggle not going to get it. Floggle gets the kill to Sam. Digital Doctor and Ty last alive now in this 2v4 clutch attempt here for Rise. Tigman though able to escape. Well, actually, it's Ty able to escape there with his life. Tigman looks like him down. Floggle will get the wallbang kill onto Ty, and Harry Lobster secures the final kill there onto Digital Doctor, rotating in the hallway. That's the round for Yakuza once again, 2-0.
I mean, beautiful round there from Yakuza. I mean, granted, we did see a flash that wasn't acted upon, and the back push was very, unfortunate. They didn't immediately curve. They just kind of ran into the wallbang, but they're able to clean it up in the end. They only gave Hyper a pick that round.
Yeah, that was a fantastic performance there from Yakuza. An early kill from onto Voxel is definitely a dangerous one for Yakuza, but still perfect read and perfect teamwork there. Just ultimately secured the win.
I mean, yeah, even though there was wasted flashes where Sam was on the north side of the map, we saw Tiga and Flogel push in perfectly together. So very impressive stuff. We're on Factory now, which this map, green on the server side of this map, I feel like this is going to go to the attackers. I mean, with how close together Rise were trying to play and play off of each other, they're just going to be spread thin on this map. All the gunfights are just going to be singled out, and it seems like Yakuza might just put this at series point right off the bat in this overtime. We do see the common idea of coming through dock, but that is very, very dangerous considering that mop can be set up anywhere on generator and even in the top northern box here. So the real question is, where do you put the people that aren't on the main push? Do you put them on fan and just hold off somebody trying to run away for cover? Or do you go servers and just hit barbed wire in the face? That is the question. But I think Yakuza, they have the answer. They've prepped up for smokes. They've prepared for 2 players in Toxic, actually. If you see the markings, they have predicted that. As well as they are concerned about docks. Now, Rise, they're going to be Flogel barbing, actually. I'm not sure if it's Flogel barbing. They might just kick the door and barb it. But this could be huge. While that does give Saber line of sight, that also lets the mop just cut this map in half. I mean, you force all of the attackers to rotate around the other side if they want to peek. So we'll see how this goes, as Hyper is going to be the one to barb that red door.
An interesting position as well from Ty, actually throwing an interesting flare towards the entryway of the door on the dock side. You see Hyper setting up for the charge, and Digital Doctor actually holding up in Toxic, looking to stop the push on that top side of servers there. Ty, bit of a floater spot in the middle, as Argo also floating up in dock. Interesting holder in Sam as well, waiting for the server side push. They do go for the breach and the split push. That is fantastically done. And for now, we're going to see just the attackers leave the truck. in a relatively organized manner there. All on the top side now, forced to go all in the top range there. We see Harry Lobster and Macius. First one's probably to be into the point of contact here for the server side push. You see Macius though on the flank going for the fan push, possibly towards Pipeworks. Argo kind of playing a floater spot to counter that one. But looks like the breach has happened. They're just waiting down to draw some time, maybe draw out a Molotov or two from the defenders. We'll see if they get that out there. But Sam is just waiting passively alongside Argo in a good spot. Floggle could go for the bait and pick across. Tigaman goes for the aggressive push. Sam tries to get the shot across. Didn't quite get the kill. But Tigaman does escape and is able to make at least a bit of noise there. One Molotov was used for that hold off of the push. Good grenade to get rid of the barbed wire here. Sam's going to wait and actually go for the aggressive, another Molotov thrown. Just drawing down more time. Definitely plays in favor toward the defenders. But Yaokuza are good at playing at time with, time running out. So it makes sense for them to kind of wait passively here. Not too big of a deal. We do see a good smoke being deployed on that server side and generator side push here. Hyper is actually holding up in the truck here, long ways away. They do go for the server side push now. Still Doctor in a tough spot here, about to get pushed on multiple sides here. Sam hiding, ultimately gets taken up by Voxel as Red Fan actually being pushed by Floggle and Macius topside Argo. And ultimately Ty get taken out by those players respectively. Down to just one player, that's Hyper. Escaping the truck now. Perfect read there and play by Yaokuza on all sides. Tigaman taking a direct hit from Hyper. Dash 2 direct hits. Not quite the kill set, but Tigaman will be able to win the battle 1v1. It's going to be Yaokuza winning another perfect attack there. No players dying, but almost the Tigaman at least. Yep. Fantastic read, fantastic set there from Yaokuza, 3-0.
Rise barbs the red door, which immediately tells Yaokuza coming out of the truck late, maybe we shouldn't go this way. So then they have plenty of time to just set up on servers and fan. They let Voxel snipe on fan for a good while, and then as soon as they push in green and get the first pick, it's time to go. They pop fan, because fan was blown, 2 players on Rise tried to regain map control, so they had room to play, but they were both taken out by the Saber. Beautiful job catching the rotate and sort of like the re-aggression from Rise. They have this aggressive playstyle that Yaokuza is just countering perfectly right now. And now Yaokuza is on their strong side, but so is Rise. Rise needs to win all 3 of these rounds, and Yaokuza only needs to win 1. It is so close to over.
It's been super close to over for a long time, too. And last time this happened, we thought it was going to be basically GG's. It was going to be Yaokuza securing the win fairly easily on game 3. So we could see a bit of a comeback coming in from Rise now on Razor Flintlock on the swap sides now. Not impossible, but it could be very interesting to see how they approach this one on defense and now on attack, at least for Rise. We'll see if they can bring in the win, but it's going to be a big challenge. Otherwise, we're going to probably set overtime 2 at least.
Yeah,
we'll see how it
I would say so. Well, what we're going to see here is Razor Flintlock. There's a lot of things going on here. It looks like Rise wants to go for just sort of run around, see what you can get, storefront, and maybe put some pressure on green. They're going to split up here, and they're going to try to get as many picks right off the start as they can, which they're good at. I'll give them credit for that. But it's going to be very difficult with a cross that is literally 180 degrees from freezer and office. It's going to be rough. But who knows? Maybe they force a team kill. Maybe they make an accident happen on the side of Floggle, or on the side of, Yaokuza. My brain is not functioning. Floggle is the IGL of Yaokuza. Excuse me. But really, if Rise makes any mistakes here, it's over. They're going for the same exact plan, and Yaokuza is probably ready for this.
Yep, it looks like they are indeed approaching it similarly, although an interesting stack up from Tigaman and Teller could be interesting to see where it stacks up in terms of the round there. An interesting push as well, mimicking the previous approach there from Rise, could be ultimately the downfall. It's just 1 to win for the defenders, 3 to win in a row perfectly for the attackers to secure at least overtime 2 to hope they can win in the second set here. Let's see how it stacks up. Here comes the first breach now. A good barbed wire at least will stop the push. Deadness track for the moment here. Good grenade though will block off the push. Fox in a good spot here with the auto shotty. Could get some interesting damage being done here. Good flashbang as well towards Argo. Hillopster gets some early damage in towards the defenders here. Towards the attackers at least, excuse me. As they go for the breach, similarly done to the previous side here. But we see a bit of a hold here. Hillopster going for the aggressive push and hold here. Oh, looks like Hyper not able to get the shot across in time. Both players kind of battling back and forth here with Gruber versus AP there on the sides. Meanwhile, in the side of storefront, lots of shots happening on the side here. Not quite the kill, but interestingly enough, looks like the Defenders are kind of pincing them in, but Sam still gets the pick early on the Floggle. But will there be any other kills is the question. Hair Lobster waiting to go, ready to go, waiting to go for Hyper to get out of the way here. We see lots of damage being done here. Oh, ultimately, Digital Doctor, though, does get the kill into Voxel in Bathroom. Allowing for the push-up. Macius, though, gets the trade. Should be able to get the trade here, but Argo gets the kill into Macius on that push on Freezer. It's down to Tiga Man, and Hair Lobster last alive for Yaokuza. Choose to kill him, and Tiga Man looks like he's stuck in Teller. Hair Lobster trying to bring it back. Oh, Tiga Man does get the kill onto Ty. Digital Doctor, though, gets traded out by Tiga Man. Oh, but ultimately, it will be Hyper and Sam securing the round win there for Rise. They're still alive. 1-3 now. Again, it diffused now down to about 99% where they can then kind of loot, figure out what they want, and then go for the full diffusal here. They do pick up an auto shotty and a clacker. Beautiful
round there. Voxel overswinged a bit too much. He wasn't ready for the players playing far back in storage, so he was just taken out by, I believe it was Digital, yes. And then the arcade push never happened, so Lobster and Tiga were kind of just like wondering when they were gonna go. And because of that, Flogel peeks on his own. He dies to a 1v1, and now the defenders are down in a 3v5. So luckily Tiga was able to make a play, but at the end of the day, that did not matter.
Indeed. Although it was interesting to see how the push kind of... it was interesting to see at least how Yakuza tried to counter it to their own strategies, but ultimately they were just kind of caught off guard by an aggressive push, and ultimately a good hold there from the defenders and attackers, respectively. So...
Yes.
We're back now to Kill House, though, which is interesting.
Back to Kill House. I mean, the wall bangs are plenty here, so it could go to whoever has the better wall bangs. And so far, that has been Yaokuza. So, this map on defense, what do you need to lock down? I mean, Hall is nice to have, but you can't really rotate through it when there's a Saber outside, right? Mm-hmm. What can you lock down? You've got lockers, you've got club, backstage and stage, and then office, right? That may sound like a lot, but that's only 3 rooms, and one of them is separated. So whoever's in lockers really needs to make a play this round, unless Yaokuza is just planning to stack up on the bomb site. I'm not sure what Rise is really going for here. It looks like they're interested in some sort of office take, even though that is very much a funnel. But hallway is always an option as well, which they seem to be opting for instead. Hopefully they don't get taken out by the same wallbang that Hyper did. That would be very unfortunate, as, you know, Yaokuza, they're very much adapting to these situations.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, it's kind of risky, but equally, Rise have equally done kind of crazy pushes like that and have been successful. I mean, in the last game there, at the very last round, a push that shouldn't have, in theory, worked, still, despite all odds, went through, went against the grain, and still was successful. So,
I mean, that's just Rise brute force right there. I mean, we'll see what happens, though.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Rise get this round, and that's the 4-2 that I said? I don't know. We'll see. But Flogel is the lockers player, it seems like, and Lobster is going to be supporting inside of club. Lots of mollies this round. 3 mollies and 3 barbs. I'm thinking Yaokuza want to win it here, because if they don't win this round, they're going to be very low on utility.
Yeah, they're definitely going all or nothing on this map here of Caesar Tide. Rise finally getting out of the truck. They're thinking about it. Getting their things finally dialed in there, just confirming it all. Alongside Ty, the last one out. Hyper with a 360 out of the truck. Couldn't forget that one. Salmon Rise and Argo, though, are in the red door of Courtyard, looking for the angles and picks across as Floggle. Looking for actually the window shot across here, possibly countering it. Argo does have the auto shot equipped as a attacker, which is a little bit risky, but for this map, it makes actually a lot of sense to use it there. You see Hyper and Ty, though, now have escaped the truck. It is all players are now in the map here. We are now finally on here. Looks like Hyper with the first one into the map here. Interesting pre-fire and reception as the red door breach is going to happen simultaneously. Hairlaps are going to shoot across Floggle, and most of the team actually focused on this upper right-hand side of the map. The left-hand side of the map can be held on by Voxel and Harry Lobster. Lots of damage being done there, done by Voxel and Harry Lobster, but not a lot of damage from the players, at least. The wall is taking a lot of fire, at least. Seeing lots of locking down of the office. Good grenade for that barbed wire in office. Fine for the fast push on the side here. Argo should be pre-firing this, but right now they're just all taking a lot of damage. Ty, yeah, they just ate it in a tire spray from the knack there. Lots of damage being done on all sides. Mage, nice pick into Sam. Oh, Argo should be getting some shots here. They're not shooting with the auto shot for some reason. That's what they're waiting for. Ty and Hyper, though, are working together to try and cut the top side of Floggle. Plays kind of a floater spot and down below in reception. Could get some sneaky kills here, but Argo opts to go for the AP instead, trying to wallbang across into Harry Lobster. As Digital Doctor waits for his time to shine. We do see Hyper and Ty, though, have flanked on the backside, but Floggle now is going to get the flank down onto Ty. Possibly gets the kill here. No, Floggle gets the kill onto Ty, and a second onto Hyper on the backside. Argo will take out Floggle on the rotation, but it's down to just Diddle Doctor playing a tough chance here. 30 seconds less than the remaining now. Diddle Doctor battling against Tiga Man. He gets Tiga Man. Oh, but Argo's going to get blocked by the Molotov here.
There's
He's
no
to push
time.
trying to get some shots
They can
across.
just
Yeah,
reroll.
no,
There's no time.
oh, no.
It's over.
Oh. Argo dies to the molly anyways. Digital Doctor last alive, and Hair Lobster secures the win for Yaokuza. GG's, well played. Yaokuza taking overtime.
1 a.m. They're done. They wanted to win, and they finally did it. They knew this game was theirs, and good job to them. Very impressive
GG's.
stuff.
Very well played from both
Rise.
teams, but it was...
Rise now going to be in the lower bracket for playoffs. Our two matchups for tomorrow is going to be Nemesis versus Yaokuza and Rise versus Fierce. We'll see what happens on those, but wow, that was a game.
Whew. Yeah, that was an
went all the
amazing
way.
series.
I don't think either of us expected overtime there.
No. I thought it was going to be... I thought it would be a little bit closer, possibly later at least, or maybe even... I thought maybe go to game 3 if that, maybe game 2 fast, first one was, a bit of a blowout, second game, kind of a repeated thing. But no, a bit of a comeback. All 3 games, game 2 a little less, at least for Rise, but ultimately it was a fantastic game and overall series. So, amazing to see, and I'm glad to be there and see it. So
I mean, impressive stuff from both of these teams, but they still have more chances ahead of them.
Mhm.
All I've got to say is don't miss tomorrow. Don't miss next weekend, because wow.
Yeah.
This is going to be crazy.
It's going to be
We've
fantastic.
got some insane matchups tomorrow, and we have I don't know what else to say. Finals are next weekend. You better be here for
Wow.
that. If you're not here for that, I'm going to be mad.
Me too. We all better be watching this one. It's going to
We
be a
all better
fantastic
be watching
finals.
that. But hey, with that, that's Rise and Yaokuza. Rise knocked down to the lower bracket. Yaokuza gonna stay in the upper bracket along with Nemesis. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Be here 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 6 p.m. GMT. This is Due Process League. My name is Adaxi. Thank you so much for being here with me, Stuffed.
No problem. Thanks for having me tag along.
And that is going to be Due Process League for today. Thank you for coming to playoffs.